Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone is one of the most iconic books in history. Selling over 120 million copies, this story by J.K. Rowling has cemented itself in the literary world, and in turn, the cinematic world as well, since the film adaptation is almost as popular as its book counterpart. That being said, many fans of Harry Potter have only watched the movies, or only read the books, which means that they're missing a massive amount of lore and history about the wizarding world and Harry Potter himself. And even for mega fans who have read the books and watched the movies, sometimes it's hard to retain every single detail from both. So today, I've compiled the ultimate guide to the Philosopher's Stone book and movie that every Harry Potter fan needs to watch. If you're new to my channel, I have a series called Movies vs. Manuscripts, in which I analyze the movie scene by scene and compare it to its original book. Recently, we finished the first film, which means that we can now look back over every change made to the movie. Every fun fact, omission, hidden bit of lore, and more will be revealed in this video as we uncover 250 changes the movie made to Harry Potter's first year in the wizarding world. So grab a cup of your preferred hot beverage, bundle up somewhere comfy, and let's dive in. Did you know that these moments were changed from the book, or simply never happened at all? Things like Neville's family and background as the second chosen one, giving important lines to the wrong character, the exclusion of spew, and many more details just like those are the perfect example of what happens when a written work is adapted to a film format. It is unavoidable and sometimes necessary in order for the story to work on a new medium. But there is one major downside. All of the juicy lore and small to large details we get when we let ourselves fall into the universe of a fantasy book gets crunched down to a couple of hours to fit on the screen, and we miss out on what we fell in love with in the first place. This isn't to say movie adaptations are bad, as the Harry Potter film series is one of my all-time favorites and holds a nostalgic place in my heart. But if you have read the books, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't read the books, then this series is going to help uncover what you've been missing all of this time. My name is Gibby, and welcome to the first episode of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter Edition. This is the series where I go scene by scene and analyze the adapted work against the original, and give you every little detail you missed if you only watch the films. Everything from the color of someone's hair to the plot lines that were completely removed. I've got you covered. And like I said, even if you've read the books, this gives you a chance to relive some of your favorite moments in the wizarding world. If you are familiar with my series on Lord of the Rings, you'll know that I cover changes across 4 major categories: characters, location, timeline, and plot. But for this series, I'm going to be adding a 5th section, which will pop up here and there, and that is context. You see, there are a lot of parts, like the scene we are covering today, that need context above and beyond simple plot points that are changed, as there are a lot of moments that the author writes about that are simply left out of the movie. So buckle up, as today we dive into Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or as you may know it, Sorcerer's Stone, and uncover all of the changes made to scene 1 of this beloved film. And if you feel like your YouTube feed has been lacking quality content recently, subscribe and turn on notifications, as this series will probably be going on for a few years before I get through everything. First up, as I'll do in every episode, let's refresh our memory on what happens in this scene before we jump into the changes. The film opens by showing a dimly lit street named Privet Drive in the middle of the night. An owl flies by, and a man wearing a large robe, pointed hat, and half-moon spectacles walks out of the shadows into the street. We know him as Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of all time. He walks onto the street and pulls out of his robe pocket a silver device that looks like a cigar lighter. He clicks it open several times, and each time he does, a light from the street lamps travels into the device, which causes the whole street to go dark. We also see a tabby cat watching him from the sidewalk. Shortly after deluminating the street, Albus calls out the cat as Professor McGonagall, and it transforms into a severe-looking woman. She walks up to him, and as they both head down the street, she questions him on if the rumors are true. He confirms her suspicions and says that someone named Hagrid is bringing a boy to where they are. Out of the sky, a large flying motorcycle with an even larger man comes into view and lands in the middle of the street. The man, who we know as Hagrid, steps off the bike and hands what seems to be a baby over to Professor Dumbledore. As they approach the door of a house on Privet Drive, Professor McGonagall expresses her concern about leaving the boy with this specific family. She says that she's watched them all day and that they are the worst kind of people. Dumbledore interjects and says that they are the only family he has, has, referring to the baby. And McGonagall continues and states that the boy will be famous, and not a child in their world will not know his name, further confirming Dumbledore's wisdom to let this family take him in. Dumbledore says that he is better off growing up away from all of that until he is ready. He sets the baby down on the doorstep and leaves a note on him addressed to a Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, and the scene ends with Dumbledore saying, "Good luck, Harry Potter." Alright, so if that didn't click the nostalgia button in you, I don't know what will. But now we know what happened in this first scene, and I gotta say, they left a lot out from what's in the book. Like, a lot. So today, I'm not only going to cover everything they changed, but I'm also going to include that little thing called context to help you understand the start of the entire Harry Potter series that was completely removed from the film adaptation. This is where J.K. Rowling really needs credit for world building, and this will be a continued theme throughout all of the movies, as a lot of detail that she puts into the wizarding world and overall story got cut from the films for time. So join me as we uncover the true start to this epic story that is Harry Potter's life. First, let's go over the category of characters. We only meet 4 characters in this scene of the movie, but from what I counted, there are actually 12 characters mentioned in the book. The characters we see in this scene are Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Rubeus Hagrid, and of course, Harry Potter. The characters in the book who aren't shown or talked about in the movie are Lily and James Potter, Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, and their son Dudley, a young Sirius Black, Daedalus Diggle, and last but definitely not least, Voldemort. In fact, a majority of this chapter is about the Dursleys and Mr. Dursley's day at work, which we'll get into in a moment. Before we leave the character section, however, there is one last change in regards to the characters, and that is the description of Hagrid. You see, in the book, he is described as nearly twice as tall as a regular man and 5 times as wide. I don't know about you, but in the movie, he is only a couple of feet taller than Dumbledore. If he was twice the size, he would be a lot taller. Now, in all honesty, I totally get why they didn't follow this exact description, because that would have made shooting the films really annoying. Hagrid has a lot of dialogue with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and if he was twice their size, it would be really strange to watch as a viewer. The way they did it gives the idea that he is abnormally large, but it doesn't make it so drastic that you find it unrealistic he can exist in the world. I don't know about you, but I can't imagine someone twice the height of an average man just walking through the streets of London with Harry. Anyway, as for location and timeline differences, there's only a couple of changes. First, the location is condensed to the short moment on Privet Drive for the movie, but in the books, we get a sneak peek of the Dursleys and Vernon's day at work. So we are just missing the location of Vernon going into the city for work. Second, as far as timeline goes, it all still adds up, as in the book, Harry gets dropped off at the Dursleys the same night of Voldemort's attack on his parents in Godric's Hollow. I guess you could consider them skipping over the whole day and going straight to the drop-off as a timeline error, but this isn't a major one, so I think they're still all good. Lastly, we have our category of plot changes. Since the most obvious change is the omission of a significant portion of the first chapter, I want to spend some time going over what was left out of the movie. The book opens by introducing us to the Dursleys, a family that lives on Privet Drive and is proud that they lead a normal life. The narration follows the day of the father of the family, Vernon. He says goodbye to his wife Petunia and his baby boy Dudley as he heads off to work. He is the director of a firm named Grunnings that sells drills. But this isn't just any normal day. We learn that there are a multitude of owls out and about, much to the surprise of Vernon and everyone else around who rarely or have never seen the birds. Vernon also takes a note of a cat outside of his house who seems to be reading a map and looking at their street sign, but he quickly corrects his mind and remembers that cats can't read. As he heads off to work, he notices a lot of strangely dressed people about. People in weird hats and colorful cloaks. He has a normal morning, but the mood quickly changes over lunch when he overhears some of the weirdly dressed people outside mention the name Harry Potter. This is a familiar name, as earlier in the book we learn that Petunia, his wife, has a secret. Her secret is that she has a sister who is married and has a child around the age of her own child, Dudley, who she never speaks of and absolutely despises. And it just so happens that Vernon seems to recall the name of his secret nephew is Harry Potter. He tries to tell himself that this is a common name, and he goes about his day. But at the end of his workday, as he is walking outside of the building, a small man in a robe walks into him. But the man isn't upset about it and gleefully tells him that today is a great day because you-know-who has gone at last, and even muggles such as Vernon should be happy today. After this strange encounter, Vernon goes home and sees the cat again, but puts it out of his mind. At the dinner table, he watches the news and hears the weatherman talk about owls and shooting stars, and Vernon finally decides to ask ask his wife about her sister. Petunia is perturbed by the question, but confirms that the name of her nephew is Harry, although she says it's a common name in her opinion, and Vernon is eased by this. Finally, they head to bed, and that is where we pick up in this scene of the movie. As you can see, a lot of context is skipped over. First, we hear the term Muggle for the first time. Second, we hear about you-know-who for the first time. We also get a good idea of the type of people that the Dursleys are, more than just McGonagall saying they are the worst type of people. Now, as for the changes to these scenes, the first change is that Dumbledore apparates onto the street, but we only see him walk into view in the movie. I'm guessing this is because of technological reasons. As we know in Fantastic Beasts, and even the future Harry Potter movies, they really spare no chance to show apparition, as it's one of the coolest wizarding things you can do. So I think they just didn't show it here because they didn't really want to spend the money on doing the CGI to make it work. It is much easier just to have Dumbledore walk on frame and the viewer can assume that he apparated into the woods. Next, Dumbledore and McGonagall's dialogue is much more extensive in the book. We hear about the Potters, and Professor McGonagall confirms their death with Dumbledore. We hear about Voldemort and how Dumbledore is the only one who is powerful enough to face him, which is a recurring theme later in the series, and we also get a name drop of Daedalus Diggle in regards to why there are shooting stars in the sky. Daedalus really isn't important, but it's another touch of world building that is left out of the films. When Voldemort gets brought up, Dumbledore even encourages McGonagall to say his name, which she eventually does. Next, when Hagrid shows up, he name drops Sirius Black and says he borrowed the flying motorcycle from him. Of course, we know that Sirius plays a much larger role later in the story. And that wraps up all of the changes for this scene. I'm unable to dive into every single line they speak because that would take hours to go over. But trust me, if there is a noticeable and impactful line that is altered or given to another character, I will make sure to bring it up. For this episode, the most you need to know is that Dumbledore and McGonagall have an extensive talk about the night's events, and we as the readers are given a little taste of the wizarding world and some of the key characters. We don't get this in the movie, and I can't help but think that they made this film assuming people had read the books. Of course, we learn this key information later in the movie, but if this was not based on a book, I would guess that they would have shared a bit more context up front. If you have read the books, then this opening scene makes total sense, and to hear the info again would be repetitive in that moment. But for a newbie, I think this bit of world building is crucial to a good story. Specifically, I think the inclusion of Mr. Dursley's day at work would have been nice. I know the Dursleys aren't the main characters, but I think opening with their family would have been an interesting way to intro the film, as you would be able to juxtapose their normal life against the whirlwind of a life that Harry is about to experience. And if you have read the books, you know that the Dursleys play a much larger role throughout the entire book series. But as for this scene, I think we have covered all that we can, and I hope you stick around for all the future episodes as we get into even more lore on the wizarding world. Remember, this is just scene 1, and there's a lot more to discover. So, what is your favorite part of this first chapter of the book? Is there anything you wish they would have done differently for this scene? I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this part of the movie, and I can't wait to dive into the next chapter. Like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and as always, have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Did you know that Dudley never got trapped inside the snake exhibit at the zoo? And Harry got upgraded out of the cupboard under the stairs after the first letter from Hogwarts arrived, but not because Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were afraid of his magical powers. These are just a couple of changes out of over a dozen from these two scenes in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. And these changes are fun details that you might have missed if you only watched the films but have never read the books. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is the show where I analyze the originals versus the adaptations of your favorite fantasy franchises, and put on my nerd hat and point out all of the small to large differences you never noticed between the two. Today, we're covering the next two scenes in the Philosopher's/Sorcerer's Stone movie, which covers Dudley's birthday, their time at the zoo, and the arrival of the letters from Hogwarts. As always, I'm going to cover the changes across 4 categories, which are characters, location, timeline, and plot. Plus, every once in a while, I'll throw in some extra information to help give you context to a scene or the wizarding world in general. Of course, before we get started with the changes, we need to refresh our memories on what these two scenes are all about. So let's pick up where we left off in last episode, with Harry waking up in the cupboard under the stairs on Dudley's birthday. Dudley comes bounding down the stairs and slams Harry back into his cupboard, and then Harry makes his way into the kitchen. We quickly realize that this is a Cinderella story, as Harry is instructed to cook the food for the family without burning anything, while Dudley gets shown to his 36 presents. Dudley throws a fit since last year he says he received 37 presents, and so his parents agree to buy him 2 more to make up for their egregious mistake. We then cut to the family getting into the car to head to the zoo, and Vernon Dursley takes Harry aside and warns him that if there is any funny business, he won't have meals for a week. They get to the zoo, and Dudley is unimpressed with a large snake that is sleeping in its exhibit. But after Dudley walks off, Harry talks to the snake and apologizes for everyone's behavior. To his surprise, the snake seems to understand him and is reacting to his comments, and Dudley sees the snake finally moving and showing some sign of life, so he shoves Harry out of the way to take a look. Obviously upset by this, Harry accidentally makes the glass to the exhibit disappear, and Dudley falls in while the snake escapes. The snake thanks Harry, and then as Mr. and Mrs. Dursley approach, they realize that the glass to the exhibit has reappeared and Dudley is now trapped inside. The scene then cuts to them at home, and Vernon takes Harry by the head, and although Harry insists he doesn't know what happens and that it was like magic, Vernon says there is no such thing as magic, and then slams him inside of his cupboard. We then flash to an owl delivering a letter to the house and Harry picking up the mail. He sees that a letter is addressed to him, but Dudley points him out and Vernon takes the letter. Realizing who it's from, Petunia and Vernon begin to panic as more and more letters arrive for Harry. The climax of these letters is when the family's sitting in the living room on a Sunday, and suddenly hundreds of letters come spewing out of the fireplace. This prompts Mr. Dursley to take action and take the whole family away from the house, thinking that he can outrun his problem. We then finish up with Harry counting down the minutes until his birthday, while the family is on an island in the middle of the sea during a raging storm. And right after the clock strikes midnight, a loud bang is heard outside the front door. And that is where we cut off for this week's scenes. I know, I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger, but trust me, there's plenty to cover in just these 2 scenes in the movie, and next week we'll get to Hagrid's arrival. So let's kick things off with our first category of character changes. And just like last week, we have quite a few. Speaking of last episode, if you have yet to watch it, be sure to go check it out so that you're all caught up with where we are today. To start, the characters we see in these scenes are Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley Dursley. And then of course, Harry Potter. In the book version of events, there aren't many extra characters we see, but quite a few are named. First, there's Dudley's best friend, Piers Polkiss. Then we have Mrs. Figg, who we'll get more into during the plot changes, and Aunt Marge, who we actually get to meet in The Prisoner of Azkaban. We also have Dudley's gang of friends, who aren't named specifically but go around chasing Harry, and lastly, the zookeeper at the snake exhibit. Plus, we have some character changes in regards to appearance. First, Dudley and Mrs. Dursley are both blonde in the books, and that is quite opposite to the movies. Second, Harry in the books has distinct green eyes after his mother Lily. But in the movie, Daniel Radcliffe has blue eyes. This is because originally Daniel was going to wear contact lenses, but he ended up being allergic to them, therefore causing them to rewrite Harry's eyes as Dan's natural blue. Next, onto the location changes, there's only one. Quite simply, they stay at a random hotel on the way to the house in the sea, and this plays into a small plot change as well, so I'll save the context of this moment for later in the plot category. As for timeline differences, we have a couple of deviations. First, in the book, Vernon threatens to lock Harry in his cupboard until Christmas if he misbehaves at the zoo, but in the movie, he says Harry won't have meals for a week. Second, after the zoo incident, Harry narrates that he has his longest punishment ever, and wasn't allowed out of the cupboard until summer holiday. We then get some narration about the summer before we get to the start of the next school year. In the movie, we seem to cut directly from the zoo day to when Harry's first letter arrives. Of course, we can assume that the summer moments still happened, but the movie just decided not to cover them. Finally, we come to everybody's favorite category of plot changes. Today we have quite a few, as well as some bits of context that I'll sprinkle in throughout to help you better understand what you missed if you've only watched the movies. But before we dive in, I just want to remind you that you can grab your free copy of The Sorcerer's Stone or any other audiobook you desire by using my link in the description to get a free trial on Audible. There's absolutely no purchase necessary, and you support the channel at the same time. Follow along with me as I do this series and listen to the audiobook each week as we go chapter by chapter, revealing every difference between the books and the movies. Okay, so let's get back to the plot changes. Let's start right at the beginning of these scenes and jump into the very first change, which has to do with Dudley's gifts. It's a small one, but I'm obligated to point out every detail in these videos. Dudley in the books actually received 38 presents the year before, not 37. In the book, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley get Dudley 36 gifts, and he also gets one from Aunt Marge. Next, before heading to the zoo, Mrs. Dursley gets off a phone call and informs Mr. Dursley that Mrs. Figg, the neighbor, won't be able to watch Harry today. We then get more context as to who Mrs. Figg is. Harry notes that he never enjoys going to her house as she just shows him pictures of her many cats, and he is ecstatic that for the first time in his life, he might actually get to join in on the birthday festivities and go to the zoo for the first time. Later in the series, we learn more about the real identity of Mrs. Figg, but we'll get there in a couple years. Next, after Dudley fake cries about Harry joining the trip, his friend Piers Polkiss arrives, and we learn that Piers is typically the boy who holds kids' arms behind their backs while Dudley punches them. Our next change happens during the drive to the zoo, which is omitted from the films entirely, and Vernon mentions that people who ride motorcycles are hooligans. Harry says that he just had a dream about a flying motorcycle the night before, and this nearly causes Vernon to wreck the car as he says there's no such thing as flying motorcycles. And this is the first of many times that dreams Harry has either reference a memory of his or he sees other strange things. Before we move on to the rest of the differences, I wanted to give some context to Harry's magical incidents before the one at the zoo. Vernon actually kind of has a reason for threatening Harry, as Harry had had many magical moments throughout his life. First, Harry recalls a time when he had received a bad haircut from Aunt Petunia, and he was afraid to go to school the next day. But to his surprise, he woke up the next morning and the hair had grown back completely overnight. Another time, Petunia was trying to get Harry to wear an ugly sweater, and the sweater began to quickly shrink as she forced it over Harry's head. By the end of it shrinking, it was only big enough for a hand puppet, and Aunt Petunia chalked it up to shrinking in the dryer. Lastly, there was a time when Harry was running from Dudley's gang at school, and after diving behind a trash can, he found himself on the top of the school. Obviously, he had apparated there by mistake, but this landed him in loads of trouble. So when Mr. Dursley warned him about any funny business at the zoo, it wasn't really without cause, as the Dursleys had witnessed quite a few strange things happen throughout Harry's life. So now on to the changes at the zoo. First, Piers Polkiss is actually the one who calls out for Dudley and his parents to see what the snake is doing after Harry gets it to start moving. Next, after the snake escapes, it actually says, "Brazil, here I come, thanks amigo." Plus, although Dudley does fall into the enclosure, the glass does not reappear like in the movie. The zookeeper walks up and asks, "Where did the glass go?" And then we hear how the director of the zoo treats them to tea and profusely apologizes for the incident. And then this is when we have the summer scenes from the book that get skipped over in the movie. Harry references Dudley's gang, who spend their days chasing him around, and he also mentions another dream he has had of a bright green flash of light, which we know is about the night he defeated Voldemort. Also, for some context, we begin to hear how Dudley has been accepted to Vernon's old boarding school, Smeltings, but Harry is stuck going to public school. Mrs. Dursley even takes some of Dudley's old school clothes and dyes them gray for Harry to wear, while Harry watches Dudley march around in his brand new school uniform. This gives some context as to the timeline of why Harry's letters arrive at the time they do, as J.K. Rowling is making sure that we're aware the school year is approaching. We also learn about some of Harry's odd encounters throughout his life, as he mentions that his whole life, people in strange clothing have come up to him and either shook his hand or thanked him randomly for no reason. This is just a taste of his fame that he doesn't even know about yet. And frankly, the Dursleys don't know he is famous either, so they're just as weirded out about these encounters as Harry is. The next change in the scenes is in regards to the letters. Dudley never gets to see the letter like he does in the movie, and it's actually quite clear that this is the first time his parents are being firm with him. He whines about wanting to see the letter and demands it from them, and his parents kick them both out of the room as they discuss what to do with the letter. Harry listens through the door and hears Vernon say that they swore not to, quote, have one in their house, meaning a wizard. It is also one of the first foreshadowing moments of Petunia's relationship with the wizarding world. As we will learn much later in the series, Petunia was jealous of her sister Lily and really wanted to be involved in the wizarding world, but in this moment we get the feeling that it is really Vernon who is strongly against it. Petunia has made a promise to Dumbledore, and seems to be okay with allowing Harry to go, but goes along with her husband's demands. Another change is that Harry actually gets upgraded out of the cupboard under the stairs to Dudley's second room, much to Dudley's dismay. This is because the first letter was addressed to Harry in the cupboard under the stairs. In Vernon's genius brain, he believes that moving Harry out of the cupboard to the upper room will throw Hogwarts off the scent. The second letter that comes is then addressed to the, quote, smallest room in the house. After not receiving the second letter either, Harry plans to sneak outside and intercept the mailman before the post arrives at the house, But as he creeps downstairs, he steps on Mr. Dursley's face as Vernon had slept in front of the door in a sleeping bag. Another time, a batch of letters comes inside 24 eggs delivered by the milkman. Finally, Vernon decides to take drastic measures and they pack up and leave. He drives down the highway and takes random turns as if throwing people off the trail. And it is actually in this moment that Dudley says, "Daddy's gone mad, hasn't he?" We then miss a stop they make at a random hotel during their impromptu road trip. This is a funny moment in the story as while they're eating, the hotel manager comes to them with a letter and says that he's got about 100 more of them at the front desk. Finally, they leave the hotel and head out to the random house in the middle of the sea that Vernon got from a random guy for a good deal. And it includes them having to take a small rowboat out to the island. This really shows how crazy Mr. Dursley has gone about this, as everything they've done so far on this road trip is anything but normal, which is way outside of the box for the Dursleys. Lastly, as Harry counts down the minutes until his birthday, he does not draw a cake in the dirt as they show in the movie, but the second that Dudley's watch strikes midnight, a loud bang is heard at the door and the chapter ends. These are all moments that don't really affect the overall plot of the Harry Potter series in a major way, but they all add up to one major point, which is world building. As I mentioned quite a bit in last week's episode, the changes typically involved removing an element of the story. Whether it was Mrs. Fig or Dudley's friend or Harry switching rooms, it seems like the movie cut some corners at the expense of making the world feel a little more fleshed out and real. So far, we aren't to the nitty-gritty of the story of Harry Potter, and as many fans know, it doesn't really start until The Prisoner of Azkaban and especially The Goblet of Fire. But trust me, in the coming weeks as we get into the chapters and scenes about Hogwarts, you will be blown away at how much has changed or simply missing from the movies. So out of the changes we talked about today, which ones do you think the film was right for making? And which ones do you wish they wouldn't have touched? Let me know in the comments below. As always, like and subscribe, and if this is your first time watching, be sure to go check out episode 1 of this series. Plus, make sure to sign up for your free trial of Audible today using my link in the description, as next week we'll be starting on chapter 4 of the Philosopher's Stone. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Hagrid has become one of the most lovable and well-known characters in the Harry Potter universe, and for good reason too. Not only was he a character that J.K. Rowling created on day 1 of starting the Harry Potter series, but he also is the first mentor Harry has in the wizarding world. But how he is portrayed in the films is slightly different to what we get in the books, especially during our first encounter with him. For example, his quick temper shows through quite a bit more in the book than what we get in this scene of the movie, which might be a nod to his giant ancestry, which is another part of the wizarding world that the movies completely omit. Sure, later we get to meet Grop, Hagrid's giant half-brother, but the films totally leave out Hagrid's trip to the Giants during the last couple of books, as well as his entire scandal with the public finding out that a teacher at Hogwarts is part giant. And although I will cover these omissions in more detail in future episodes of this series, the scene we are covering today is the first snowflake in the eventual snowball that is Hagrid's character and plot changes. So stick around as I go through all the changes between this scene in the movie and its corresponding chapter in the book. We will get to see Hagrid's true temper, learn more about the letter from Hogwarts, and see how Harry learns about how he got his scar during this moment, not later on as shown in the movie. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 3 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I analyze your favorite fantasy franchises and compare the adaptations to the originals. This week, we're covering one scene of the movie in which Harry meets Hagrid, the Keeper of the Keys. This might be a short moment in the film, but it takes up a whole chapter in the book, as there is quite a bit of dialogue that is cut from the movie. So today, strap in as I uncover Hagrid's history, how he came to be such an important figure in the wizarding world, and most importantly, all the differences between this scene and the chapter. Typically, as you know, I would cover changes across 4 categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot, but today we really don't have any location or timeline differences, so I will only be going over a couple of character changes and then of course the many plot changes to this scene. But first, let's kick things off with a brief refresher of what happens during this scene in the movie. Last week, we left off with Harry counting down the seconds until his birthday, and as soon as the clock strikes midnight, there is a loud bang on the door outside. Seeing as they're on a rock in the middle of the sea during a raging storm, this freaks out all the inhabitants of the shack. Suddenly, the door comes off its hinges and slams down to the ground, and a large man ducks down to fit through the door. Mr. Dursley demands that he leaves, but the giant hairy man walks over and bends the barrel of the shotgun Vernon is holding and says, "Dry up, Dursley, you great prune." Vernon fires the gun, but it only hits the ceiling since the barrel is bent. The giant man then walks over to Dudley, thinking that it's Harry, but he quickly finds out who the real Harry is as he steps out from behind the fireplace. The man presents Harry with a cake that says happy birthday and then plops down on the couch in front of the fire and uses his umbrella to send flames into the fireplace. Everyone watches in shock at what just happened, and Harry asks the man who he is. He replies that his name is Rubeus Hagrid, and he is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. After realizing that Harry doesn't know what Hogwarts is, or what he is, Hagrid says the famous line of, "You're a wizard, Harry." Harry is of course shocked and confused, denying that he could be a wizard, but Hagrid convinces him by asking if he's ever made something strange happen when he's angry or scared. Harry realizes that Hagrid is right, and Hagrid hands him his letter from Hogwarts that his uncle and aunt have been keeping away from him for so long. Harry reads the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and finally Vernon speaks up saying that he won't allow Harry to go. We then get a little bit of context from Petunia about her sister Lily, and she ends it by saying how Lily and her husband got blown up, which comes as a big surprise to Harry. Mr. Dursley then insists that Harry will not be going, and he insults Albus Dumbledore, which, as you know, is a big no-no in front of Hagrid. In retaliation, Hagrid causes Dudley, who's eating Harry's cake at the moment, to grow a pig's tail, and the Dursleys run away upstairs in astonishment. Hagrid and Harry then head out the door, and Harry officially embarks on his journey into the wizarding world. Like I said before, there isn't much to cover as far as timeline and location, so both of those get a pass. This scene and its corresponding chapter both take place on this shack in the middle of the sea, and timeline-wise, there's nothing of note other than the book having this interaction be a little bit longer than what's shown in this scene. So let's jump right into character differences so that we can get to our plot changes. As mentioned, there aren't many characters missing. The people we see in the scene are obviously the Dursleys, Harry, and Hagrid, but in the book there are a few other people mentioned. The most notable person we get to hear the name of again is Minerva McGonagall, as she is the one who signed the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. But there are a few additional names that I won't mention specifically because they don't really get brought up again, but I wanted to mention the context for you. When Hagrid explains who Voldemort is, yes, he does that now, and we'll get to that in the plot changes, he mentions multiple wizarding families that Voldemort killed. I believe he names like 3 or 4. He does this while trying to explain that nobody survived once Voldemort decided to kill them. Nobody except Harry. Besides McGonagall and these few wizarding couples that Hagrid mentions, there aren't any other character differences in this chapter. So that means we can move on to the plot changes. As we go through these changes, I want to give some context to Hagrid's background, as it helps us better analyze and understand the thematic differences between J.K. Rowling's writings and the movie's take on events and characters. So before we jump into the present moment of this scene, let's quickly cover Hagrid's upbringing and how he ended up in his position at Hogwarts. Also, quick reminder that you can snag a free copy of the audiobook version of The Philosopher's Stone, or any other book you want, using my Audible link in the description. It will give you a free trial, no purchase necessary, and it supports the channel at the same time. Follow along with me as I do this series and enjoy the wizarding world in a whole new way by signing up for Audible today. Alright, back to the episode. Hagrid is half human and half giant, as his mother was the giantess Friedwolfa. His mother left his father and Hagrid at the early age of 3, and then his father passed away during Hagrid's second year at Hogwarts. As we know from the Chamber of Secrets, Hagrid took on a pet acromantula and eventually was expelled for it when Tom Riddle framed him for being the heir of Slytherin, who opened the Chamber of Secrets in 1943. By the way, you might now be thinking, Hagrid got expelled from Hogwarts in 1943? Yep, Hagrid was born in 1928, making him nearly 63 years old during this scene in the movie. Anyway, after his expulsion from the school, Dumbledore, who always believed him to be innocent, convinced the then headmaster Armando Dippet to keep Hagrid on at the school as a trainee for the position of groundskeeper. Hagrid, an orphan at this point, would have had nowhere else to go, and this was one of the first factors in his extreme loyalty towards Dumbledore. In a couple of years when he came of age, he took on the role of Keeper of Keys. This meant that he was responsible for the security of the gates and led students to and from the castle, which is why he leads the first years to the castle every year. After the death of the gamekeeper in 1968, Hagrid took on the position full-time, and a couple years later he joined the Order of the Phoenix during Voldemort's first reign of terror. That is how he got entrusted with the task of retrieving Harry in 1981. Of course, you know the rest from there, but that helps us understand a little more of who this integral character really is. He is a lovable, loyal, and brave character who suffers from a lack of education and an unfortunate framing by a young Lord Voldemort. And although we can easily view Dumbledore as Harry's primary primary mentor throughout the series, it is really Hagrid who is with Harry from the start, during each adventure, and with him even at the end as Voldemort has him carry Harry's thought-to-be-dead body into Hogwarts. J.K. Rowling herself notes Hagrid as one of the most central characters to the story, written on day one of creating the series. So this made me wonder, as I started this YouTube series, how would the book be different from this first encounter Harry has with a man who will become one of the most important people in his life? It had been a while since I read the book, so I figured they'd be quite similar, but boy was I wrong. That being said, let's dive into each difference between this scene and the chapter in the book, starting with Hagrid's entrance. First, Hagrid's entrance doesn't start as confrontational as shown in the movie, however, it does eventually get there. When he first comes into the shack, he goes to the couch, sits down, and asks for some tea. This is very typical Hagrid, starting out as friendly and assuming the best of everybody, but then getting upset when someone really puts him to it. Second, when he does bend the gun, it never actually gets fired as shown in the movie. In fact, Hagrid actually takes the gun out of Mr. Dursley's hands and ties the barrel in a knot, then tosses it in a corner. Next, Hagrid never mistakes Dudley for Harry. He also doesn't light a fire with his wand as clearly shown in the movie. He goes up to the fireplace, blocking the view of everyone watching, and when he backs away, there's suddenly a roaring fire there. Another change that has to do with that fire is that he doesn't immediately start the conversation with Harry, but actually digs through his many coat pockets and pulls out some sausages and a tea kettle and begins cooking. And speaking of his coat, the movie shows a rather normal coat with a couple of pockets, but the book describes the coat as essentially being entirely made up of pockets. And there's more than just a tea kettle, sausages, and a happy birthday cake in there. So next up in the movie, we have the moment of Hagrid saying, "You're a wizard, Harry." But a few things happen first in the book before this line is spoken. Hagrid asks Harry a series of questions to figure out how much he really knows. By asking numerous questions, he realizes Harry doesn't know a single thing. He doesn't know he's famous, he doesn't know what Hogwarts is, and he doesn't even know that he's a wizard and so were his parents. Hagrid then gets extremely angry at the Dursleys, as he said that he was warned he might have trouble picking Harry up from these people, but he never expected this level of insanity. Mr. Dursley then tells Hagrid that he forbids him from telling Harry anything, which only makes Hagrid more furious. And that is when he finally says, "You're a wizard, Harry," and hands him his letter from Hogwarts. Next up, Harry reads the full letter in the book, which is quite formal and is signed by Minerva McGonagall. Plus, before Harry can even give a clear answer, Hagrid pulls a real-life owl out of one of his coat pockets, along with a long quill and some paper, and he writes down that he and Harry will be going out soon to get his things for Hogwarts. He then gives the letter to the owl and tosses it out into the raging storm. Obviously, this surprises the Dursleys and Harry. So far, I think you can tell that we're getting a feel for who this giant man is, and also getting our first glimpse at some of the wizarding world, which includes these owls delivering letters. One moment Hagrid is nice and asking for tea, the next he's bending the barrel of a shotgun and yelling at Mr. Dursley, and then the next he's answering Harry's letter for him without even asking Harry what he wants to do. It's all very Hagrid. The next notable change is in regards to Hagrid's account of Harry's origin story, which the movie saves for after Harry's trip through Diagon Alley. But in the book, Hagrid fills Harry in on who he is right from the start. After Aunt Petunia goes on her tangent about her sister and how they got blown up, and Harry is shocked by this revelation of his parents' death, he asks Hagrid what really happened. Hagrid is hesitant, but then he explains who Voldemort was, all the people he killed, and how Harry is the only one who ever survived an attack from him. We also get another taste of how epic Dumbledore must be, because Hagrid mentions that Hogwarts was the only safe place during those dark days, and Dumbledore was the only person Voldemort ever feared. The next change is a much smaller one, which is that Dudley never eats the cake. In fact, earlier on when Hagrid was making sausages, Vernon tells Dudley that he's not allowed to eat anything that man makes. But we'll still get the moment of Vernon insulting Dumbledore, Hagrid getting angry, and Dudley growing a pig's tail. The only change is that Hagrid tells Harry he messed up the spell, as he meant to turn Dudley into a pig entirely, not just give him a tail. Just like in the movie, he asks Harry not to tell anyone, but unlike in the movie, Harry asks him why he can't do magic. We actually learn in this moment of the book that Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts, and he tells Harry that they snapped his wand. But when Harry asks why, Hagrid refuses to go any further. Of course, we get the answer in the next book, but for now, this is where our changes end. I realize as I'm going through these differences that it's hard to explain the temperament changes between movie Hagrid and book Hagrid. In the movie, he is definitely portrayed as a lovable oaf of sorts, whereas in the book, he has a lot more back and forth dialogue with Vernon, fueled by his anger about the situation. You can tell that he cares deeply for Harry, even though he hasn't been involved in his life. probably because he was the one who dropped Harry off those many years ago, and because he would have been close with Harry's parents. But either way, the Hagrid we get in the books is quick-tempered and loyal to a fault, not just some mushy giant with a love for strange creatures. So what do you think about these changes? Do you agree with how they portrayed Hagrid in the movie compared to the books? I'd love to hear your thoughts below in the comment section, and make sure to like and subscribe to support this series and stay up to date with each release. As always, have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. For the longest time in the Harry Potter series, Voldemort is a formless entity that is a boogeyman of sorts to Harry. And although he is the ultimate bad guy at the end of each book, Harry's formative first year at Hogwarts has a more present antagonist, Draco Malfoy. Draco is one of the most essential characters in the world of Harry Potter, and he offers a balance of evil to the good that Harry brings to the wizarding world. But the movies leave out a crucial bit of context that paints Draco as much more than a simple school bully. After all, Crabbe and Goyle have cornered that market already. No, Draco in the books is showcased as way more of a product of his family, and we learn about his true beliefs and ideology straight from Harry's first meeting with him in Diagon Alley. That's right, you heard me, Diagon Alley. Surprised? Well, if you've read the books, you'll recall that Harry doesn't meet Draco for the first time at Hogwarts, but rather while getting his school robes in Diagon Alley. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I cover every Harry Potter movie scene by scene and compare it to the original lore of J.K. Rowling's books. Today, we're in episode 4 of this series, and we've made it to Diagon Alley. We'll discover every change between the Philosopher's Stone book and movie in regards to Harry's time at Gringotts and his shopping for school supplies during his first entry into the wizarding world. This is a critical episode, as there are over a dozen differences between the book and the movie, the most important being the omission of Harry's first meeting with Draco Malfoy. As always, I'll cover the changes across 4 categories, which are characters, timeline, location, and plot. And as we go along, I'll offer critical pieces of context to help you better understand the wizarding world and the changes between what you get in the movies versus the books. Before we jump into the changes, let's refresh our memory on what happens during this scene in the movie. We left off last week with Hagrid telling Harry that he is a wizard, so let's pick up this next scene as Harry and Hagrid are walking through the streets of London. Harry is reviewing his letter from Hogwarts and sees that he needs multiple items for school. He asks Hagrid if he can find these crazy items in London, and Hagrid says if you know where to look. They come upon the Leaky Cauldron, and upon entering, the innkeeper, Tom, recognizes Harry Potter. A few people greet him and welcome him back to the wizarding world, and Harry is of course confused about how people know his name. He then meets Professor Quirrell for the first time, but Hagrid keeps him moving along to the back of the pub, which is the entrance to Diagon Alley. After entering the street, they head to Gringotts, which Hagrid tells Harry is the safest place, excluding Hogwarts. They go into Gringotts and get some money out of Harry's vault, and Harry is very surprised that his parents left him anything, and it is more money than he has ever seen in his entire life, as the Dursleys have never given him anything. Before leaving, they stop at Vault 713 so Hagrid can retrieve something out of it on Dumbledore's orders. He tells Harry not to mention anything about it to anyone, and Harry agrees but remembers this odd visit to the vault. We then cut to the two of them holding multiple packages, which we can assume are Harry's school items, as they walk through the streets of Diagon Alley. He says the last thing on his list is a wand, and Hagrid tells him to head to Ollivander's while he goes and runs an errand of his own. Harry goes into Ollivander's and tries out a few wands until the right one chooses him. Mr. Ollivander then tells him the oddity of that wand choosing him, as its twin, which shares the same phoenix feather, belongs to Voldemort. Right at this moment, Hagrid shouts happy birthday to Harry from outside the window, and Harry can see that he's holding a white owl that we of course know as Hedwig. Finally, we cut to Hagrid and Harry eating in the Leaky Cauldron, and Harry asks Hagrid why he is famous, and Hagrid explains the story of what happened the night that he got his scar. And that's where we'll stop for this week. Once again, I must say that I was surprised at just how much is left out or changed from this moment in the book. It's almost like an entirely different story. But before I jump into the differences, I need to clarify one thing. Throughout this whole series, I'm going to be using the theatrical version of the films, not the extended editions. Yes, there are extended editions. I don't know if I was just living under a rock or if you're in the same boat as me right now, because when I found out that there were extended versions of the movies, I was shocked. However, after some research, I found out that the extended editions can only be viewed in some countries or on TV programming, and they aren't readily accessible to everyone. So because I'm guessing that 99% of you have only seen the theatrical versions, I'm going to stick to those while comparing the books and the movies. Anyway, that being said, let's head into our first category of characters. The characters we see in these scenes include, but are not limited to, Harry, Hagrid, Mr. Ollivander, Tom from the Leaky Cauldron, Voldemort, Professor Quirrell, and Griphook. There are some others that shake Harry's hand in the pub, but I won't go into all of them. The characters that are missing from these scenes, but are mentioned or have dialogue in the book, are Draco Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge, Bathilda Bagshot, Newt Scamander, Daedalus Diggle, and Madame Malkin. There are a few other authors of textbooks that are named, but I only included Bathilda Bagshot and Newt Scamander as those are the most recognizable names in the overall stories of the Wizarding world. As for Draco, we'll get into his involvement in this chapter during the plot changes, so make sure to stick around. Now, onto the location changes. There are only a couple of small alterations. First, Hagrid and Harry start this chapter of the book still in the hut on the sea, as they only depart to London the morning after Hagrid shows up to get Harry. Second, Harry and Hagrid take a train to London, and there is quite a bit of dialogue in this setting. This kind of ties into the only timeline issue, as a decent amount of the conversation and world building happens during the travels from the hut to the Leaky Cauldron. We'll get more into these differences in the plot changes, but Hagrid makes a point of not being able to use magic now that he has Harry, and so they can't just apparate, fly, or use the Floo network to get to Diagon Alley. So the book displays this journey and doesn't just skip there like we see in the movie. Now that we've gone over our character, location, and timeline changes, let's head into our final category of plot differences. As always, I'll try to keep these in chronological order, but just a heads up that a lot of our analysis today is going to dive into much needed context that is missing from the movie. This week there are still a lot of changes, but more than that, there are a lot of parts that are just missing entirely. Also, make sure to check out the description to claim your free trial of Audible and claim your free copy of the Sorcerer's Stone today so that you can listen along with me each week as I go through the series. It's totally free and it supports the channel at the same time. Now, back to the changes. First up, as mentioned in the location differences, Harry and Hagrid spend the night in the hut on the sea. They don't leave that same night like shown in the movies. Also, when Harry wakes up that morning, an owl is flying outside the window trying to get in, and after Harry lets it inside, it takes a newspaper to Hagrid and then starts attacking his jacket. Hagrid tells Harry that it wants paid and to grab some money out of his pocket as Hagrid is still half asleep. Harry has to fish through many of his pockets before finding the money and then pays the owl and it flies off. This is introducing a couple of things to Harry. Once again, he is seeing owls delivering things, and on top of that, he is now being introduced to wizarding money. This prompts another change, which is that at this moment, Harry tells Hagrid he has no money. In the movie, Harry says this when they're in Diagon Alley already. Hagrid tells Harry that he does have money, but it's in Gringotts Bank, the safest place on Earth besides Hogwarts, of course. Hagrid also starts mentioning how he has to go to Gringotts anyway to pick up something for Dumbledore, and he brags a little bit about how Dumbledore trusts him with important tasks like that. Now, we have a string of changes that are more so contextual bits about the story than changes the film made. First, Hagrid and Harry take the boat the Dursleys used to get on the island to get off. Hagrid tells Harry that he's not allowed to use magic now that he has him, but ultimately uses a bit of magic to make the boat paddle itself to get across the water, as long as Harry promises not to tell anyone. Next, as they are crossing, Harry notices that Hagrid is reading the newspaper that the owl delivered. He notices it is a wizarding newspaper and it mentions something about the Minister of Magic. This makes Harry ask Hagrid about the wizarding ministry, and Hagrid says that Dumbledore has been asked multiple times to be the Minister of Magic, but has turned down the role. Now they're stuck with Cornelius Fudge, who sends Dumbledore letters almost every day asking for advice. Of course, we know that Fudge plays a larger role in the series later on, but the Sorcerer's Stone movie completely leaves him out. I like this little addition because it continues to build out the wizarding world, and on top of that, it reinforces how important Dumbledore is, not just to Hogwarts, but to all wizards across the world. Another interesting change from the book is in regard to Hagrid's love of dragons. While telling Harry about Gringotts, he mentions that dragons guard some of the lower vaults. Later on, while they're on their way to London, Harry brings back up the topic, as he is fascinated that dragons even exist. And Hagrid says that yes, it's rumored dragons guard the vaults at Gringotts, although no one has confirmed it. He then tells Harry that he's always wanted a dragon. If this sounds familiar, it's because there is a slight plot hole in the movies surrounding this moment. Later on in the film, when Harry, Ron, and Hermione are discussing Hagrid's dragon, Harry tells the other two that Hagrid told him he wanted a dragon the first time they met. We are left thinking that this is simply an off-screen moment to fill the plot, but in the book, this is an actual callback to a moment he has with Hagrid that we just discussed. Plus, the even crazier part is that they did film this scene, but they cut it out of the regular version, and it's only in the extended edition. I just found this out while researching for this episode and thought it was strange that they removed this extended scene, as it would have given context to Harry's later statement. Anyway, moving on to the next change, Harry's list of school items is much longer in the book. Plus, the letter lists out that first years are not allowed to have brooms at school. This is omitted from the films and gets brought up later by Draco Malfoy, which we'll get to in a moment. It also emphasizes the enormity possibility of McGonagall making Harry a seeker and giving him a broom later in the movie. Finally, Harry and Hagrid get to the Leaky Cauldron. This isn't a change, but rather an interesting fact about this location, which is that it's in the middle of London, however, it cannot be seen by Muggles. Only wizards know what it is, and that is why the sign slowly reveals itself as Hagrid and Harry get closer to it in the movie. Now for the changes inside the Leaky Cauldron, we have just a couple. First, Harry greets every single person in the pub. Obviously, this would have taken way too long in the movie, so they shorten it to just a handful of people. Second, Professor Quirrell isn't wearing a turban at this moment when he meets Harry. He only gets the turban after he attempts to rob the vault at Gringotts. And speaking of Gringotts, let's cover those changes and then dive into Draco's first encounter with Harry. First, Griphook is named in the book, whereas in the movie it's just an anonymous goblin, until the Deathly Hallows of course, when they kind of retcon that moment. Second, when Griphook unlocks Vault 713, the door simply vanishes, and Griphook tells them that if anyone tried to unlock it who wasn't a Gringotts goblin, they would have been sucked inside the vault and trapped. Harry then asks him how often they check inside to see if someone's been caught, and Griphook says every 10 years, making Harry nervous that there might be a dead body in the vault. In the movie, Griphook simply slides his finger down the door, and then it opens like a normal door instead of vanishing. This is once again another magical moment that the movie seemed to cut due to not wanting to pay for effects, I guess? Anyway, let's discuss Harry's first encounter with Draco Malfoy. Harry has gone around shopping in Diagon Alley, and eventually he needs to get his school robes. So Hagrid has him go into a shop called Madame Malkin's, and then says that he needs to go have a drink after that nauseating ride through Gringotts. So Harry goes inside of Madame Malkin's and sees that another boy is already having his robe fitting. Madame Malkin has Harry stand on the pedestal next to the boy, and this is where the character development of our secondary antagonist begins. The boy next to Harry is, of course, Draco Malfoy. He begins talking to Harry and asks if he's also a Hogwarts student. Harry answers yes, but Draco ignores it and rambles on about how it's ridiculous that the school has banned first years owning a broom, and says that he'll probably bully his father into buying him one and then find out a way to smuggle it into school. Already, Harry can tell that he doesn't like this boy and notes that he reminds him of Dudley. Draco then asks Harry if he has a broom at home and if he plays Quidditch, and Harry of course says no to both of these questions, not even knowing what Quidditch is in the first place. Of course, Draco being Draco doesn't really take heed of Harry answering the questions, but rather just goes on talking about himself and how his father says it will be a crime if he doesn't make the house team at Hogwarts. So before I move on to the rest of the conversation, let's just discuss what we've heard so far. We have found out that this boy comes from a wealthy family. He's entitled, and he is extremely egotistical and self-centered, as he has asked Harry multiple questions but barely waited for a reply before talking about himself some more. So far, normal school bully type behavior, right? Well, it's really this next part that separates Draco as a Death Eater in training and foreshadows his family's involvement in the Harry Potter series. While being fitted for his robes, Harry spots Hagrid outside the window waving at him as he holds a couple of ice cream cones. Draco notices this large man outside the window as well and insults him, but Harry says that he knows him and that his name is Hagrid. Draco mentions that he recognizes the name and says that his father has talked about a man that sleeps in a hut on the school grounds and gets drunk every once in a while. After this comment, Harry is really starting to dislike the boy, but his thoughts are interrupted as Draco continues by asking who Harry is with and if his parents are around. Harry bluntly replies that his parents are dead, and Draco doesn't seem to care much and simply asks if they were wizards as well. He mentions that he doesn't think the quote other kind, meaning Muggleborns, should be allowed in the school. Of course, although Harry is a wizard and so were his parents, he grew up like a Muggle, so this comment makes him like Draco even less than before. After commenting some more about how Muggles are the worst, Draco asks Harry what his surname is, but before Harry can answer, Madame Malkin says that he's finished with his fitting and he leaves the shop. Before we break down this encounter further, let's go over the last couple of changes in regard to these scenes. First, after the conversation with Draco, Harry asks Hagrid what the Hogwarts houses are, as well as what Quidditch is. Hagrid remarks that he keeps forgetting Harry was brought up in the Muggle world, and explains that Quidditch is the most popular wizarding sport in the world. He explains some of the positions and the game, which in the movie we don't get until Harry trains with Oliver Wood. Another small line change is that Hagrid says there wasn't a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. As you probably recall from the movies, this line is given to Ron after Draco is sorted into the Slytherin house. Next, Hagrid never separates from Harry to go get Hedwig. He tells Harry that he'll get him an animal as his birthday present, and then he says that he's allergic to cats and toads are out of fashion, which results in Harry going and choosing an owl, which we know as Hedwig. This is also a funny foreshadowing of Neville, as Hagrid says Harry would be laughed at if he showed up to school with a toad. And who shows up to school with a toad? Well, Neville. Anyway, the next change is that Hagrid and Harry both go into Ollivander's, and Mr. Ollivander starts out by recalling the wands that he sold to Harry's parents, as well as Voldemort's wand. He even goes up to Harry to look at his scar, saying that he sold the wand that gave it to Harry. He also asks Hagrid if he has used his wand, which we know has been snapped, and Hagrid says that he hasn't, but fidgets with his umbrella, which Harry notices. Another change is that Mr. Ollivander measures Harry's arm before finding him a wand. Additionally, when Harry finds the right wand, it shoots red sparks out of the end like a firework, unlike the general glowing effect we get in the movie. Now finally, the last change between the movie and the book for these scenes is the fact that Hagrid doesn't tell Harry about how he got his scar while they're eating in the leaky cauldron after shopping. As you might recall from last episode, Hagrid has already filled Harry in on this information when he picked him up from the hut in the sea. So now that we've covered every single change between these scenes and their corresponding chapter in the book, let's rewind and go back to the second half of Draco's one-sided conversation with Harry. This bit of dialogue is different from the start. It goes beyond regular school bully material, and we start to get a glimpse into Draco's foundational beliefs. We get to really see the impact that being raised by Voldemort's largest benefactor has on a child's ideology. Draco makes it clear that blood means everything to him, saying that Muggleborns shouldn't be allowed in school, and also asking Harry what his surname is. These things are just the tip of the iceberg that is the Death Eater philosophy. The movies seem to push this down quite a bit, as they want to keep a kid-friendly facade on what is really going to turn out as wizarding fascism. J.K. Rowling gives us a taste of this ideological chasm in the wizarding world right from book 1, which the movie completely omits. I understand their attempt to keep things age-appropriate and relevant, but even by the second film, Draco was calling people mudblood. However, from the book's perspective, he already had his finger on the proverbial trigger even as far back as his very first encounter with Harry. Ultimately, I really do think that Draco doesn't get enough credit in the first book and film as the main antagonist at school. More than being a bully, Draco is the embodiment of everything Voldemort built and believes, as he is essentially a direct clone of his father, Lucius. But since for much of the first few books, Death Eaters like Lucius and Voldemort himself are not physically at the school, Draco's character allowed J.K. Rowling to express this opposing side throughout each chapter. So what are your thoughts on these scenes and the changes made for the film? And more specifically, what do you think the movie got right or wrong about their portrayal of one of the most integral characters in the Harry Potter series? As always, be sure to go back and catch up on any episodes you might have missed, and make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. The first time that Harry meets Ron and Hermione in the Sorcerer's Stone movie is displayed in just a few short minutes. However, J.K. Rowling devotes a whole chapter to these interactions that introduce key characters and themes, which will carry on throughout the entire series. Things like Hermione's strict and uptight rule following, Ron's fear of spiders, and Harry's readiness to defend his family and friends in a heartbeat are all on display during this chapter of the book. For those of you who haven't read the books or have forgotten this moment, this scene in the movie is drastically different from its corresponding chapter in the book. The creators of the film not only removed key moments and characters, but added things that are completely contradictory to one of our key characters' personality. For example, Hermione commits a wizarding crime the first time she meets Harry in the movie, whereas in the book, she is firmly the uptight, strict, rule-following know-it-all that Harry and Ron come to love throughout the series. Plus, Ron and Harry nearly throw hands with Draco and his goons while they're on the train, but thankfully, Scabbers saves the day. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 5 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is the series where I analyze the Harry Potter movies scene by scene and compare them to J.K. Rowling's original books. Today, we're covering the changes I mentioned and much more as Harry finds platform 9 3/4 and meets his future best friends on the Hogwarts Express. We'll discuss the conversations that the Weasley family has about Harry that he overhears while on the train, Hermione's real entry into the story, not the made-up version you get in the movie, and Draco's visit to Harry and Ron's compartment before they get to Hogwarts. As always, I'll cover these changes across 4 categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. Per usual, before we get into the changes, we need to refresh our memory on how the movie portrays these events. So let's recap what happens during this scene in the movie. We start with Hagrid dropping Harry off at King's Cross Station and handing him his ticket. Harry is confused because the ticket says platform 9 3/4, but Hagrid disappears before Harry can ask him about it. Harry heads to platforms 9 and 10 and asks for help, but eventually overhears a family walking by talking about muggles. Recognizing this unique wizarding word, Harry makes his way over to them and witnesses one of the children walk directly into a brick pillar and disappear. Harry then asks the mother of this family how to get onto the platform, and she helps him get through, saying that it's her son's first time as well. After getting onto the platform, Harry boards the train, and the boy he met outside asks if he can join his compartment. He introduces himself as Ron, and then is shocked to find out that he is meeting Harry Potter. Harry ends up ordering a whole boatload of candies and snacks from the trolley, and the two boys share them. Harry tries a candy called a chocolate frog, which jumps away, but the collecting card on the inside is Albus Dumbledore, and Harry is fascinated that the man in the picture left the frame. Ron then asks Harry if he wants to see him try to turn his rat yellow, and Harry excitedly says yes. But before Ron can perform the magic, a girl comes to their compartment door. She says that a boy named Neville has lost his toad and asks if they've seen it. Then she notices Ron's wand out and prods him to do the magic. The spell doesn't work, obviously, and she says that she's practiced some magic too and performs a spell on Harry that repairs his glasses. Ron and Harry are amazed, but annoyed as the girl has insulted Ron's performance, and then tells them they better get on their school robes as she thinks they'll be at Hogwarts soon. She starts to leave and then turns back to tell Ron that he has something on his nose, and then she departs. And this is where the scene ends and our analysis begins. Let's start by going over all the character changes, and this week there are quite a few. The movie shows us our standard cast, which includes Hagrid, Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys, plus we get to see Dumbledore in his photo, and Neville is mentioned by name. As for characters we miss in this scene, we don't see Draco Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, and Lee Jordan. Additionally, Neville is actually in the flesh in this chapter, which we'll get more into in the plot changes. There are also a few extra witches and wizards named while Harry is going through multiple chocolate frog collecting cards, but I won't go through all of their names. And lastly, Nicholas Flamel is mentioned, which we know plays a larger role in the story. In the movie, we don't hear Flamel until much later, but in the book, he is noted on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card. Pretty much what we hear Hermione read from a book later in the movie is what is said on the card about Nicholas Flamel. The card simply mentions that one of Dumbledore's most notable achievements is his work with Flamel on the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life. Now onto the location and timeline changes. They kind of go hand in hand, so I'll address them together. In the book, as I mentioned last week, Hagrid doesn't drop Harry off at King's Cross. Harry's birthday is July 31st, and the Hogwarts Express doesn't depart until September 1st. So as for timeline, we're missing the whole month of August in the movie. And as for location, Harry stays with the Dursleys, who are now very upset at and scared of Harry. This segues perfectly into our first plot change, so let's go ahead and get those going. Real quick, I just want to remind you that if you want to follow along each week with me as I do this series, you can go down in the video description and use my link to claim your free audiobook on Audible. You can enjoy these books along with me and support the channel at the same time. Alright, onto the changes. First up, as I just mentioned, Hagrid doesn't accompany Harry to King's Cross. He simply gives Harry his ticket in July and then tells him to be at the platform on September 1st, which then plays into the next change of Harry being with the Dursleys for the month of August. The chapter opens by describing his uneventful time that he spends mostly reading his textbooks for school. The Dursleys essentially ignore him all of August, which he says is great, but also really depressing because he feels like he doesn't exist. Fun fact, Hedwig actually gets her name from Harry's History of Magic textbook, which is a detail left out of the movie. Next, the movie omits the moment Harry asks his uncle to give him a lift to King's Cross on September 1st. Vernon makes a snide remark that it is strange that a wizarding school uses a train and not a magical item of some sort to transport students. He asks Harry where he's supposed to go, and Harry reads his ticket and tells him that the train is at platform 9 3/4. Vernon says that that is rubbish and then almost gets excited about this chance to humiliate Harry. He tells him that he'll be taking him to King's Cross, and we can tell that Vernon is loving the thought of Harry walking around the station looking for a platform that doesn't exist. A little bit of an aside, he says that he is heading to London anyway, or else he wouldn't have taken Harry, and Harry asks why he's going to London. Vernon replies that he is taking Dudley to the doctor to get the pig's tail removed. I think it's funny to think that even a month later, Dudley still has a pig's tail from Hagrid's spell. Next, we come to the moment that Harry is dropped off at the train station. Mr. Dursley wheels Harry's cart and luggage in for him, which Harry notes as oddly helpful. Then, once they reach platforms 9 and 10, Vernon says have a good term and then leaves. Harry then watches as the laughing Dursley trio drives away. The next change is in regards to Harry's interaction with the Weasleys. Although the movie pretty much copy-pastes from the book the moment that Harry asks Mrs. Weasley how to get onto the platform, it's the next section that the movie omits. When Harry is trying to get his luggage into the train, Fred and George help him get his trunk into the compartment. They see his scar and realize realize that he is Harry Potter. Harry then sits down in the compartment and sees the Weasleys just outside the window. Mrs. Weasley tries to wipe something off of Ron's nose, but he resists. Percy comes out and says that he has to go to the prefect area, and Fred and George make fun of him per usual. Then he hears Fred and George tell Mrs. Weasley and the rest of them that they met Harry Potter, and Ginny asks if she can go on the train and see him again. Mrs. Weasley then defends Harry, saying that he isn't something that you goggle at the zoo. The twins mention that he really does have a lightning scar, and then wonder if Harry remembers what Voldemort looks like. Mrs. Weasley then becomes very stern and says that she forbids them to ask Harry anything about that night. Next, Ron boards the train and comes to Harry's compartment asking if he can join. Fred and George then stop by and mention to Ron that Lee Jordan has a spider they're going to see, and Ron becomes squeamish and doesn't join them. As you can tell, this is already preparing us for Ron's fear of spiders. Before the twins leave, they introduce themselves to Harry, which then sparks conversation between Ron and Harry, as Ron says that he thought Fred and George were joking about Harry Potter being on the train. This is a slight change from the movie, as in this scene, it seems like Ron is completely shocked at Harry Potter being there, but in the book, he would have already learned that the boy they helped get onto the platform was Harry. Next, the movie removes a massive amount of dialogue between Ron and Harry. They almost instantly become friends. The boys bond over their mutual interest in each other. Harry is interested in learning about Ron's all-wizard family, and Ron is fascinated by Harry being raised by Muggles and his origin story. We also learn Ron has 5 brothers, and he mentions that he's under a lot of pressure, as all of his older brothers have accomplished something, like prefect, head boy, or captain of the Quidditch team. He mentions that he gets nothing new, including his pet rat, which he pulls out and shows Harry. After Ron shares too much about how his family is poor, he goes red and stops talking. But Harry comforts him by telling him all about how he hadn't ever had money and got everything only after Dudley was done with it. Another small change is that the chocolate frog never jumps away from Harry in the book. In fact, it really doesn't mention the frog moving at all. But we do get that extra tidbit from Dumbledore on the collector's card. In the movie, it's a brief moment, but in the book, like I mentioned earlier, we learn what is written on the card, and lo and behold, the card mentions one of Dumbledore's notable achievements, being his work with Nicholas Flamel. After Harry and Ron have spent some time bonding over candy and snacks, a boy opens up the compartment door and asks them if they've seen a toad. He is nearly crying, and we learn that this is Neville. Of course, in the movie, we don't see Neville, but just hear about him from Hermione, and we'll get to that moment in just a minute. After Neville leaves, Ron mentions that if he had a toad, he would try to lose it as soon as possible, but then quickly follows up this comment by saying he doesn't have much room to talk as he brought Scabbers, who is pretty pathetic. This prompts him to try and turn Scabbers yellow, but before he can, Neville returns with a girl. This, of course, is Hermione, as she is trying to help Neville find his toad. We very quickly learn that she is a fast talker, as she goes on and on about magic and school and books. You pretty much know exactly what this character is all about within 10 seconds of her showing up on the page. Hermione actually introduces herself in this moment, and when Harry introduces himself to her, she says that she knows all about him because he's in multiple extra books that she's picked up for background reading on the history of the wizarding world. Harry, who is still getting used to his fame, is surprised to learn that he's in history books. Hermione asks if they know what house they'll be in and says that she'd like to be in Gryffindor, but would be fine with Ravenclaw as well. Then after she leaves, Ron says, whatever house she's in, I hope I'm not in it. And now we come to a crazy change that they made for the movie, one that still doesn't seem to have an explanation amongst fans. This is actually an addition that the filmmakers made to the moment when Hermione meets Harry. In the book, it's a relatively normal moment, as I previously described, but in the movie, after Hermione witnesses Ron's failed spell, she goes up to Harry and repairs his glasses. What's so crazy about this? Well, if you recall from pretty much every other Harry Potter movie, they put a massive emphasis on the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. This law states that young witches and wizards are not allowed to use magic outside of school. Hermione, being the massive rule follower that she is, should have known better than to perform magic for fear of getting expelled. Even later in the series, she reprimands Harry for blowing up Vernon's sister Marge, which she says could have gotten him expelled. It's this brief moment in the movie that helps us as the viewer understand Hermione's character a bit more. She's an overachiever and can already perform magic at a young age, but technically, this would have been illegal. Anyway, let's move on to our last couple of changes, which gets us into Ron and Harry's confrontation with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle. Before this moment with Draco, however, Harry asks Ron what his brothers do, as he is curious what jobs wizards get after school. Ron mentions one of his brothers works for Gringotts, and then says that one of the high security vaults was broken into. In the movie, we don't learn about this break-in until much later. Now finally, let's discuss a crucial exchange between Ron, Harry, and Draco that the filmmakers filmmakers once again decided to cut, saving Draco's entry into the movies for the steps of Hogwarts. In the book, Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle visit Harry's compartment before they get to Hogwarts. Ron and Harry are discussing Quidditch, as Ron is shocked that Harry doesn't know about the sport and is desperate to fill Harry in on his favorite teams and what the sport's all about. At this moment, the compartment door opens up and Draco is standing there with his goons. Draco's interaction with Harry here is almost copy and pasted to what the movie shows once they get to Hogwarts. Just like in the movie, Harry declines Draco's hand in friendship, but it happens here in the train. The only difference is that after Harry declines Draco, Draco insults Harry's parents, the Weasleys, and Hagrid. Ron and Harry stand up to fight, and as Goyle reaches to take some of their food, Scabbers comes to the rescue and bites him, causing all three boys to run off. Then Hermione walks up asking what all the commotion was, and she tells them they better get their robes on as they're almost to Hogwarts. As they're getting dressed, Ron and Harry talk about the Malfoys, and Ron says that his dad has mentioned how they were the first to come back to our side after Voldemort disappeared, claiming that they had been bewitched, but Ron's dad doesn't believe it. This moment is a clear indication of Harry and Ron's bond from the get-go, and Harry's bravery and similarity to his father's school days. Harry is a peacemaker and minds his own business until his parents or friends are brought into the mix. Harry is the kind of boy who has learned to take a physical and emotional beating without saying a word, but as soon as you insult the ones he loves, he's gonna come for your neck. Thankfully, Ron and Harry don't get in trouble at all because of this, as the only fighting that occurs is thanks to Scabbers coming to the rescue. If only Scabbers wasn't a murderous traitor, he could have been such a good pet. Anyway, that wraps up this week's episode, and I want to hear your thoughts on these scenes in the comments below. Do you agree with the filmmaker's portrayal of our main trio, or would you have preferred a more extended version of these events? As always, have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is one of the most iconic moments in a first year's life at the school, and the sorting hat itself is an integral part of the Harry Potter series as a whole. But if you have read the books, you'll know that the sorting hat, as well as the ceremony and Harry's first arrival at Hogwarts, is entirely different in the movie than what we get in the books. Everything from the sorting hat song to the introduction of key characters like the ghosts and Peeves are omitted from the film completely. But these elements help build out the world, and more specifically Hogwarts, which is the central location of the series. So today I wanted to take a look at each change made to this special moment in Harry's journey and analyze why these crucial moments were left out. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 6 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the series where I take you through the Wizarding world, movie by movie, scene by scene, and compare it to J.K. Rowling's original text. Today we are finally getting into Harry's arrival at Hogwarts and the sorting ceremony. There are over a dozen changes in this scene, which include crucial bits of world building and character development that sadly got cut from the movie. So buckle up, as today we dive into every change between this scene and its corresponding chapter in the book. As always, I'll cover the changes across 4 categories, which are characters, timeline, location, and plot. And before we get to the changes, we of course need to refresh our memory on what happens in this scene of the movie. So let's pick up from where we left off last week, with Ron and Harry stepping off the Hogwarts Express. Hagrid collects the first year students and they get into boats which take them across the lake to Hogwarts. We then see them heading up some stairs and getting stopped at the top by Professor McGonagall, who leaves them for a moment before retrieving them for the sorting ceremony. A boy near Harry takes this opportunity to stand up and introduce himself. He offers his hand in friendship to Harry, but only after insulting Ron, which rubs Harry the wrong way, and he declines Draco's offer. McGonagall shows back up at this moment and leads the first years into the Great Hall. We then hear Hermione telling one of the other students that the ceiling is bewitched to look like the sky, which she learned in the book Hogwarts: A History. Dumbledore gets up and gives a couple start-of-term notices about the Dark Forest and a corridor that's off-limits. The students then go to the front of the hall, and while everyone's watching, they proceed with getting sorted. Hermione gets into Gryffindor, Draco into Slytherin, and so on. After Draco gets sorted, Ron mutters to Harry that there's not a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. Eventually, Ron gets into Gryffindor as well, and then Harry has his turn. Although the Sorting Hat believes Harry would be good in Slytherin, Harry advocates for himself to go into Gryffindor, as he knows that Slytherin isn't all that great, and frankly, he would like to be with Ron. Eventually, the Hat agrees to put him in Gryffindor, and the whole house table erupts with joy. And then they have their feast. We briefly see the ghosts flying around and get introduced to Sir Nicholas, and we overhear Seamus Finnegan telling those around him about how he's half muggle, half wizard. Harry then asks Percy who the professor sitting next to Quirrell is, and Percy tells him that it's Snape, who teaches potions, but he's been after the dark arts job for years. Harry was curious because it seems like Snape has been staring at him while conversing with Quirrell. Plus, Harry's scar hurt for the first time while Snape was looking at him. a plot point that is important to remember for the rest of the movies and series. Finally, after the feast ends, Percy leads the first years to the Gryffindor common room and dorms, and Harry sits by his bed looking out the window, and seemingly thinking about how his life has changed so much over the last month. And this is where the scene fades away. So although this is only just a few minutes in the movie, the corresponding chapter in the book packs a lot bigger of a punch in terms of lore and world building. Before we jump into character changes, I just want to remind you that I can't get into every single bit of dialogue in this video, so if you want to read along with me and dive back into the wizarding world in a whole new way, use my link in the description to get a free trial of Audible. This will get you one free audiobook, so I'd encourage you to grab a copy of The Philosopher's Stone for free on Audible and follow along with me each week. Plus, it supports the channel at the same time, so it's a win-win. Alright, on to the changes. First, let's look at which characters we see and which ones are missing. As for the characters included, there are too many to name off individually, but just to summarize, we've got the Golden Trio, their classmates that we see throughout the rest of the series, the professors of Hogwarts, and the ghosts. As for characters not included, there's actually only one, and that is Peeves. This is crazy because Peeves is almost a main character throughout Harry's time at Hogwarts. The amount of times he plays a role in the actual plot is insane, so removing him from the films is a bit crazy. Personally, I think they just didn't want to handle the special effects involved with creating this character and consistently having him in shots, but it was probably also just a time constraint as well. Before we leave the character section, I do want to mention that some of the descriptions of characters are not accurate, specifically with the ghosts. For example, the Bloody Baron is nothing like what is shown in the movie. They almost show him as a silly character flying around, but in the book he is very serious and a scary ghost who is covered in blood. Plus, he's the only one that Peeves is afraid of and listens to. So some of their portrayal of these ghosts doesn't really line up with the book. I guess this goes back to the whole thing about it being a kids movie to start, and maybe they didn't want to go too far down the scary path in the beginning. Of course, as the series progresses, they don't shy away from this, but in the beginning, they definitely made things more silly or goofy. Another small change is that Percy Weasley actually wears glasses in the book, but in the movie he never does. Now, as for the timeline changes, it's an easy one this week because there are none, so that gets a pass. But our location category does have a few small differences. First, Hagrid takes the first years to the front door of the castle, and after knocking, McGonagall lets them in and takes them from there. In the movie, we just see them walking through the castle before coming upon McGonagall on some stairs. Next, McGonagall takes them to a chamber beside the Great Hall before they get sorted. We'll cover what happens in this room during our plot changes, but this is omitted from the film. So now that we've gone over our character, timeline, and location changes, let's dive into the many plot changes between this scene and its corresponding chapter in the book. Again, I can't go over every single line of dialogue, but if there's a noticeable change, I'll try my best to point it out. Most of today will be covering moments from the book that are completely removed from the movie. So let's start off with change number 1, which is Trevor the Toad. In the movie, Trevor is found on the steps of Hogwarts in front of McGonagall, but in the book, Hagrid actually spots Trevor on one of the boats that the first years take to the castle, and gives him back to Neville. Next, as I just mentioned in the location changes, Hagrid actually takes them to the door of Hogwarts and knocks, and McGonagall opens to take them inside. In the movie, I'm not really sure how any of them would have known where to go because Hagrid isn't with them and they just somehow know exactly which hallways and staircases to take to get to where McGonagall is, even though none of the first years have ever been to the castle before. But anyway, after McGonagall takes them inside, she leads them to an offset chamber next to the Great Hall and leaves them there. While waiting for McGonagall to come back to get them for the sorting, Harry and the rest of the first years are nervous as they don't know how they'll be sorted. Ron says that Fred and George told him it would be painful, but he thinks that they were joking. Hermione is behind them rattling off all the spells she knows to a nearby student, and Harry is nervous as he doesn't know any spells at all and doesn't know if the sorting ceremony is a test in front of the whole school. In the movie, we get none of this preamble before they go into the hall. Another change before they head in for the sorting is when Draco meets Harry. If you've been watching this series so far, you'll know that Harry has actually met Draco twice before this point. First, anonymously in Madame Malkin's while getting school robes, and the second time was on the Hogwarts Express. The moment of Draco offering his hand in friendship to Harry in this scene is pretty much copied from what happens on the train. The only difference is that, as I mentioned last week, they end up getting into a fight and Scabbers saves the day. If you want to know more about that situation, go back and watch last week's episode. Finally, before heading into the Great Hall for the ceremony, we have the first real moment of the students seeing the ghosts of Hogwarts, which is changed for the film. While they are waiting in the chamber, all the ghosts stream in through the walls and are mid-conversation. Harry is obviously freaked out by this and overhears the Fat Friar telling one of the other ghosts that they should, quote, give him a second chance. The other ghost replies that Peeves, who must be the him the Fat Friar was speaking of, gives them all a bad name and he isn't even a ghost. Of course, we know who Peeves is, but the movies completely omit him. In the books, this is a funny little foreshadowing for Peeves' antics that Harry will witness and be a victim of throughout the rest of the series. Alright, so now we are to the sorting ceremony. First, we have probably the biggest change from the books and the change that got Potterheads upset all across the world, which is the Sorting Hat's song. You see, at the beginning of each school year before the Sorting Hat writes and sings a song that pertains to that year. We will experience more dismal songs later on in the series, but this year we get a pretty generic one in which the hat describes each of the 4 houses and what personalities tend to get sorted with each house. I really wish they would have included this, as it gives the Sorting Hat much more personality and sets the tone for the year, especially later on, which I'm excited to talk about in future episodes. Anyways, the next change is that in the book, the students are the ones who place the hat on their heads, whereas in the movie, McGonagall makes a point to say that she will place the hat on their heads. It's a small change, but a rather unnecessary one. Like, the book is very clear about this detail, but they do the opposite for the movie, and I'm not really sure why. Next, another small change is that McGonagall goes through the students in alphabetical order, but in the movie, it seems pretty random. Also, a funny side note is that when Neville gets sorted, he jumps off the stool with the sorting hat still on and runs to the Gryffindor table, and then embarrassingly has to get back up and take the hat back to McGonagall. Next, after the sorting, Dumbledore doesn't give his rules before the feast. In the book, these notices happen after they finished eating dessert. For some context, Dumbledore welcomes the students with a few words, which are nitwit, blubber, oddment, and tweak. Then he says thank you and sits down. Harry asks Percy if he's mad, and Percy replies that Dumbledore is a genius and the best wizard in the world, albeit a bit mad. It's then after dessert that Dumbledore gives the rules about the forest and the off-limits corridor. Next, while eating, Seamus is the one who asks Nick how he is nearly headless, not Hermione. We also learn from nearly headless Nick that Gryffindor has gone a long time without winning the House Cup. This gives us a little context for the antics that the trio gets into over the course of the school year, as the House Cup is one of the primary goals. In the book, Nick says that Slytherin has won 6 years straight and that the Bloody Baron has become nearly unbearable about it. Harry looks over at the Slytherin table and sees the ghost, and then they ask Nick how he got bloody, and Nick says that he's never bothered to ask. The next change is that the movie removes some context about Neville and his family, which is a common theme throughout all of the movies. While they're eating desserts, the students discuss their parents. Neville says that he was raised by his gran and that his family thought he wasn't magic for the longest time. His uncle would try to catch him off guard and force some magic out of him. Finally, when Neville was 8, his uncle was holding him outside of a window and then accidentally dropped him, and Neville finally used some magic to save himself. His family was so pleased, and then even more pleased when Neville got his letter from Hogwarts, as Neville says that his gran and family thought he might not be magic enough to come. This is the beginning of Neville's long character arc in the series, as the movies cut out a lot of this crucial character. But in the book, we learn a lot more about Neville and his family, and of course, his involvement in the prophecy. But let's get back to today's scene, because all of that will come way in the future. Next, the movie removes yet another song, which is the Hogwarts theme song. Before they leave the feast, Dumbledore has them sing this anthem. Of course, Dumbledore being Dumbledore, has everyone pick their own style and tune of singing the lyrics. So while everyone else finishes, the Weasley twins continue singing in a slow funeral march style, and Dumbledore waits for them to finish. Another moment that is omitted from the film is that while they're heading to the Gryffindor common room, the students are taunted by Peeves, and Percy Weasley gets him to go away by threatening to get the Bloody Baron. We aren't told why Peeves is afraid of the Baron, but this will be another recurring theme throughout the books, as Peeves is warded off by this threat to get the Baron time and time again. Finally, the last change is that Harry doesn't stay up after getting to their dorms. He is so tired that he falls asleep almost immediately. Then we get to learn a little bit about a dream he has. In his dream, he was wearing Quirrell's turban, which kept talking to him and telling him to transfer to Slytherin. Then he sees Malfoy laughing, and Malfoy then turns into Snape. This is another example of Harry's prophetic dreams, but it is almost easing us into them, as some of these moments are just regular dream things, not visions of Voldemort. But obviously, in regards to the talking turban, Harry is starting to see inside Voldemort's mind and doings. And as you know, this is a recurring theme throughout the entire series. Be sure to leave your thoughts in the comments below, and let me know if you think these changes were warranted for the movie. As always, be sure to go back and watch any episodes that you might have missed, and subscribe to stay tuned for new episodes coming out every every Sunday. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Snape's relationship with Harry Potter is a complex, tangled web of emotions that ultimately results in his mistreatment of Harry from day one at Hogwarts. But what we get in the movie isn't the full picture. While Harry's first potions class in the film shows a brief interaction of Snape attempting to humiliate Harry in front of the class, the book spends quite a few pages detailing this first interaction between these two characters. And this extends beyond just Harry and Snape's relationship as well. Harry's first week at Hogwarts in the Philosopher's Stone book is jam-packed with details about the school, its inhabitants, the classes, and it builds on crucial characters and relationships that will grow throughout the entire series. But because the movie had to cram the entire story into a couple of hours, they omit a massive amount of Harry's school year, especially this first week. We miss out on Harry's real interaction with Snape, which results in Gryffindor losing multiple house points, Neville giving himself boils after botching a potion, and descriptions of all of Harry's classes that he attends during the week, not just potions. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 7 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is the show where I analyze the Harry Potter films versus the books and point out all of the differences scene by scene. This week we are uncovering the start of Harry and Snape's feud that will last for years, and discovering the world of Hogwarts in a whole new way that the movie never shows. As always, I'll cover the changes across 4 major categories, which are characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, we need to refresh our memory on what takes place during this scene in the movie. By the way, because of how this chapter starts and ends, we'll kind of be dipping into the next scene slightly, but we'll talk more about that at the end of the plot changes. For now, let's pick up where we left off last week, with Harry getting sorted and getting situated in his dorm room. We pick up the next morning with Ron and Harry running down the empty halls of Hogwarts, obviously late for a class. They enter a classroom out of breath, and as the cat is the only one sitting at the teacher's desk, Ron mutters to Harry something about how he's glad McGonagall isn't there yet. The cat then leaps off the desk and transforms into Professor McGonagall, which surprises both of the boys. She reprimands them, and then they find their seats, and we cut to the next class. This time they are in potions, and Snape enters the room to begin his monologue about how there is no wand waving in his class, and how only a select few will understand the subtle science and magic of potions. As he is speaking, Harry takes notes, but Snape calls him out for supposedly not paying attention. He then goes up to Harry and asks him random potion-related questions, all of which Harry is unable to answer. He states that obviously fame isn't everything, which gets a couple of laughs from the Slytherin side of the class. Then we cut to the students eating in the Great Hall, and we get our first taste of Seamus's explosive tendencies. Then mail delivery comes, which prompts Harry to take Ron's delivery of the Daily Prophet and read up on the news. He sees that the cover story is about a break-in at Gringotts, and he notices that it happened the same day he and Hagrid were at the bank. And that is where we cut off for this week. I know this is kind of in the middle of things, but trust me, it will make sense why once we get to the plot changes, as there are quite a few alterations they made for this scene. So let's waste no time and get right into our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location changes. First up is characters. In this scene, we see a whole bunch of people. Throughout the series, you'll find that I won't have time to name each person, as there are dozens of students and professors, but here are the main ones that are included in this scene. We have Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Snape, and McGonagall. The people not included in the scene, but explicitly mentioned in the book, are Filch and Mrs. Norris, Professors Sprout, Binns, and Flitwick, and last but certainly not least, Hagrid. As for timeline changes, it really just comes down to Harry's narration of his first week at Hogwarts, of which we only get a very small piece. In the book, he goes over the whole week, what he did, the characters he interacted with, how he feels about things, etc. So the movie kind of skips over this first week, which in the book has a very clear start and finish. Lastly, we have location, which again goes back to the whole concept of skipping over Harry's whole week at school. All of Harry's other classes are left out. This includes, but is not limited to, charms, herbology, history of magic, and astronomy, which really gets cut from the entire series. So on that note, let's dive into what Harry's first week at Hogwarts was really all about, and head into the plot changes. Let me preface this by saying that I can't get into every exchange of dialogue in the entire chapter, because we'd be here for hours, but I'll try my best to note lines or moments that are impactful and omitted or changed for the film. If you want to relive these moments in a whole new way and learn what was really said, then I'd encourage you to scroll down to the video description and claim your free audiobook on Audible using my link. It supports the channel and it gets you a free audiobook, so it's a win-win. So let's start off with an account of Harry's general thoughts and encounters during his first week. The start of the chapter is essentially Harry filling us in on what he has experienced so far, so here's a rundown of the main points he hits in this part of the chapter. Keep in mind, each of these points are excluded from the film. First, we learn at the beginning of this chapter that kids would follow Harry around to see his scar and would snoop on him when they thought he wouldn't be looking. He also realizes how hard it is to find classes as the staircases in Hogwarts move, portraits change, doors need special treatment like tickling to open, and other crazy stuff like that, which you would kind of expect in a magic castle. Third, he encounters Peeves quite a bit as the poltergeist enjoyed picking on first years. Harry says that he would drop trash on your head or play tricks on you while you walked around the halls, which often led to you being late to class. Fourth, Harry realizes that nobody likes Filch, and for good reason. He would catch you being lost and then say that you were up to no good and threaten to lock you in the dungeon. Harry mentions that Filch has a cat who could communicate with him, and anytime you saw the cat looking at you, Filch would turn up a minute later. Harry quickly learned that many students wish to give Mrs. Norris the cat a swift kick. And finally, Harry gives us a list of his classes and his first thoughts on each one. He says every Wednesday he had astronomy and had to look at the stars through a telescope at midnight. 3 times a week they had herbology with Professor Sprout. He says the most boring class was history of magic, taught by Professor Binns, who was a ghost. He had taught history for so long at the school that one day he got up out of bed and went to class without his body, and then just kept teaching. Professor Flitwick taught charms and was a tiny wizard who had to stand on a stack of books just to be seen. A funny note is that during Harry's first charms class, when Flitwick did roll call and came to Harry's name, he gave an excited squeak and then fell off his stack of books. Harry also mentions Transfiguration taught by McGonagall, but we'll get there in a moment as that has its own set of changes. And he doesn't mention potions at all, as at this point in the narrative he has not had that class yet. So the next change is in fact in regards to the Transfiguration class that we see at the start of this scene. First, Ron and Harry are not late for this class. I think this was just the filmmaker's way of showcasing what Harry had previously explained about getting lost in the castle. But technically, J.K. Rowling never wrote about the two boys being late to Transfiguration or having the exchange we see with Professor McGonagall. We do, however, hear a bit about the class generally in the book. We learn about their first Transfiguration class and how McGonagall gave them a severe speech at the beginning saying that Transfiguration is serious and not to be messed with. She then turned her desk into a pig and then back into a desk to the amazement of the class. But to the disappointment of the first years, they started out much smaller than that, as she had them trying to turn a match into a needle. Out of all of the students, Hermione was the only one to succeed, further reinforcing her future excellence in school. Next, a smaller detail they changed for the movie is the shared classes between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Technically, Harry notes in the next chapter that they only share potions with the Slytherin house, which he was fine with because he hates Malfoy. But in this scene, Draco and the other Slytherin first years are clearly shown in Transfiguration class. The next change is that the movie also leaves out his class with Professor Quirrell. Harry spent special time filling us in on this class in the book, as all of the first years looked forward to their first events against the Dark Arts class, but they were all let down as Quirrell just seemed to be scared the whole time. Harry notes that he had garlic in his classroom to ward off a vampire that he was worried was coming for him, and he said that he got his turban from an African prince who he saved from a zombie, but none of the kids believed that story. Seamus had asked him how he defeated the zombie, but Quirrell just went pink and started talking about the weather. They also noticed a funny smell coming from the turban, and the Weasley twins said that it was stuffed with garlic to protect Quirrell from the vampire wherever he went. Another moment the movie leaves out is their breakfast the morning before potions class. Essentially, Harry has been filling us in on the whole week, and at this point it is Friday, the day of his potions class. When they get the mail that morning at breakfast, Harry gets a letter from Hagrid inviting him to come down that afternoon to visit and fill him in on his first week at Hogwarts. Now, speaking of Harry's potions class, we finally have made it to this iconic moment of Harry and Snape's first encounter. Somehow, it's like 90% of the scene in the movie, but only half of the chapter in the book. But somehow the movie still left stuff out, or did they? You see, as we go over these changes, there are actually some parts that they did film, and are now in the extended version I talked about a few weeks ago. For now, I'm going to cover this as if it were the normal version, but I'll also fill you in later on what the extended version does actually show, so stay tuned for that. First up, this one seemed crazy to me, but Snape doesn't actually catch Harry taking notes while he's speaking. Harry is actually intently listening and watching Snape along with the rest of the class. Snape just randomly asks him the potion-related questions we hear in the movie, most likely to humiliate him. I guess in the movie they wanted to give Snape some sort of easy segue into this moment of interrogating Harry, but in the book it comes a little out of left field and you immediately get the sense that Snape has some sort of reason to dislike the boy, but we just don't know it yet. Next, after Snape finishes his last question to Harry, Harry tells him to try Hermione because she seems to know, as she is now standing with her arm fully extended in the air. The class laughs at Harry's remark, and this costs Gryffindor 1 point for Harry Harry's cheek. Speaking of that extended edition, this is actually a moment they did record, but removed from the film for time. As it turns out, as of this week, Peacock got the extended editions, at least here in the US, so if you have Peacock, check out the extended editions for some fun deleted scenes. By the way, a small change for the extended version of this scene is that Snape deducts 5 points from Gryffindor instead of 1. Next, we miss the actual class itself. In the movie, they cut right to the next scene after this exchange between Harry and Snape, but in the book, we actually hear about the rest of the class. Snape puts them into pairs to brew potions for the day, and Neville gets paired with Seamus right next to Ron and Harry. Neville, being Neville, somehow manages to create a potion that melts through Seamus's cauldron and then continues to expand and flow through the class. Everyone ends up standing on their stools to avoid the liquid, which got all over Neville, causing him to break out in boils and be in extreme pain. After getting carted away to the hospital wing, Snape took another point from Harry for not telling Neville he was doing it wrong, even though Harry wasn't partnered with Neville. Snape's reasoning for this was that Harry was trying to look good by letting Neville mess up right next to him. So far, this Snape guy seems to be a real nutcase. I always wondered if J.K. Rowling had thought far ahead into Snape's story at this point, or if he was just meant to be a stereotypical antagonist at the start. Next, we come to Harry's visit with Hagrid, which was removed from the film. After potions class, Ron asks Harry if he can join him on his way to Hagrid's. They go together, and this is when Ron meets Hagrid for the first time. Technically, he had seen him already, as Hagrid directs all of the first years across the lake to the castle their first night, but this is their first real introduction. Harry fills Hagrid in on his week and his most recent fiasco in potions class, and Hagrid tells Harry that it's rubbish that Snape doesn't like him, but Harry notices that Hagrid avoids eye contact with him when he says this, and he seems to be hiding something. Obviously, he knows why Snape doesn't like Harry, but this book won't reveal that truth, and again, I wonder if J.K. Rowling even knew at this point. Hagrid then asks Ron how his brother Charlie is, as Charlie is the one who works with dragons, and we already know that Hagrid really wants a dragon. Lastly, you know how I dipped a little into the next scene of them receiving mail in the Great Hall? Well, in that scene, Harry takes Ron's Daily Prophet paper and then reads the Gringotts break-in article. As we already know from our previous episode covering their time in the Hogwarts Express, Ron was already aware of the break-in because he had heard about it from his brother, but they didn't know the details until this article came out. But Harry didn't read the article in the Great Hall. He actually read it at Hagrid's. In the book, when he is with Hagrid, he takes the Daily Prophet paper from him and reads that the break-in happened on his birthday, the same day that he and Hagrid went to their vaults. He then asks Hagrid about it, and Harry notices that Hagrid definitely avoids eye contact this time. Harry then tucks away this information and continues to put together the puzzle pieces of this year's mystery at Hogwarts. But for this week, that's where our changes end. So what do you think about this week's differences? Do you think the movie was right to cut down this chapter to just a few minutes, or have you always wished that they would have showed more of Harry's first week at Hogwarts? I'm hoping that this new HBO series of Harry Potter is able to take the time to dive into all of these little details we miss in the movies due to time constraints, but I'm also hoping they don't butcher the whole thing. Can't wait to do a whole series on that TV show in a couple years. As for now, thanks for watching, and be sure to like and subscribe to stay tuned as I put new episodes out each week. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are known as the Golden Trio, as they are the iconic characters which the entire Harry Potter series revolves around. But during their first year at Hogwarts, it takes a decent amount of time for these three students to form the bond that will carry them through the rest of the books. And during this formative time before an official Golden Trio is established, there's another student who is in the running as potentially the fourth member of this friend group, but the movie completely disregards this character. Who is it? None other than Neville Longbottom. Of course, at the end of the movie, Neville gets the final points that bring Gryffindor the House Cup, but in the books, he plays a much larger role than that small moment. For example, the movie completely cuts him out of the Golden Trio's most critical moments so far in the story. Harry and Ron's first time meeting Hermione? Neville was there. Harry's first potions class where he meets Snape. Neville plays a crucial role, which you can learn more about in last week's episode. And this week, Neville is with Harry, Ron, and Hermione during their first near-death experience with a three-headed dog. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 8 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I take J.K. Rowling's iconic Harry Potter series and compare the books to their film counterparts to spot every single change made scene by scene. Today, we are diving into Harry's first flying lesson and the trio's encounter with Fluffy, the three-headed dog. But most importantly, today I will be revealing the fourth member of the trio who somehow got erased from these critical scenes. We will reveal how Neville actually got injured during their first flying lesson, how Harry actually got onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and of course how these four first years found their way into the forbidden third floor at midnight in their pajamas. Trust me, there's a lot to cover. Also, shout out to this commenter who shared the amazing fun fact that they did actually casted film scenes with Peeves, but eventually cut them all from the film. Each week, I'll be showcasing one of my favorite comments from a previous episode, which could be a fun fact, a correction, or just anything that's worth sharing. So once you finish the video, comment your thoughts below, and you might be featured in the next video. As always, I'll cover all of these changes across 4 categories, which are characters, timeline, location, and plot. But before we jump into all the differences, let's do a quick refresher on what happens in these scenes of the movie. To start, we can pick up from where we left off last week, which kind of dipped into this week's first scene. You see, the movie jumbles things around a little bit, so we need to look at this overlapping scene of their mail delivery in the Great Hall to get context for the next scene, which is the flying lesson. We see all of the students in the Great Hall one day, right before the mail comes, and Seamus blows up his drink after trying to turn it into rum. Then, once the mail arrives, Neville gets a remembrall from his grandma. Then, of course, Harry takes Ron's Daily Prophet paper and sees the article about Gringotts, which we covered last week. The important thing to remember about this scene is that Neville receives his remembrall in the mail, which is crucial to know once we get to the plot changes. The movie then cuts to the outside lawn of Hogwarts as 2 lines of first years are seen about to have their first flying lesson. We see the Slytherins and the Gryffindors and Madam Hooch, who will be teaching them. She gives them brief instructions on what to do in order to get their broom to fly, but as she blows her whistle, Neville loses control of his broom and goes on a massive roller coaster of a ride around the castle, ultimately getting caught on a high-up statue and then dropping to the ground and breaking his wrist. After this, Madam Hooch tells them to all stay on the ground as she takes Neville to the hospital wing. Draco finds Neville's remembrall on the ground, and after Harry tells him to hand it over, Draco says that he's going to leave it on the roof for Neville to find. Both of the boys take off into the air, and after Harry threatens to knock Draco off of his broom, Draco throws the ball far into the distance, and Harry goes darting after it. He catches the ball in spectacular fashion that frankly defies physics, and McGonagall sees him through her office window. After landing, McGonagall comes toward the group of cheering first years and takes Harry inside. Harry thinks he's getting expelled, but to his surprise, McGonagall introduces Harry to Oliver Wood, captain of the Quidditch team, and she proclaims that Harry is the new Gryffindor Seeker. We then see Harry and Ron walking through the halls and discussing this amazing achievement, as Harry is the youngest Quidditch player in 100 years. He's nervous about this new role, but Hermione boosts his confidence by showing him a trophy case that has his father's name on it as Gryffindor Seeker. The trio then makes their way back to Gryffindor Tower, but gets lost as the staircase suddenly moves as they are on it. They head into the corridor where the stairs shifted, and after entering, they realize that they're in the forbidden 3rd floor corridor, and go to leave but are trapped by Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. They then run away as they know Filch will be close behind the cat, and after Hermione performs a spell to unlock a door at the end of the corridor, they enter the room to hide. They have a brief moment of relief as they have just narrowly escaped Filch, but as they turn around to look into the room, they realized why the door was locked. A massive 3-headed dog, who we know as Fluffy, is waking up in front of them and isn't happy that they're there. They quickly escape the door, almost being eaten in the process, and then head back to Gryffindor Tower. Upon arrival in their common room, Hermione tells the boys that she noticed the dog was guarding a trapdoor in the room, and then goes to sleep before they can think of another way to get them killed, or worse, expelled. And that is where our scenes end for this week. I know this week they are a little longer than usual, but that's because both of these scenes correspond to one chapter in the book, which is called Midnight Duel. You're probably thinking, why in the world is this chapter called Midnight Duel? There's no sign of a duel or it being midnight in these scenes. Well, just wait until we get to the plot changes, as Neville's involvement in this chapter wasn't the only thing removed from these scenes, but Draco also might have challenged Harry to a wizard duel. Before we get to that though, we need to go through our character, timeline, and location changes. First, as for characters, we have just a couple of omissions. The key characters that are included in these scenes are the Golden Trio, Madam Hooch, McGonagall, Neville, Draco, Filch, and then the rest of the classmates. As for characters who have key speaking roles in the book, but are removed from the movie, we've got Pavarti Patel, Pansy Parkinson, and most importantly, Peeves. If you've been watching the previous episodes of this series, you're probably coming to understand what I meant a couple episodes ago when I said that it's crazy that they removed Peeves, as I'm pretty sure so far he has had a crucial role in each chapter since his introduction, and this week he is one of the main reasons that they almost get eaten by a giant 3-headed dog. Now for timeline changes, there is just one major change, which is that they accidentally find the forbidden 3rd floor corridor at
You guessed it, midnight. They are even in their nighttime bathrobes during this moment, unlike in the movie when they still have their school uniforms on. Lastly, before we get to the plot changes, we have one location difference, which is the Hogwarts trophy room. Before they run from Filch and find themselves in Fluffy's room, they first go to the trophy room for a very specific reason, which I won't get into right now because we'll cover that in the next section. Speaking of which, I think it's time that we jump into the plot changes for these scenes. Hang in there because there are quite a few. Some large, some small, but you know the deal, it's my job to uncover every change I find. If you're looking to dive into the wizarding world in a whole new way, I highly encourage you to try out Audible and experience the Harry Potter series through the audiobooks. I have found this a super cool way to relive my favorite Harry Potter moments, and if you use my link in the description, you can claim your free trial on Audible, which gets you one free audiobook of your choice. If you want to follow along with me each week as I do this series, go ahead and grab your free copy of The Philosopher's Stone. Plus, it supports the channel at the same time, so it's a win-win. Alright, let's get into the changes. The first change is that Seamus doesn't blow up his drink like they show in this scene. In fact, Seamus really doesn't blow up much in the whole series, although he does occasionally catch things on fire. I think for comedic purposes, they switch it to these quick explosions, which I'm not complaining about. Next, when Neville receives his Remembrall, he actually gets harassed by Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle right there. Draco comes up behind him and snatches the ball out of his hands, causing Harry and Ron to stand up ready to fight, as they already hate Draco. But McGonagall quickly spots the trouble brewing and walks over to have Draco give Neville back his ball. Next, during the flying lesson, Ron's broom doesn't hit him in the face, although this is a funny moment in the movie, so I don't mind it. Also, when it comes to Neville's involvement in the flying lesson, there are a couple changes. First, Neville accidentally kicks off the ground before Madame Hooch even blows her whistle in the book. Second, he doesn't zoom around the lawn in the castle like he's on a roller coaster. It's actually a lot more realistic than that. All he does is kick a little too hard off the ground and shoot up about 20 feet in the air. Then he falls off the broom and falls straight back down to the ground. It is a much more entertaining version in the movie, but extremely unrealistic. Next, after Madame Hooch takes Neville away, Draco makes fun of him and Pavarti Patel defends him. This causes Pansy Parkinson to then take Draco's side and make fun of Pavarti for standing up for Neville. In the movie, in order to keep the focus on Harry, they cut out these extra characters speaking, but in the book it helps round out the rest of the classmates as more than voiceless NPCs. Next, Draco threatens to leave Neville's Remembrall up a tree, not on the roof. Also, after Draco throws the ball, Harry does a nosedive and then catches the ball while tumbling to the ground. In the movie, they show him zooming after it and catching the ball in the air in front of McGonagall's office. Plus, after McGonagall comes out in the book, she is a lot more heated and is near yelling at Harry for doing something so dangerous. Ron and Pavarti try to explain to McGonagall that it was Draco's fault, but she won't have any of it, and she takes Harry inside. In the movie, she comes out and gets him without really saying anything, and Ron and Pavarti don't do anything to defend Harry. Another small change is that Oliver Wood was technically in Charms class when McGonagall brings Harry to him, but the movie shows him in Defense Against the Dark Arts. Next, McGonagall takes Oliver and Harry to an empty classroom before talking to them. After entering the room, the only other person in there is Peeves, who is busy writing rude words on the chalkboard. Remember, this is part of what differentiates Peeves from other ghosts and why he is such a prankster, as since he is a poltergeist, he is able to take physical form and grab things like chalk. McGonagall tells Peeves to leave, and then she introduces the two boys in the room, not outside the classroom like shown in the movie. Also, McGonagall's conversation with Wood is a lot longer in the books. She talks about how they can bend the first year rule because the Gryffindor team needs to be better and win this year. She recalls how they were flattened in their last match and that she wasn't able to look Snape in the eyes for weeks. Wood also says that Harry will need a broom like a Nimbus 2000, which of course we know he gets later on. Plus, another small change in regards to this conversation is that McGonagall mentions that Harry's father would have been proud and that he was an excellent Quidditch player too. In the movie, they swap this moment out for when Hermione shows Harry the Quidditch trophy case. Also, according to J.K. Rowling, Harry's dad was a chaser, not a seeker, but I get that emotionally it makes more sense in the movie to have his father be a seeker so that Harry has something in common with him. By the way, a quick aside here, and another change that kind of goes into all of the episodes that I'm going to be doing, is the ages of the characters, specifically Harry's parents and Snape. In the movie, they show Snape as being much older, but technically Harry's parents would have been in their early 20s when they had him, and Snape was in their class. So I know a lot of you have pointed it out about in the comments, and I just wanted to mention it quickly here, that Snape really should have been in his 30s, not his 50s like they show in the movie. Next, McGonagall instructs Harry to keep his new position on the Quidditch team a secret, but in the movie, the whole school knows immediately. We overhear the ghosts floating through the halls talking about it, and can easily assume that if they're openly talking about it, then the students know as well. On top of that, Ron and Harry are talking about it quite loudly in the halls, so I doubt it was a secret. Speaking of them talking about it, that is also changed. They don't discuss Harry's new position in the halls, but rather in the Great Hall during dinner. After Harry tells Ron, Ron is shocked and amazed, and Fred and George come over to congratulate Harry as they are on the team as well and were told by Wood that Harry had joined. It's during this dinner in the Great Hall that our next most important plot change happens, which explains the title of the chapter that I mentioned earlier, The Midnight Duel. You see, after Fred and George leave Ron and Harry at the dinner table, Draco comes up with Crabbe and Goyle and asks when Harry is leaving the school to go back to the Muggles. At this point, because Harry's role on the Quidditch team is a secret, Draco thinks that Harry got punished by McGonagall when she took him from the flying lesson. In Draco's mind, he succeeded in getting Harry in trouble. After Draco's comment, Harry says that Draco is a lot braver now that he's on the ground with his little friends. Draco then says that he could take Harry on alone anytime and suggests that they have a wizard's duel at midnight. He asks Harry if he has even heard of what a wizard's duel is, which of course he hasn't, but Ron steps in and says that he has and that Ron will be Harry's second. Draco says that Crabbe will be his second, and then says to meet him in the trophy room at midnight, and then Draco and his goons leave. Harry then asks Ron what a wizard's duel is and what a second is, and Ron says that he's his second just in case Harry dies. But after seeing the look on Harry's face, he quickly mentions how that only happens in real duels, and that Draco probably expected Harry to refuse as neither of them know enough magic to really do any damage. Ron also suggests to just punch Draco in the nose if Harry can't perform any spells. Hermione then comes up as she has overheard the entire conversation, and she tells Harry that he can't go to the duel because he'll get more points taken away from Gryffindor. It is key to remember that just like in the movie, the Golden Trio really isn't solidified yet. In fact, Harry and Ron quite dislike Hermione as she is constantly sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, and acts like a know-it-all. Harry even tells her off and says that it's none of her business when she tells him not to go to the Wizard's Duel with Draco. And speaking of the Wizard's Duel, that actually plays perfectly into the next change. You see, since the idea of the duel was removed for the film, they needed a way to get the trio into the Forbidden Corridor. All they did in the movie was have Hermione show Harry and Ron the Quidditch trophy case, and then they get lost in the moving staircases as they head to the Gryffindor Tower. But in the book, it is a lot more orchestrated than that happy accident. Plus, Neville is with them for the whole thing. So here's the context. When it comes time for the Wizard's Duel at midnight with Draco, Harry and Ron head out of the portrait hole and are followed by an angry Hermione, who is trying to get Harry not to go. After Hermione realizes that there's no way she can convince them otherwise, she goes back to head back inside the Gryffindor Tower, only to find that the fat lady in the portrait has gone for a midnight stroll, and so she can't get back inside the Gryffindor common room. Then, as they're leaving the tower, they spot Neville asleep outside the portrait hole as well. He wakes up and says that he got stuck outside because he forgot the password. Harry and Ron tell him the password, but then mention that he can't get inside now because the fat lady has left the portrait. This means that, much to the dismay of Ron and Harry, Hermione and Neville accompany them to this duel with Draco. Eventually, they make it to the trophy room, but after waiting around past midnight, they realize that Draco isn't going to show up. Then the worst happens when they hear Filch's voice talking to Mrs. Norris, and Hermione realizes that Draco set Harry up by tipping Filch off on where some students might be out of bed past curfew. At this point, Draco is determined to get Harry expelled, it seems. They try to hide it, but Neville and Ron trip over each other in the dark and crash into a suit of armor, which was loud enough to wake up the whole castle. After this, the four of them sprint away from the trophy room to escape Filch. Eventually, as they're trying to get back to Gryffindor Tower, they run into Peeves, who starts yelling, "Students out of bed, students out of bed." This causes Filch to come running, and Hermione uses her charm to unlock the nearest door so that they can hide. They hear outside the door as Peeves taunts Filch and doesn't tell him where the four students went, which is classic Peeves being on nobody's team. After they hear Filch and Peeves leave, Neville tugs on Harry's sleeve and Harry tells him to get off, but then realizes what is happening as he turns around and sees a massive three-headed dog staring at them. Then, for the final plot change, the four first years escape the room before it even starts biting at them. The movie shows them putting up a struggle and nearly getting eaten, but they leave the room before the dog even has a chance to do that in the book. Then they run all the way back to the Gryffindor Tower, and the movie stays pretty true to what the book says from that point on, except for the fact that Neville is completely missing. And that wraps up all the changes for this week's episode. I'm curious to know what you think about the movie's version of these events. Do you think that they should have included Neville more in the films like what it says in the books? Or do you think that it was for the best that they cut down his role significantly in the first movie? As always, be sure to check out all the previous episodes you might have missed, and like and subscribe to stay tuned for next week's episode. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. For much of the Harry Potter series, Draco Malfoy is the main antagonist, as he has the most hands-on opportunity to mess with and ruin Harry's life. For example, in the first book, Draco attempts to get Harry expelled not once, but twice within the first few weeks of them being at Hogwarts. The movies change these events drastically, and take a lot of credit away from Draco for these events. In the process of downplaying Draco's involvement, the movie also manages to ruin Harry's sweet revenge on Draco for these attacks. Now, Harry and Ron aren't like Draco or the other Slytherins, so they don't seek revenge in a brutal sort of way, but rather they try to find the best opportunity to thwart their nemesis mentally. And when Harry becomes the youngest person to get onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team in a century, it presents the perfect opportunity for the payoff of a lifetime to get back at Draco. However, this payoff is completely removed from the movie. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 9 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I analyze the Wizarding world movie by movie, scene by scene, and compare it to J.K. Rowling's original writings. So far, we have made it past the Golden Trio's encounter with Fluffy, the three-headed dog, which included Neville if you didn't know, and today we come to Ron, Harry, and Hermione's next life-threatening experience with a troll on Halloween. We'll be covering this near-death experience and everything the movie changed about it. However, this isn't the only focus of this particular chapter in the book, as J.K. Rowling makes a point to continue the feud between Draco and Harry. But this time, it's Harry who comes out on top. Today, we're going to uncover how this troll attack solidified the bond of our Golden Trio, who so far have not gone along with each other. Plus, I'll reveal how the movie kind of ruined Harry's secret revenge on Draco. Real quick, I wanted to shout out this commenter from a couple episodes ago who really is bringing attention to the important issues with the series. Each week, I'll be highlighting one of my favorite comments from a past episode, so make sure to comment your thoughts at the end of this video to potentially get featured. As always, I'll point out all the changes between this chapter in the book and its corresponding scenes in the movie throughout 4 categories: characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, we need to refresh our memory on what happens during these scenes in the movie. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see Harry and Oliver Wood walking out onto the Hogwarts lawn one morning carrying a large box. After opening up the crate, we see an assortment of balls that are used in the game of Quidditch, and the following scene shows Wood explaining the basics of the game to Harry. After this brief Quidditch lesson, we cut to Harry's next class, which is Charms, taught by Professor Flitwick. He is teaching the first years how to do one of the most rudimentary charms there is, which is levitation. After giving them the wrist movement and the incantation, the first years begin their practice on making their feathers fly. We see Ron struggling to accomplish the task, and after telling him that he's doing it wrong, Hermione shows him how it's done by casting a perfect Leviosa spell. The scene ends with a quick explosion from Seamus as he once again manages to blow something up. The movie then cuts to Harry, Ron, and some of the other Gryffindor boys walking out of the classroom, with Ron complaining about Hermione, who passes by him crying as she overheard his rude remarks. Next, the movie cuts to that night at the Halloween feast. We see everyone is in the Great Hall celebrating a Halloween-themed dinner, and Harry asks where Hermione is. Neville replies and says that he heard she was crying in the girls' bathroom all day and wouldn't come out. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell bursts into the room and starts screaming that there's a troll in the dungeon, and then passes out. This causes quite the commotion as all the students start screaming and running, but Dumbledore quickly puts an end to this as he gives instruction for the prefects to take their houses back to the dormitories, and the teachers to go to the dungeon. As Harry and Ron head back to the Gryffindor Tower with the rest of the class, they realize that Hermione will get left behind, and they rush off to go find her. Eventually, their plan backfires as they see the troll walking through a hallway and into the girls' bathroom where Hermione is. They run in and try to save her and have a massive fight with the troll that ends in them knocking it out and Harry getting a troll bogey on his wand. The professors rush in to see what all the commotion was, and Hermione sticks up for the boys, claiming that it's her fault that they all were in there. After Hermione gets some points taken away for her ignorance, McGonagall awards points to the boys for their bravery and sheer dumb luck. Finally, because some of the chapter overlaps with this next scene, I need to mention it, even though the movie kind of shows things out of order, which I'll explain in the plot changes. The next scene shows the trio at breakfast the next morning, as Harry is nervous for his upcoming Quidditch game that day. Snape comes up to wish him luck, and as he walks away, Harry notices that Snape is limping. Harry had also seen Snape's leg bleeding the previous night after the troll attack, which he thought was odd.
He fills Hermione and Ron in on his suspicions that Snape went after whatever Fluffy was guarding while the troll was a distraction. But before he can get much further with this theory, mail delivery comes and Harry gets an oddly shaped package that turns out to be a Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall. And that is where our scenes end for this week. The corresponding chapter to these scenes is a bit more subtle this week and simply builds out some character development and key plot points that are essential later on. But the movie glosses over or completely changes some key elements, such as the continuation of Draco and Harry's feud. So let's dive into our changes with our first category of characters. This week is quite simple, as there really aren't any changes except for the fact that Peeves once again gets the short end of the stick. At this point, I almost need a counter for how many times he is involved in the chapters, because each week I just get more amazed that he wasn't included in the films. Next, as for timeline, there isn't so much an in-world change as there is a change with the chronology of the book chapters and the movie scenes. In the book, they eat breakfast first and discuss the package that Hagrid took from the vault in Gringotts, and Harry receives his broom at this time. In the movie, however, they move the scene to after the Halloween dinner and troll attack. To make things easier to digest and analyze, I'll be going over the changes according to the timeline shown in the movie, not the timeline in the books. Lastly, before we get to plot changes, when it comes to location, there's only one difference, which is that Harry and Oliver Wood practice on the Quidditch pitch, not on the Hogwarts front lawn. This segues perfectly into our first plot changes, which all have to do with Harry's first Quidditch training session, so let's go ahead and dive into those alterations. By the way, speaking of Quidditch, let me give a quick shout out to my new gaming channel that I started a couple weeks ago and will be posting to periodically. If you like gaming content and are interested in Harry Potter games like Hogwarts Legacy or the new Quidditch Champions game that just came out, go ahead and subscribe. Alright, let's get into the changes. I'd like to start off, as I have been doing in recent episodes, by briefly summarizing where we're at the beginning of this chapter. This will help give some context to the changes and themes that were removed or altered for the film. After the night of them almost dying in the third floor corridor, Harry notes that Hermione refused to discuss the package from Gringotts with him and Ron, and Neville didn't want involved as he never wanted to see the three-headed dog again. Hermione gives Ron and Harry the silent treatment from that night all the way until they save her from the troll. Also, Harry mentions that when they turn up at breakfast the next morning, Draco is shocked and upset that they aren't expelled because he had just set them up the night before to get caught in the trophy room. Ron and Harry then have it out for Draco and try to figure out a way to get back at him. By the way, if you're a little lost, be sure to check out this series playlist and catch up with any episodes you might have missed. Alright, so now that we know how the chapter starts, let's go back to the movie and see how these scenes begin and list off the first few changes. To start, technically, Harry practices with Oliver Wood at 7 p.m., not some unknown time during the day as is shown in the movie. In fact, in the chapter, they stop practice because the field gets too dark to see anything, which is very different from the film. Next, Harry would have already had his Nimbus 2000 during this practice with Wood, which I'll explain more during a later change, since I'm trying to do this chronologically. Plus, his receiving of the special broom plays into his revenge on Draco, so hang in there. The next change is a smaller one, which is that Wood never says that if Harry catches the snitch, quote, we win. He tells him that whichever seeker catches the snitch wins an extra 150 points for their team, which usually results in them winning. I think they just dumbed down the rules a little bit for the movie because they essentially needed the viewer to understand a completely new sport in less than 3 minutes. So I don't blame them for just simplifying it and saying, if you catch the snitch, we win. By the way, another small change is that Harry doesn't hit a bludger through anything like they show in the movie, which means that Oliver never compliments him, saying that he would make a nice beater. When it comes to this practice in general, we really miss out on what I think is one of the best character building moments. Harry is having the time of his life flying on his new broom, showing off his seeker skills for Oliver, and just having fun. The movie cuts a lot of this stuff for time, and this is one of those moments that would have been cool to see. As many Potterheads know, Quidditch was one of the first things to get cut when it came to writing for the films, and this is one of those cut moments. For context, this is essentially what happens in the book. Wood tells them that they won't practice with the real snitch because it's too dark and they might lose it. So he takes golf balls and starts throwing them in the air in all directions around Harry, and Harry practices by going to catch each one. Harry doesn't drop a single one during the whole practice, and Wood is seriously impressed by this, saying that he wouldn't be surprised if Harry turns out better than Charlie Weasley, who could have gone pro if he wouldn't have gone off chasing dragons. A little side note here is I'm not really sure how he had golf balls, as wizards don't know any of the muggle sports. Okay, so now we can move on to the next scene, which is their charms class. This scene only has a couple of changes. The first change is that Seamus doesn't blow up his feather, but rather prods it with his wand and accidentally sets it on fire. Second, Hermione emphasizes the wrong part of the spell in the movie. In the book, Hermione and Ron are paired together for the class, which explains why she is trying to help him out by telling him that he's saying it wrong. In the movie, she tells him that he is saying the Leviosa part wrong by emphasizing the sa instead of the o, but in the book, she tells him to emphasize the gar in Wingardium. Strange change for the movie, and I guess we can add it to the list of changes made for no apparent reason. Next, we come to the Halloween feast, and the first change is that Quirrell runs all the way to Dumbledore's chair and speaks to him directly. He doesn't just stop in the middle of the Great Hall, yelling at everybody like they show in the movie. Next, we have another Peeves moment, even if it's only by name. In the movie, Ron says that trolls are really stupid, and it's probably just, quote, people playing jokes for Halloween. However, in the book, Ron says that it's Peeves playing jokes. If you've been keeping up with this series so far, you'll know that this makes a lot more sense. So now we have a bit of a bigger plot change in regard to the overall story. As you know, Harry's suspicion of Snape is one of the main plot points for the whole movie, but the film changed a key element of why Harry suspects Snape during this troll attack. You see, as Harry and Ron head to get Hermione from the girls' bathroom, they see Snape going towards the third floor corridor, and they both wonder why he isn't in the dungeons with the rest of the professors. Now, of course in the movie, they do show Snape sneaking out a side door, which is probably their interpretation of this part of the chapter, but in the book, they clearly see him walking down a hallway toward the forbidden corridor. In the book, this sighting is the primary reason for Harry's suspicion, as another change is that Harry doesn't see Snape's leg bleeding in the bathroom after the troll attack. And speaking of the troll attack, that event is slightly different as well. In the book, they actually lock the troll in the girls' bathroom with Hermione in there. You see, while snooping around the halls trying not to get caught, they smell the foul stench of the troll and then spot it at the end of the hall. It pauses before entering a room and then goes inside, and the boys notice that the key is in the door to the room. So they quickly leap at the door, slam it shut, and lock it, taking the key with them. Triumphantly, they begin to run away as they believe they have saved the day, but before they get too far, they hear a girl scream, and realize that they just locked the troll in the girls' bathroom with Hermione. Next, when rescuing Hermione in the movie and fighting the troll, she tells Ron to swish and flick. But in the book, Ron's heroic moment is very spontaneous, and it isn't like Hermione had the time to coach him or even know what spell he was going to use. This is just another instance of this being more of a kid's movie. Don't get me wrong, the book is a kid's book as well, but the chapter is a bit more realistic in this sense, with Ron kind of performing the spell in a panic on his own. As McGonagall says, it was sheer dumb luck. Now we have another change after they left the bathroom. Ron actually complains that they should have gotten more than 10 points for Gryffindor, and Harry corrects him saying that they really only got 5 points after you subtract the 5 that Hermione lost. This is just a funny moment as Ron is focused on the wrong thing per usual, but this is also a touching moment as the book mentions that after this point, Hermione starts talking to them again and they all become friends officially. I guess for them, you need 2 life-threatening situations before you really bond. Now we come to the next scene in the movie, which shows them at breakfast in the Great Hall, the day of Harry's first Quidditch match. But like I said at the beginning of this video, the timing is a little off with these scenes and the chapters. Primarily, Harry receives his broom at the beginning of this chapter, but there's also a subtle difference in the conversation they have. In the movie, Harry mentions that he thinks whatever is being hid in Hogwarts is the same as the item Hagrid got from Gringotts. This makes sense chronologically in the movie, but in the book, Harry and Ron had already been theorizing about this ever since their close call with Fluffy. And as I mentioned earlier, Hermione refused to participate in those conversations as at that time she was still shunning them. So I think they moved this around a bit to be after Hermione becomes friends with them, that way she could be included in the conversations. Because in the movie, Ron acts like this is the first time Harry is bringing it up, when he's actually already heard this quite a bit. Now lastly, we have the moment of Harry getting back at Draco. Like I said at the beginning, Harry and Ron didn't really have a way of outright getting back at him in the same way that Draco was trying to take Harry out of school. After all, Harry and Ron weren't trying to get Draco expelled. However, they figured out that the best form of revenge would be attacking Draco in his weakest spot, which is his ego. The book mentions how Draco would often brag about being the best Quidditch player, and how he had a great broom at home, and how it was a stupid rule that first years couldn't be on the Quidditch team or have a broom at school. So what better way to get back at Draco than to shock him with the opposite of what he would want? Instead of Harry getting expelled, Draco's prank gets Harry on the Quidditch team as a first year and gets him the best broom there is, a Nimbus 2000. Better than even Draco's broom at home. But you know how I said that the movie kind of ruins this payoff? Well, we never get to see that look on Draco's face. We never get that sweet interaction between Harry and Draco when Draco finds out what really happened because of his prank. But in the book, we do get this payoff. And this leads to the final change we have for these scenes, which is that Harry doesn't open his broomstick in the Great Hall. Here's what really happens. He actually receives a letter along with the broom, which tells him not to open the package as it is a new Nimbus 2000. The letter is signed by Professor McGonagall, and it also includes instruction for Harry to have a Quidditch lesson with Wood at 7 p.m., which is the lesson we see earlier in the movie. But what happens next is the best part. As Harry and Ron are heading up to the Gryffindor Tower to open the package in secret and admire the new broom, Crabbe, Goyle, and Draco bar their way, and Draco snatches the package from Harry and tells him that he's in for it this time, as first years aren't allowed to have brooms. Of course, Draco is thinking that the third time must be the charm, and he finally has Harry cornered into getting expelled. Then Ron says that it isn't just any old broom, it's a Nimbus 2000, and then he insults Draco, saying that Draco has an outdated broom at home. This causes Draco to flare up, and the boys nearly break out in a fight, but before they can, Professor Flitwick shows up and Draco tattles that Harry has a broom. Draco's thinking that he finally got Harry, with the professor right there, seeing that Harry broke a school rule. However, much to Draco's shock and dismay, Flitwick says that he knows, and McGonagall has filled him in on the special circumstances. Remember, at this point, Harry's position on the Gryffindor team in the book is still a secret, so this comment from Flitwick is shocking but also confusing to Draco. Flitwick then asks Harry what model it is, and he says that it's a Nimbus 2000. And then Harry gets in the final word by saying, "It's really thanks to Malfoy here that I've got it." And on that note, Harry and Ron run up to their common room laughing, leaving Draco standing there dumbfounded with his jaw hanging open in shock. I know for some of you I might be making a big deal out of a small moment, but to me, this is one of the most critical wins for Harry in his battle against the real antagonist. In the movie, the payoff is in the next scene, which is the Quidditch game. Draco is sad because Harry catches the snitch and gets the win for Gryffindor. But in the book, this is a much sweeter revenge. You know how sometimes you walk away from a conversation thinking, "Oh man, I should have said this," and you relive the moment in your head? Well, this moment of Harry having the last word with Draco is like that, except all the right things happened. All in all, I'm just disappointed that the movie had to remove much of Draco and Harry's feud for time. Draco is in the movie as a convenient character to fill in some plot points, but in the book, he is much more than that. And this moment of Draco's plan backfiring and landing Harry on the Quidditch team with the best broom out there is the biggest win yet for Harry and Ron. And that wraps up this week's changes. If you enjoyed, be sure to like and subscribe and stay tuned each week as I continue going chapter by chapter, scene by scene through the Harry Potter series and analyzing all the differences between the books and the movies. Also, be sure to check out my Audible link in the description for a free trial of Audible. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Quidditch is one of the most beloved things that came out of the Harry Potter series and the wizarding world in general. Even before the movies came out, this fantasy sport was on the mind of everyone who read the books. And let's just say it's become somewhat of an obsession for most Potterheads, which is why it was a massive shock when Quidditch was one of the first things that got cut from the movies. You might be thinking, wait a second, they still include multiple games and most importantly, Harry's first game in the first film. That's true, but did you know that it is drastically changed from what's in the book? In fact, that entire day, starting at breakfast and ending with the trio talking to Hagrid, is completely revised for the film. Everything from Snape's limp to Harry's stunning catch of the snitch. And today, I'm going to uncover every little detail that you missed. So grab a hold of your favorite broomstick and let's go for a ride. My name is Gibby and welcome back to episode 10 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I analyze the Harry Potter movies scene by scene and compare them to J.K. Rowling's original book series. Today, as you might have picked up already, we are to Harry's first Quidditch match in the movie. This is a fun set of scenes which showcase the Golden Trio's entire day, and the chapter does the same thing. However, there are some key plot points that are altered, removed, or added for the convenience of the film, and I'm curious to know what you guys will think of these changes by the end of the video, so be ready to leave your thoughts down below. Speaking of comments, shout out to this commenter from a previous episode. Each week I'll be showcasing one of my favorite comments from a previous video, so make sure to drop your comment below once you're done watching. As always, I'll cover the changes across the 4 categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first we need to recap what happens in these scenes. Picking up from where we left off last week, we once again have overlapping scenes. Last week, I addressed Harry receiving his Nimbus 2000 at breakfast the morning of his Quidditch match, but because they jumbled around the timeline of these events, we need to include that scene in this week's video as well. So we see the trio sitting at breakfast and Harry is hesitant to eat anything as he is nervous for the day. Severus Snape walks up and wishes Harry luck and adds a snide comment in there per usual, but the key thing to note is that as he is walking away, Harry notices that he is limping. He tells Ron and Hermione his theory about Snape trying to get at whatever the 3-headed dog was guarding during the troll attack, but before they can get too into it, his Nimbus 2000 arrives. We then cut to the actual Quidditch game as they are about to walk onto the field. Wood asks Harry if he is nervous, and then tries to comfort him a little by telling him about his first Quidditch game, which didn't end so well. They then start up the game and we witness many things happening: cheering fans, foul play, and no golden snitch. After Marcus Flint's foul on Wood, the Slytherins score a few points, and Harry finally spots the snitch and races after it. But before he can get to it, his broom starts acting up, flying and jerking around in all directions as if it's trying to knock him off. He barely hangs on as Ron and Hermione recognize that Snape seems to be muttering a jinx on the broom. Hermione, with lightning speed I might add, gets over to where Snape is sitting and sets his robe on fire, causing the whole group of wizards around them to freak out and fall over. This breaks the curse on the broom and Harry climbs back up. After he climbs back onto the broom, he sees the snitch again and dives after it along with the Slytherin Seeker. As they dive to the ground, the other Seeker chickens out and Harry pulls up just in time. Then he stands on the broom and falls forward, nearly swallowing the snitch. The game ends with Gryffindor winning, but there is still a mystery of what happened to Harry's broom. The scene cuts to the Golden Trio walking on the school grounds with Hagrid, telling him that Snape jinxed the broom, but Hagrid refuses to believe this. During the course of their conversation, they reveal that they know about the three-headed dog, and Hagrid accidentally tells him that it's named Fluffy, and he got him off a man at the pub. They also learn that Snape is one of the professors guarding whatever is in the castle, and finally, they learn that whatever is being guarded is strictly between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. And that is where our scenes end for this week. So far, we have quite a few changes just in these few short moments of the movie. Most of these changes revolve around Snape and the Quidditch game, so buckle up as we dive into the character changes. I can't go into every person we see in these scenes, as in the Harry Potter series, there are just way too many shown, so I'm going to be keeping it simple with someone who really isn't included in these scenes, but plays a small role in the book. And that person is Filch. Of course, I'll go over the details of his involvement in the plot changes, so stick around for that. As for timeline, there's just a tiny little change, which is that Harry's interaction with Snape happens the night before the Quidditch match, not at breakfast that morning. And finally, before we get to the plot changes, we have location. Of course, you might have guessed it, but the movie removed Hagrid's hut from this moment. They use it quite a bit later on, so I believe they just wanted a change of scenery. But in the book, they have tea at Hagrid's hut after the game. This makes a little more sense story-wise, because in the movie, they are talking about this top secret thing very loudly in the open. Imagine just walking around your school practically shouting, "I think my professor tried to kill me." Lastly, they also exclude the outside courtyard at Hogwarts, where a pretty crucial plot point happens with the Golden Trio, but we'll get there in a minute. Anyway, now that we've covered the first three categories of characters, timeline, and location, let's head into the plot changes. Of course, I can't go into every line of dialogue spoken, so if you're wanting to read the book for yourself and follow along with me every week as I do these episodes, you can claim your free trial of Audible using my link in the video description. You can get one free audiobook and you support the channel at the same time. Now, let's fly into these changes. To start, I'm going to open by summarizing the beginning of the chapter, as I have been for the last couple episodes. J.K. Rowling has this writing style that starts each chapter with a summary of events that have occurred in between the chapters, so it makes sense for this series to just quickly go over these key points that Harry addresses at the beginning of each chapter. This will help give us some context that the movie just doesn't. Of course, if the movie shows these points, then I just won't mention them, but each of these points are essentially things that were left out of the film. So, the chapter opens with Harry catching us up on everything that has happened since the troll attack on Halloween night. First, Harry says that the news of him becoming Seeker had somehow leaked out to the school, so people all week leading up to his first game had been telling him that he was going to be brilliant, or telling him that they'll hold a mattress under him for when he falls. Second, Harry mentions how it was great that Hermione was now his friend, as he didn't know how he would have made it through school without her help, as he was quite preoccupied with Quidditch practice. Plus, him coming from a Muggle family and not being intellectually inclined, like Hermione, he was not great in his classes. Finally, the third thing is that Hermione had lent Harry a book called Quidditch Through the Ages, which we'll get to in a later change, so keep that in mind. Now that we've done that summary, let's move on to the more substantial changes. The first thing we need to cover is the way that the movie displays Harry's interaction with, and theory about, Snape at breakfast. This brief moment condenses a decent amount of the chapter down for the film, but in the book, this interaction is completely different. First, although the book does include a small bit about Harry being nervous for the first Quidditch game during breakfast, Snape doesn't come up to Harry the morning of his game and wish him luck. However, he does have an encounter with the three students, which the movie completely omits. The day before the Quidditch match, the Golden Trio is standing in the courtyard during a break, with a small fire that Hermione had conjured inside a jar to keep them warm. While they were out there, Snape walked by, and Harry noticed that he was limping, just like they show in the breakfast scene. Since they believed that the self-conjured portable fire probably wasn't allowed, they huddle around it to block it from view, looking pretty suspicious. Although he didn't see the fire, Snape was looking for a reason to punish them, per usual, and asked Harry what he was holding. Harry presented Snape with the book, Quidditch Through the Ages, which is the one Hermione lent him that I mentioned earlier, and Snape tells him that library books aren't allowed outside the castle, and then took the book and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. After he limped away, the trio remarked about how he definitely just made up that rule, and Harry wondered about what was wrong with his leg. This plays into the next change, as the movie completely changes how Harry finds out about Snape's leg. In last week's video, I told you how Harry never saw Snape's leg bleeding after the troll attack. Well, that is true, however he does see Snape's leg hurt at a different time. After heading back to the common room to go over Charm's homework, Harry tells Ron and Hermione that he is going back to get the book, as it is totally unfair that Snape took it. Ron and Hermione aren't keen on the idea, but Harry has a thought as to how Snape won't be able to refuse giving it back. So Harry, alone, heads out the Gryffindor Tower and makes his way to the staff room. After getting there, knocking on the door and hearing no answer, Harry cracked the door open in hopes that he might be able to grab the book himself if Snape left it in there. But what he saw was way more than he bargained for, as after cracking the door and peering inside, he sees Filch handing bandages to Snape, whose leg is bloody and mangled. He overheard Snape saying, "How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all 3 heads?" And Harry knew exactly what he was talking about. Trying to escape, Harry slowly closed the door, but was spotted by Snape before he could make it out. After getting yelled at to get out, Harry left Snape before he could take any more points from Gryffindor. Harry then ran back to the tower and told Ron and Hermione what he saw, and his conclusions, which we hear in the film during the breakfast scene. Between the limp and his eavesdropping in the teacher's room, Harry believes Snape tried to get past the 3-headed dog on Halloween. Now that we've covered Snape's involvement so far, let's jump ahead to the Quidditch match itself. To start, we have a smaller change, which is that the movies removed the Gryffindor's banner they made for Harry's first game. The book says that they made a sign out of a sheet that said Potter for President, and then Hermione put a charm on it that made it flash different colors. Also, Wood doesn't tell Harry that he got knocked out his first game. He simply gives a brief speech before the team walks out on the field, saying that this is the best team Gryffindor has had in years and that they're going to win. Also, this is one of Fred and George's funny moments, as they interrupt his speech, reciting it from heart and telling Harry that they know it word for word since they were on the team last year. As for the game itself, the first change is that Harry just sits on his broom for the first part of the game in the movie, and he looks like a real doofus. I mean, you're a seeker. Go seek. But in the book, they mention how even though the snitch hasn't been spotted yet, Harry has kept out of trouble and flown around. Harry even mentions how Wood's game plan for Harry was to keep him out of the way and search for the snitch. So far, they have put a massive emphasis in the book on how the seeker is always getting targeted by the opposing team. Seamus tells this fact to Harry at breakfast, and Quidditch Through the Ages also seemed to make this point quite a bit, which is why Harry was so nervous. If he just sat on the broom not moving like they show in the movie, he definitely would have gotten clobbered. And speaking of Harry just sitting around, the snitch doesn't just fly in front of his face. Plus, even if it did hover around for a couple of seconds like it shows in the movie, why didn't he reach out to take it? Anyway, how it happens in the book is that Lee Jordan is actually the one who spots it first, as it flies past one of the Slytherin chasers who has the quaffle. Lee points out the snitch, and then Harry goes darting after it. The book also mentions how everyone pretty much stops playing once the Seekers go after the snitch, as they were all mesmerized and wanted to see what would happen, especially since it was Harry's first game. This chase then plays into the next change, which is Marcus Flint's foul. In the movie, Flint hits a bludger at Wood, knocking him to the ground. This doesn't happen in the book. Rather, Flint intentionally blocks Harry as the Seekers go after the snitch, and he knocks Harry way off course. I guess this is an intentional foul in Quidditch because Madam Hooch shouts at Flint and gives the Gryffindors a free shot at the hoops. And in all the confusion of this foul, the snitch was once again lost. A funny side note is Dean's remark that gets cut from the film. After the foul, Dean shouts, "Send him off, ref, red card," and Ron asks him what that means. It is funny to see how Dean, being a soccer or football fan, is trying to relate Quidditch to his real-world sport, much to the confusion of Ron and his other wizard classmates. Anyway, the next change is that after Flint's foul, the game resumes, and then Harry's broom acts up. It doesn't happen after he starts chasing the snitch like they show in the movie. The next change is that in the book, Hagrid is the one that says Harry looks like he's lost control of his broom, but then he says that it isn't possible as only dark magic can affect a broom. This is what prompts Hermione to look around and try to find Snape. Speaking of Hermione finding Snape, her interference with the supposed Jinx is quite different in the book. First, as she's trying to get close to Snape, she bumps into Quirrell, knocking him over. This is what causes him to break eye contact with Harry, not Snape's fire like they show in the movie. Second, there isn't actually any major fire that gets the whole box of people watching in a panic. Remember when the trio is in the courtyard with Hermione's self-conjured blue flame in a jar? Well, that's the same thing that Hermione shoots at Snape's cloak. It takes a bit for Snape to realize that he's on fire, but once he does, he yells and she scoops the flame into a jar and runs off. Next, Harry catching the snitch is actually quite a quick moment in the book. It really only happens in one sentence. After getting back onto his broom, he dives to the ground, clamps his hand to his mouth as if he's about to throw up, and then falls to the ground. Only after getting up and spitting out the snitch and yelling, "I've got the snitch," does the crowd realize what happened. In the movie, they show him beating out the Slytherin Seeker to get the snitch, but the book doesn't mention a side-by-side dive. Also, the movie shows him falling off his broom and nearly swallowing the snitch because of it, but in the book, he ate the snitch before he fell off the broom. Plus, he never stands on his broom. That's a bit advanced, even for Harry. Our last couple of changes are mainly in regards to Hagrid's involvement after the match. Obviously, the first change is that they have their conversation over tea in Hagrid's hut, not on the school grounds walking around. Finally, on a very anticlimactic note, Hagrid bought Fluffy from a Greek chappie, not an Irish feller. Of course, you know the deal, I gotta mention everything I notice, even if it's that small. Anyway, that wraps up this week's analysis. So now I want to hear from you. What do you think about how the movie interpreted this Quidditch match? Did they do it justice, or should they have stuck closer to what was on the page? As always, be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and check out the series playlist on my channel to catch up on any episodes that you might have missed. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Christmas at Hogwarts is an iconic part of the Harry Potter series, as during each book when the trio's at school, critical plot points occur during this holiday time. Harry's first year kicks off this tradition with him receiving one of the most impactful gifts he ever gets, which is the invisibility cloak. This leads to one of the most emotional moments of the first movie, as Harry finds the Mirror of Erised and sees his parents for the first time. But what if I told you that in the book, Harry sees more than just his parents in the mirror? Plus, he and Ron get into a fight because of the mirror, and Ron actually gives Harry some wise advice that was removed from the film, because we can't have Ron actually being smart, right? Oh, and also, Fred and George throw snowballs in Voldemort's face. Yep, you heard that right. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 11 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I analyze the Harry Potter movies scene by scene and compare them to J.K. Rowling's books, finding every single difference between the two. Today, we dive into one of my favorite parts of the books and movies, Christmas at Hogwarts. So many fun and impactful plot points happen during this holiday time throughout the series, and today is no different. We're going to look at every difference between the book and movie in regard to Ron and Harry's time at the castle during this holiday break. This includes Harry's true vision in the Mirror of Erised, Fred and George's hilarious prank that was removed from the movie, and Ron getting his hands on Draco. Plus much more. By the way, shout out to this commenter from a previous episode who is awesome enough to mark the exact spot of episode 9 3/4 in the series. Each week I'll be highlighting one of my favorite comments from a previous episode, so once you're done with this video, be sure to comment your thoughts down below. As always, we'll cover the changes across the 4 major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, we need to refresh our memory on what happens during these scenes in the movie. So let's pick up from where we left off last week with the trio getting ready for holiday break. The movie shows Hagrid dragging a tree into the castle, which is kind of a nod to one of our changes later on, so keep your eyes and ears out for that. Then we see Ron and Harry playing wizard's chess in the Great Hall as Hermione comes up to them before she leaves on her break. She reminds them that they should spend the break researching the name Nicholas Flamel and ends it off by saying that they haven't searched the restricted section yet. We then cut to Christmas morning as Ron calls for Harry and they open presents together. We see Harry grabbing an odd package that has a strange note attached to it, but signed by no one. The gift is a weird cloak of some kind, but after putting it on, they both realize that it is an invisibility cloak. The movie then cuts to nighttime as we see Harry's floating hand holding a lamp as he walks through the restricted section of the library. He opens up a book and it starts screaming at him, which alerts Filch and Mrs. Norris to his location. Thankfully, he escapes under the cloak and runs through the halls. As he is running, he sees Snape and Quirrell having a disagreement in the hallway, and Snape seems to be threatening Quirrell. Harry is intrigued by this as he is already suspicious of Snape, but quickly hides in a room off the hallway as Filch shows up telling Snape that a student is out of bed. Although he escaped Filch and Snape, he now finds himself in a new situation as the room he is in is strangely empty except for one giant mirror. He takes off the cloak and walks up to the mirror and is shocked to see his mom and dad staring back at him. We then cut to Harry waking up Ron in their dorms as he is eager to show Ron the mirror. They both take the cloak and go look at the mirror, and when Ron takes a turn, he says that he sees himself as head boy and holding the Quidditch cup. After Ron asks if the mirror can tell the future, Harry says that it can't, because his parents are dead. Finally, the movie cuts to Harry alone in the room, sitting in front of the mirror staring up at his parents. He is startled as the voice of Dumbledore comes up from behind him, and they have a conversation about the mirror, and the dangers of wasting away in front of it. Dumbledore then explains that the mirror simply shows the viewer's deepest desire, and then tells Harry that it's being moved and he would appreciate it if Harry doesn't go searching for it. And that is where our scenes end for this week. Let's start things off by going through our character, timeline, and location changes. Starting with characters, there isn't too much of a discrepancy, although there is one character that is completely removed from all of the movies. That person is Irma Pince, the librarian. As for a character we know already, the book gives some lines to Hagrid, but the movie removes his role in these scenes. When it comes to the timeline, the book outlines a more full holiday break, whereas the movie skips around trying to condense things. For example, Harry and Ron visit the Mirror of Erised the night after Harry finds it, not the same night. Also, we get a full day of Hermione with them before she leaves on break, whereas the movie just skips to her leaving. We also learn about their full Christmas day, which includes a kiss between Hagrid and one of the professors, so stick around for that in the plot changes. Lastly, before we head into the plot, the only location change is the omission of Potions class, as the chapter starts with the trio leaving their class and bumping into Hagrid. But we'll save that for the plot changes, which we can dive into right now. As always, if you're looking to explore the Wizarding world again or just in a different way, you can follow along with me as I do this series each week by claiming your free trial of Audible using my link in the description. This will get you at least one free audiobook, and it supports the channel at the same time. Anyways, let's jump into the changes. As always, let's start things off with a brief overview of how this chapter begins. Of course, if something is included in the film already, I won't mention it, but at the beginning of this chapter, multiple things are mentioned that are completely omitted from the film. First, the movie removes one of Fred and George's funniest pranks. What happens is they bewitch snowballs to follow Quirrell around and pelt him on the back of his turban. This is a funny note from Harry because, as we know, Voldemort was on the back of Quirrell's head. So I like the idea that unknowingly, the twins were repeatedly smacking Voldemort in the face with snowballs. Second, we learn that the weather has turned cold, and every time an owl delivered something, Hagrid had to spend time nursing it back to health before it could go back out into the cold. And third, we learn that the Malfoy-Potter feud continued as Draco went on mocking and poking fun at Harry. Harry mentions how Draco had been in an extra sour mood since Harry caught the snitch in the Quidditch match and beat Slytherin. Draco had tried to make fun of him by saying that a bullfrog would be replacing Harry as Seeker, but nobody found this funny as everyone was too impressed with Harry's performance. So he resorted to his typical bullying of making fun of him for having no family to go home to during Christmas. Those were just a few of the smaller changes, but now let's move on to the more chunky parts of this chapter that were altered or just straight up removed from the movie for time. First up is something that was removed, which is the trio's time with Hagrid at the start of the chapter, and it may or may not include Ron getting his hands on Draco. You see, as they left Potions class, they ran into Hagrid in the hallway as he had a massive Christmas tree in his hands. This is kind of what the movie was paying homage to in the beginning scene that I mentioned earlier. Ron and Harry asked if he needed help, and while Hagrid declined, Draco came up behind and then insulted Ron by asking him if he was training to become gameskeeper and insinuating his family's poor financial situation. Ron then lunged at Draco, but after he grabbed him, Snape came out of the classroom and caught him in the act, deducting 5 points from Gryffindor. Per usual, Draco gets away with it while Gryffindor gets punished. Typical Snape. After this, Hagrid invited the two boys into the Great Hall to see the decorations, and after they took a good look around, Hermione reminded them that they should be in the library researching Nicholas Flamel. We learn that she only has one day left until her holiday, whereas Ron and Harry are staying back at Hogwarts during break. Before departing from Hagrid, he asks why they're going to study, and after they inform him that they're not studying but rather researching the name Flamel, Hagrid gets upset and tells them to stop snooping around. They ask him who Nicholas Flamel is, but since he still refuses to answer, they head off to the library to research some more before the holiday. This perfectly moves us into our next change, which slightly corresponds to the scene we get in the movie, with Hermione telling the boys bye before she leaves and also mentioning the restricted section. However, as you can tell, there's already a bit of a change with how this all goes down. First of all, Hermione is with them for one of their first research sessions before she goes on holiday. In the book, as well as in the movie, we learn that they've been going to the library to snoop around ever since they learned the name from Hagrid in November, but the movie doesn't show these sessions and the book does. Second, in the movie, they once again give credit to Hermione for one of the smarter moments, which is her being the one to bring up the restricted section. But in the book, it is actually Harry who is curious about what is inside the restricted section, without Hermione's prompting. This also is when we get introduced to one of our missing characters, the librarian, Irma Pince. As Harry is peering into the restricted section, the librarian comes up behind him and asks him what is he looking for, as obviously he's acting a bit suspicious. After he gives her no good reason as to why he's snooping around, she kicks him out of the library. Now we have our final change in regard to this opening scene, which actually has to do with their wizard's chess. In the book, after Hermione leaves the castle, we get some information about what Ron and Harry kept themselves busy with during the holiday break. We hear that they would often spend time plotting ways to get Malfoy expelled, and then also that Ron was teaching Harry wizard's chess. But here's the funny little detail that they removed from the movie. In the books, the chess pieces would speak to you as you played, and they had to form a bond with their owner. We learn that Ron had a very strong bond with his pieces, as his set had been in his family for decades. Harry, however, had to borrow Seamus's set, which didn't trust him at all and would yell instructions to him while they played, telling him not to make certain moves. I think this is a fun little detail, which I understand would have been a little weird to include in the movie, as shouting pieces might have interrupted the bits of dialogue we get in this scene, but it also would have been really funny. Okay, so now that we've covered all the changes regarding this opening scene, let's move on to the rest of the holiday, which includes Harry and Ron's Christmas morning, and then Harry's trip to the restricted section, and lastly, Harry finding the Mirror of Erised. First, let's pick up with Christmas morning. The first change is a smaller one, which is that they got their presents delivered to the foot of their bed, not under a tree in the common room. If you really think about it, this makes a lot more sense. I know that not all of the students were there at the castle, but that would have been a big mess to put every Gryffindor's presents under one tree. It makes way more sense that they'd be at your bed when you woke up on Christmas. Next, Harry's gifts were a little different. Although we do see some packages below the tree, the only gift the movie shows is the invisibility cloak, and then obviously Mrs. Weasley's sweater. But in the book, he receives a hand-carved wooden flute from Hagrid, a 50-pence piece from his uncle and aunt, homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley along with the sweater, and candy from Hermione. Also, another small difference is that Dumbledore's note with the invisibility cloak ends with "A very Merry Christmas to you." The movie kept this short and sweet with just "use it well" at the end. Next, after Harry opens his invisibility cloak, he quickly stuffs it away as Fred and George burst into the room. Soon after, Percy joins as well, and Fred and George make fun of Percy, saying that his sweater, which has a P on it, stands for prefect. Did you know that Percy was a prefect? After they finish up with their gifts, we hear about their Christmas dinner that day, which I think is lunchtime? I don't know, for an American, that's lost in translation. Anyway, the movie excludes this, and it's a merry time with the whole Weasley crew and Harry having fun, gorging themselves on the delicious food in the Great Hall, and popping magical crackers which exploded with gifts. This is how Harry got his own wizard's chess set, which Ron beat him on later that day. Dumbledore even swaps out his pointy hat for a flowery bonnet, and we also hear that Hagrid got drunk and kissed McGonagall on the cheek. All in all, this dinner is one for the ages, but since it isn't pertinent to the main plot, it got cut for time. Now that Harry's Christmas day has come to a close, we are finally to his time in the restricted section, and his finding of the Mirror of Erised. The first change we have for these scenes is that although the book screams, nothing is said about a face protruding from the pages, and I feel like that would have been mentioned in the book. Also, Harry doesn't break his lamp, although Filch does come quickly running because of the scream, and Harry barely escapes past him thanks to his invisibility cloak. Next, we have one of the biggest changes, which is Snape threatening Quirrell in the halls after Harry escapes the library. You see, this does happen in the book, but it actually corresponds to a completely different scene. For the film, they took this from a future chapter and scene and moved it to happen in this moment. In the book, Snape just happened to be around in the halls, and Filch alerts him of the presence of someone in the restricted section, but he isn't seen threatening Quirrell, and he doesn't reach out to grab Harry. As Harry is backing away from Filch and Snape, who are coming down the narrow hall towards him, he notices a door ajar near him and slips inside. This is now the second time that Harry has found something interesting while running from Filch. First the dog, and now the Mirror of Erised. The first change regarding the scene actually refers to some more missing characters that I purposefully didn't mention earlier. Those people are Harry's entire family, and they actually show up in the mirror alongside his parents. In the movie, we only see his parents, as this simplifies things. But in the book, he sees more than 10 people, which we can assume were grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, and more. This dives a bit deeper into Harry's greatest desire, as it isn't just to have his parents back, but to have a family. The movie sort of dumbs down this deeper emotional storyline that carries throughout the entire series, which is Harry's place in the world as his family is dead. The progression is that he eventually has a chosen family, the Weasleys, Ron and Hermione, Sirius, Lupin, Dumbledore, and more. Although his parents are a central piece in this narrative, the book does a great job in this chapter showcasing his desire for an entire family, and I really enjoyed that side of things. Now let's address Harry and Ron's visit to the mirror. Like I said in the timeline changes, it was actually the next night. But what's more interesting is what really happens, as Ron and Harry nearly get into a fight because of the mirror and almost get caught by Filch. After Ron looks into the mirror and sees the Quidditch cup and that he is head boy, Harry says that he wants to turn in front of the mirror again. But Ron complains and says that Harry got it all to himself last night, so now it's his turn. Harry gets upset and tells him that it's only the Quidditch cup and that there's nothing important about that, and then they start shoving each other. Just as quickly as this argument began, however, it ends as they hear noises outside the door and throw the cloak back over themselves just in time as Mrs. Norris walks into the room. The boys do escape, but then we have a more interesting line of dialogue that gets removed. Like I always say, I can't dive into every single line that is spoken, but this one seemed rather odd to remove. As many of you have been pointing out in the comments, Ron's character was changed quite a bit for the films. The movies really shoved each member of the Golden Trio into their stereotype. This meant that a lot of Ron's wiser comments from the books got removed, and this is one of them. The next morning, Ron tries to get Harry to do something like play chess or go visit Hagrid, but Harry is not interested at all in doing anything other than looking at the mirror. Ron knows this and tells Harry that he knows what he's thinking and that he shouldn't go back to the mirror. Harry asks him why, and Ron simply says that he's got a bad feeling about it. This is very similar to what Dumbledore says, and for Ron only having seen the mirror once, it is pretty wise of him to look out for his friend like this. Of course, like I said, they removed this as it just doesn't fit movie Ron's character. As we know, Harry ignores Ron's advice, and just like in the movie, he goes back to the mirror that third night, but this time he encounters Dumbledore. The movie is quite similar to the book in this regard, and a lot of dialogue is the same. There is really only one change, which is one of the best lines of the chapter. Harry actually asks Dumbledore what he sees in the mirror, and Dumbledore replies that he sees himself holding a thick pair of woolen socks. And then he says that another Christmas has come and gone and people insisted on getting him books, when all he really wants is a good pair of socks. That night, Harry thinks about Dumbledore's answer and suspects that he wasn't fully telling the truth. We learn later on what Dumbledore really saw, but I'll save that for a future episode, as that is where our scenes end for this week. So now that you know how Ron and Harry really spent their Christmas break, and what Harry really saw in the mirror, do you prefer the movies version or the books? Would you have liked to see Harry's extended family in the mirror, or do you like that they only included his parents? Personally, I think the movie did a great job with these scenes, but like I said, the book is superior in conveying this emotional narrative overall. As always, thanks for liking and subscribing, and be sure to check out the entire series playlist to catch up on any episodes you might have missed. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. The Harry Potter movies, like any book-to-film adaptation, had to cut a decent amount of the original story down in order to make it presentable for the silver screen. But sometimes this cutting can go a bit overboard, and there's no example more perfect than this scene in the Sorcerer's Stone movie. You see, although this scene is literally 2 minutes in length, it corresponds to an entire chapter in the Harry Potter book. Because of this section being massively condensed, we miss out on awesome parts of the story, like Harry's second Quidditch match, Ron and Neville's full-on fistfight with Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, and most importantly, we miss Harry doing recon work on his Nimbus 2000 and overhearing a conversation between Snape and Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 12 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter Edition. This is a show where I analyze the Harry Potter movies and compare them to J.K. Rowling's iconic book series, and find every single difference, scene by scene. Today, we are resuming our journey through Harry's first school year as Hermione gets back from Christmas break and the trio finally discover who Nicholas Flamel is. However, in the book, these events are incredibly different, and not only that, but there are massive chunks of the story that are just straight up removed. So today, let's relive these amazing moments in the wizarding world and set the record straight on how these chapters really went down. Before we do, however, I wanted to give a shout out to this commenter. Each week, I'll be featuring one of my favorite comments from a previous episode, so once you're done with this video, be sure to comment your thoughts down below. As always, I'll be tracking all the differences across 4 major categories: characters, timeline, location, and plot. But before we get to the changes, we need to refresh our memory on what happens during this brief scene in the movie. Picking up from where we left off last week, with Harry talking to Dumbledore about the Mirror of Erised, we see a transition scene with Harry taking Hedwig out for a midday flight during the holiday break. And then the movie cuts to the trio in the library as Hermione slams down a massive book. She tells the boys that she feels stupid, as the answer has been in front of her all along, and she turns to a page in the book that has Nicholas Flamel's name and information. The boys are shocked at this discovery, and they learn that Flamel is known for his creation of the Philosopher's, or Sorcerer's, stone, and immediately they know that that is what Fluffy is guarding in the castle. And that is where the scene ends for this week. I know, that literally took just a few seconds, and the scene feels even shorter in the movie, as most of it is just them pausing and looking into each other's eyes. But crazily enough, this scene packs a punch, as it exists to summarize the entirety of Chapter 13 in the Philosopher's Stone book. Let's start things off by covering our character, timeline, and location changes for this week. First, for characters, as you can imagine, we are missing a massive amount of people. And like I mentioned last week, I really can't go through and name all of the students and professors that are in every single chapter. But there is one person who is primarily excluded from the scene we do get in the movie, and that is Perenelle Flamel, Nicholas's wife. She gets a brief mention in the book where they see Flamel's name, and that's about it. Like I said, there's lots of other characters in this chapter, like Draco and his goons, some professors, Hagrid, and more, but they are just about in every chapter. As for timeline, there really isn't much to discuss, other than the fact that they obviously crunched an entire chapter, which essentially is weeks worth of content, into just a 2-minute scene. Similarly to my previous Harry Potter episodes, it isn't so much that this didn't happen, as we know Harry is progressing through the school year in the movie. It's more so that the book just does a good job summarizing the in-between parts and providing context and world building for the reader, which we really don't get in the film format. Lastly, for these first 3 categories, we have location, and this week we are missing 2 primary locations, the Forbidden Forest and the Quidditch pitch, as there's an entire Quidditch game removed from the movie. The Forbidden Forest plays a larger role in the plot changes, so I'll save an explanation for that when we get to that change. Before we jump into the changes, I just want to remind you that I can't go into every single line spoken in these chapters, as that would take way too long. So if you're looking to revisit the world of Harry Potter word for word, check out the link in my description for a free trial on Audible, which comes with 1 free audiobook. It supports the channel, and you can follow along with me each week. Alright, now let's head into the plot changes. As always, let's begin with a summary of what we learn at the beginning of the chapter. Per usual, J.K. Rowling starts off by giving us a description of the things that have occurred in between the previous chapter and this one, as typically a couple weeks or so have passed in between events. From Harry's perspective, we get valuable context that helps build out the world and fill us in on more details, which the movie usually removes. So here's a rundown of everything we miss from the beginning of this chapter. First, Harry had a hard time forgetting the image of his parents. Although he held true to his promise to Dumbledore to not go searching for the Mirror of Erised again, he couldn't get their faces out of his head. We learn that he began having a recurring nightmare of seeing his parents disappear in a flash of green light while a high-pitched voice cackled with laughter. Of course, as we know, that's the night that Voldemort killed his parents. Second, once Hermione returned from her holiday break, she was shocked and appalled to hear of Harry's close call in the restricted section, but was also disappointed that he didn't even find out who Nicholas Flamel was. However, as we'll find out in a bit, he does have a breakthrough in that regard that the movie completely omits. Lastly, we learn that Harry was struggling in school and finding it hard to research Flamel's name, which the trio had been doing ever since school started back up. This was due to the insanely packed schedule he had with Quidditch practice, as Wood was working them twice as hard. And speaking of Quidditch, let's dive into our larger changes now, as this chapter pretty much revolves around the Gryffindor's game against Hufflepuff. This is a massive plot point in the books for one very specific reason, which is that Snape was the referee for the match. Of course, at this point, the trio believes that Snape is after whatever is hidden in the castle, and on top of that, they still believe Snape tried to kill Harry during his last Quidditch match. So after Harry learns that Snape is the referee during an awfully muddy practice with the Gryffindor team, he darts off to the Gryffindor common room to alert Ron and Hermione of this new development. They're curious as to why Snape, who has never refereed a Quidditch match in his life, suddenly wants to be involved in the game, and they believe it is because he's going to finish the job on Harry. Ron and Hermione encourage Harry to sit out of the game, telling him to fake being sick or break his leg on purpose to avoid dying during the game, but Harry is firm that he must play. This is a critical game for Gryffindor, because if they beat Hufflepuff, they'll pull ahead of Slytherin in the race for the House Cup, which hasn't been done in 7 years. Now let's press pause on this Quidditch match part of things and move on to the next thing that happens in this chapter, and the next plot change. Don't worry, we'll cover the full game later, but for now let's discuss yet another change that relates to our favorite fourth member of the Golden Trio, Neville. This moment is actually pretty crucial, as it foreshadows his later involvement at the end of the school year, and it sets up one of the biggest plot points for this chapter, which is the full-on brawl between the Slytherins and the Gryffindors. But we'll get to that fight later. For now, here's what happens. After Ron, Harry, and Hermione finish talking about the Quidditch game, they suddenly see Neville hop through the portrait hole into the common room, as his legs are tightly stuck together with what is obviously the leg-locking curse. As everyone is laughing, Hermione quickly performs the counter curse to get his legs unstuck, and they ask him what happened. As you probably guessed, this cruel prank was the doing of our favorite school bully, Malfoy. Neville tells them what happened, and Hermione encourages him to tell McGonagall, but Neville says he doesn't want any more trouble with Malfoy, and that he isn't brave enough to be in Gryffindor, which Malfoy has told him repeatedly. Harry then comforts Neville by giving him his last chocolate frog from Hermione's Christmas gift to him, and tells Neville that he's worth 12 of Malfoy. He tells him that the Sorting Hat put him in Gryffindor and put Malfoy in stinking Slytherin. Neville, who's now feeling a bit better, tells the trio that he's going to bed, and then gives Harry the collecting card from the chocolate frog, telling Harry to keep it since he knows that he collects them. And this segues perfectly into our next change for the movie, which is that Harry is the one who finds out who Nicholas Flamel is, not Hermione. The movie sneaks this in here in a way that somewhat aligns with the plot, but not entirely. Finding out who Flamel is one of the biggest plot points in the entire book and movie, so taking the credit away from Harry feels a bit much for me. Here's what really happens. If you've been watching this Harry Potter series on my channel all the way through, you might remember the episode when Ron and Harry meet on the Hogwarts Express. Well, while they're eating candy in their compartment, Harry tries his first chocolate frog and gets Dumbledore as his collecting card. In the book, we learn what else the card says, whereas the movie leaves it to just showing a face and a name on the card. This is a crucial bit of information, as keen-eyed readers will pick this up when they hear the name Flamel later on in the book, as Nicholas Flamel's name originally shows up for the first time on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card in the book. And that is precisely what happens here. As Harry takes the collecting card from Neville, he is sad when he sees he got yet another Dumbledore, as he is one of the most common cards. But then his words are cut short as he shockingly reads the card once again and sees that amongst Dumbledore's notable achievements, the card notes his work on alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. This is a massive breakthrough for our trio. But in the movie, they shorten this revelation down to a brief 2-minute scene, where Hermione, of course, gets the credit. Now, I did mention that the movie sort of plays off of what happens in the book, and this is how. In the movie, we see a brief scene of them studying in the library, and Hermione slams down a massive book, telling them that she found Flamel. In the book, they're still in the common room, and after Harry shares his revelation of who Flamel is, it triggers a memory in Hermione, and she tells them to stay put as she goes and gets something. As you might have guessed, she brings back a massive book that she checked out for a little bit of light reading and shows it to the boys in the common room. She tells them that she never thought to look inside of it, but after flicking through some pages, she finally comes upon Nicholas Flamel, and it reads off very similarly to what we see in the movie, giving the necessary information to the trio about Flamel's achievement of creating the Sorcerer's Stone. Another small change is that the book gives a little bit more information than what is shown in the movie. Per usual, they keep the movie version to just the pertinent info, but the book shares more about Flamel, saying that he enjoys opera and lives a quiet life in Devon with his wife Perenelle. Okay, so now we come to a change that relates more to a theme or narrative rather than a specific line or action in the movie. I think it is worth noting, however, as the movie doesn't take much time to explore this possibility, which is all about why Snape would want the stone. This is the downside of crunching an entire chapter into just a couple of minutes, as you can't explore these deeper themes. Pretty much what happens in the book is that the trio believes Snape is after the stone for himself, in order to get rich. When learning about the stone, Hermione reads that it can turn anything to gold, whereas in the movie, they put emphasis on the immortality aspect of its abilities. At this point, the idea of Snape using the stone to help Voldemort return isn't at all on their minds. They simply think he's a villain himself looking to get rich off of the stone. Next, let's talk about the Quidditch match. These are some of my favorite parts of the story to cover, but unfortunately, these games are either shortened or just completely removed from the movies. As for this game in particular, it was completely erased, and it has a lot of great moments that impact the story. To start, Harry and Ron are talking about what they would do with all of their money if they had the Sorcerer's Stone, and Ron mentions he would buy a Quidditch team. This reminds Harry about his upcoming match with Snape refereeing, and he informs Ron and Hermione that he does intend to play. If he backs down, he'll be looked at as a coward and be abandoning his team, so in true Gryffindor fashion, he is going to brave the storm and play on. We then learn that in the days leading up to the match, Snape seemed to pop up around Harry all of the time. Whether this is just Harry's imagination, or if Snape was really following him, Harry didn't know. Potions class were torture, as Snape seemed to enjoy making them as horrible as possible for Harry, which made Harry paranoid that Snape knew the trio knew about the Sorcerer's Stone and Snape's plan to get it. Then we get into a very interesting note from Harry, which is that he gets the horrible feeling every once in a while that Snape could read minds. This is a super intriguing line from J.K. Rowling in this book. As we know later on in the series, Snape and Harry have quite an interesting subplot regarding the reading of minds. Next, we finally get to the game itself, and we learn that Harry was so nervous he was barely aware of himself as he prepped for the game in the locker room. Hermione and Ron went to the stands and sat next to Neville, who didn't understand why they brought their wands to the match. Evidently, they had been practicing the leg locker curse just in case they needed to use it on Snape, and they had gotten the idea from Malfoy. But instead of getting into a fight with Snape, they get into a fight with a different set of Slytherins: Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. As the game began, Malfoy poked Ron on the back of the head and then asked him if he wanted to bet on how long Harry would stay on his broom this game. Although Ron ignored this, Malfoy kept at it, as a minute later he insulted everyone, saying that the Gryffindor team just picks people they feel sorry for to be on the team. Harry has no parents, the Weasley twins have no money, and then he says Neville should get on the team in no time as he has no brains. This time, Malfoy picked the wrong day to mess with Neville, as Neville turned around and shakily informed Malfoy that he's worth 12 of him, quoting Harry from earlier. Ron held it together for a while, but finally snapped after Malfoy took one last jab at him. While Harry dove towards the ground, obviously chasing the snitch, Malfoy said, "You're in luck, Weasley. Potter has obviously spotted some money on the ground." Despite having clear instructions to focus on the game and protect Harry, this final comment broke Ron, and he couldn't help it anymore as he dove onto Malfoy, wrestling him to the ground. Surprisingly, Neville followed suit and dove onto the pile with Crabbe and Goyle. While the boys threw fists on the ground, Hermione was busy celebrating, as at the end of Harry's dive he came up with the snitch, triumphantly winning the game for Gryffindor in just 5 minutes. But Ron and Neville were too busy fighting to notice. We then hear from Harry's side of things on the ground of the field as Dumbledore came up to him and congratulated him, telling him well done and that he's happy to see Harry hasn't been brooding about the mirror. And lastly, before we get to the final change, I wanted to note the last thing we hear about the fight between the boys, which is at the very end of the chapter. Evidently, Ron gave Malfoy a black eye, and Neville took Crabbe and Goyle on single-handedly. Ron informs Harry that Neville is still out cold, but Madame Pomfrey says he should be alright. I think this part is hilarious, but also endearing at the same time, as we are seeing some foreshadowing of Neville's bravery growing, as he fills in his Gryffindor shoes more and more each week. Now let's go back to the end of the Quidditch match, and talk about the final change for this week. As the game has finished, we read about Harry going to lock up his Nimbus 2000, but something happens which brings us into our next big change. As I mentioned in last week's episode, Snape never confronted Quirrell in the halls after Harry escaped the restricted section, but in the book, this encounter still happens, just in a different way. Here's how things really went down. As Harry is going to lock up his broom, he relives the game over and over in his head, finally feeling proud of himself after his amazing accomplishment of putting Gryffindor in the lead for the House Cup. He recalls the Gryffindors rushing the field, Ron and Hermione cheering him on, and Ron having a heavy nosebleed in the stands after his fight. But Harry's daydreaming is cut short as he looks up at the castle and sees a hooded figure coming down the stairs in the distance. After recognizing that it's Snape, Harry couldn't help himself, and he mounted his broom to sneak after Snape and see where he was going. Eventually, after following him for a bit, Snape went into the Forbidden Forest, and Harry landed on a tree above where Snape was, and to his surprise, he saw that Quirrell was there too. We then hear similar dialogue to what the movie shows, with a few notable additions. Snape mentions that he wanted to meet in the forest because the students aren't supposed to know about the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry also hears Snape ask Quirrell if he's figured out how to get past the dog yet. Then of course we hear the line that is in the movie of Snape telling Quirrell that he needs to decide where his loyalties lie. This version of Snape's confronting Quirrell in the forest makes a lot more sense than the random encounter Harry sees in the halls. First of all, Hogwarts is a massive place, so the sheer odds that Harry would have bumped into this conversation at this precise moment in the film is a little far-fetched. The book, however, is a lot more logical in the sense that Harry saw Snape sneaking out of the castle and then purposefully followed him while on his broom so as not to be seen. The chapter ends on an ominous note as Harry informs Ron and Hermione of his findings during his recon mission, and Ron says that if it's up to Quirrell to stand up to Snape or else the stone gets taken, the stone will be gone by next week. And that is where changes end for this week. Now, enough of my input, I want to hear what you think. Do you enjoy the movie's 2-minute version of this chapter, or do you wish they had kept the Quidditch match as well as Snape's original version of confronting Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest? Let me know in the comments below. As always, be sure to like and subscribe if you're new here, and check out the series playlist to catch up on any episodes that you might have missed so far. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Did you know that one of the most thrilling chapters in the Sorcerer's Stone book was left out of the movie? Harry, Ron, and Hermione's first year at Hogwarts is filled with exciting adventures, but for the film, they really had to cut things down to focus on the main plot. Everything that happens leads up to the final moment of Harry confronting Quirrell and retrieving the Sorcerer's Stone, but the book spends much more time to elaborate on interesting moments like Harry's other Quidditch games, their classes, and perhaps one of the most insane parts of the entire book, which is Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. Remember this little guy? Well, in the movie he gets a couple minutes of screen time, and the next thing we hear about him was that he was taken away. But in the book, this escapade takes up an entire chapter, in which Hagrid raises the dragon, it nearly outgrows the hut, Ron gets bitten, and Hermione and Harry brainstorm a plan to smuggle the illegal dragon out of the castle. Sadly, all of this juicy lore and storytelling is completely removed from the film, but today we get to uncover all of it as we dive into this next scene of the Sorcerer's Stone movie and its corresponding chapter in the book. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 13 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is the show where I take your favorite wizarding franchise and compare the film adaptations to J.K. Rowling's original book series, finding every single difference scene by scene. Today, we head into a short scene in the movie, which is just a very condensed version of an entire chapter of the book, so we have a lot to cover. Before we jump into the video though, I wanted to shout out this commenter. Each week, I'll be highlighting one of my favorite comments from a previous episode, so be sure to share your thoughts down below when you're done watching. Also, YouTube says that 95% of you aren't even subscribed, which is almost as bad a felony as Harry getting into illegal dragon smuggling at the age of 11. So hit that subscribe button and tune in every Sunday for new episodes. Per usual, I'll be covering all the changes across the 4 categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But before we jump into the changes, it's important to refresh our memory on what happens in this short scene. Picking up from where we left off last week, the trio has found out who Nicholas Flamel is, and the movie quickly cuts to nighttime as these 3 students run to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid tells them that he isn't in a fit state to entertain and begins to shut the door, but as the trio shouts that they know about the Sorcerer's Stone, Hagrid is forced to let them in. They tell Hagrid that they know Snape is trying to get the stone, but they just don't know why. Hagrid then tells them that it wouldn't make sense for Snape to try to get the stone as he's one of the people guarding it. He then says that it doesn't even matter that other people are guarding it because nobody's getting past Fluffy anyway. Not a soul knows how, except for him and Dumbledore. After realizing that he shouldn't have said that bit out loud, we hear a tapping noise coming from the fire, and Hagrid lifts a large egg out of a pot that's over the fire. He sets it on his table, and Ron identifies it as a dragon egg. He asks Hagrid how he got it, as they are extremely rare, and Hagrid said that he won it off someone at the pub. They then witness the egg hatch and a baby dragon emerge, and Hagrid names it Norbert. After nearly getting his beard burnt off, Hagrid notices someone watching through his window, and Harry sees Malfoy quickly running off. Now the trio and Hagrid know they're in real trouble. First, for being out of bed after curfew, and also because Hagrid knows that he's not allowed to have a dragon. But we'll save more of their getting caught and their punishment for next week. As for this week, we already have so much to unpack, as 90% of this chapter is removed from the film. You want to know what isn't changed? The fact that there's a dragon named Norbert. Other than that, we essentially have a completely different story. So let's start off by covering our first 3 categories of characters, timeline, and location, as those are a bit shorter this week. First, for characters, we really only have one difference, and that is Filch. You'll find out how he's involved at the very end of the plot changes, as he only comes up during the last page of the chapter, but for the movie, they don't really include him in this scene. Second, we have a couple of key timeline differences that impact the plot significantly. To start, in the movie, they make it seem like right after they find out about Nicholas Flamel, they go straight to Hagrid's. But in the book, they don't search out Hagrid. They continue their studies as exams are approaching, and it's actually Hagrid who bumps into them weeks later. Also, the trio's visit to Hagrid is all messed up. They visit Hagrid's hut during the day, not after curfew. Plus, the egg doesn't hatch until days later, and again, it is during the middle of the day that they then visit Hagrid to see this. The nighttime portion of things comes later during their smuggling adventure, but of course we'll dive into that more in the plot changes. Third, we finally have location, and there is only one primary spot missing. Of course, as it is pretty much every week, There are a whole bunch of locations throughout the castle that are omitted in the scenes, so I'm not going to list out all of those. But this particular location actually plays into a key moment, and that location is the library. It is where the trio bump into Hagrid and begin this whole subplot of the book. And speaking of subplot, let's head into the plot changes now and figure out how exactly Harry and Hermione smuggled this illegal dragon out of the castle. Per usual, I can't go into every single line of dialogue, so if you're looking to explore the Wizarding world and this story more in depth, I highly encourage checking out the audiobooks on Audible. That is primarily how I consume my book entertainment, as it lets me explore these stories very similarly to how you experience a movie. Check out the link in my description for a free trial on Audible and claim your free copy of the Sorcerer's Stone today. Alright, let's get into these changes. As always, let's begin with a quick overview of what we learn at the beginning of this chapter. Because the book takes place over an entire school year, the chapters often skip around to these notable events, and there are weeks in between the chapters that we miss. Most of the time, these just include classes, Quidditch practice, and just normal Hogwarts stuff like Peeves pouring water on students. But usually at the beginning of the chapter, there are 2 or 3 key notes that Harry observes during these weeks that gives us incredible insights into the Wizarding world or help round out our key characters. Per usual, if it's something that is shown in the movie, I'll skip over it. So all of these points are things that are completely omitted from the film. First, Harry notices that Quirrell didn't seem to figure out how to get past the 3-headed dog. If you remember from last week, the Golden Trio currently believes that Snape is after the stone, and he is using Quirrell to try to get past Fluffy. They thought that Quirrell would quickly break down and help Snape, but so far Harry thinks that he's holding out against Snape's threats. Although he does note that the stress seems to be getting to Quirrell, as he is growing thinner and more pale by the day, as if the life was being sucked out of him. Of course, we know the answer to this change in appearance, but that will show up at the end of the story. Also, a funny note is that they become protective of Quirrell, as they thought that he was the good guy. Harry would give him compliments when they passed in the hallway, and Ron started telling people off for making fun of his stutter. Second, we hear a decent amount about their school time and struggle with studying. Exams were fast approaching, and of course Hermione dove headfirst into studying, worrying like crazy about passing the tests. Ron and Harry then got dragged along with her to the library, as now they're all friends, and although they studied as well, they definitely got a lot more frustrated. But it's actually during one of these study sessions in the library that we have our first notable change. You see, in the movie, pretty much right after they figure out what Fluffy is guarding, we see them turn up on Hagrid's doorstep. But as I mentioned in the timeline changes, they don't go searching for him in the book. It's actually while they're in the library studying one day that Hagrid turns up. Here's how things go down in the book. As they're studying, they see Hagrid enter the library, looking very awkward and out of place as he seems to be holding something behind his back. They ask him what he's up to and he says nothing, but in a very suspicious tone. He asks if they're still researching Flamel, and they tell him that they figured that out ages ago, as well as what Fluffy is guarding. But before they can say it out loud, Hagrid quickly shushes them. Harry then says that he's been meaning to visit Hagrid as he has lots of questions about the stone, but Hagrid gets upset and says to stop saying stuff out loud and just visit him later. To be honest, I feel bad for Hagrid in this moment, as he's worried that he'll get in trouble since students aren't supposed to know about the stone, and the trio is being quite obnoxious with this information. Harry says that they'll then visit him later, and Hagrid leaves the library. And this moves us into our next change, which is the setup for Hagrid's dragon fiasco. Hagrid and his dragon are the primary focus of this chapter in the book, as well as this scene in the movie. In fact, the chapter in the book is even titled Norbert the Norwegian Ridgeback. But as you probably guessed, we get so much more context in the book, and the trio is already tipped off to Hagrid's dragon before they even visit his hut. You see, after Hagrid leaves the library, the trio is still curious about one odd thing. What was he hiding behind his back? After Hermione asks this question out loud, Ron says that he's going to look at the section that Hagrid was in, and after slamming a few books down, they realize that Hagrid was reading up on taking care of dragons. Harry then says one of the lines that we get from the movie, which is, "Hagrid's always wanted a dragon, he told me so the first time I ever met him." And Ron fills us in on a key bit of information, which is that dragon breeding was outlawed by the Warlocks Convention of 1709. He says that they had to ban them as it's hard to keep muggles from noticing dragons in people's backyards. Plus, they are near impossible to tame, and Ron mentions that his brother Charlie has some crazy scars from wild ones in Romania. After Hermione asks if there are dragons in Britain, Ron says of course there are, and that the Ministry of Magic has a difficult time hushing them up, and they constantly have to put spells on muggles who have seen them. All of this adds up to one burning question in the minds of our 3 main characters. What is Hagrid up to? Well, now we come to the moment that is paralleled in the movie, with the trio showing up on Hagrid's doorstep. Of course, as we've already covered, this is not a surprise visit since Hagrid had met them earlier in the library. but unlike the movie, they are keeping a keen eye out for anything dragon related. And this brings us to our next change, which is that the trio doesn't tell Hagrid outright that Snape is trying to steal the stone. Hagrid is very reluctant to give them any information, and then after some flattery from Hermione, she gets him to at least tell them which professors are guarding the stone. Hagrid lists them off and ends with Snape, to the surprise of the trio. That's when we get the lines from Hagrid of him telling them that he's one of the people guarding it, so why would he want to steal it? In the movie, the trio is dead set on Snape, and comes into the hut telling Hagrid that they know he's after it. They just don't know why. But as you can tell from the book version, they keep this to themselves as they're simply trying to do some recon. Next, the night that they visit Hagrid and ask about the stone isn't the night that the dragon egg hatches. To condense the timeline, the writers move these two separate nights together, but in the book, they happen at way different times. The first night that they're with him, they end their conversation by talking to Hagrid about the dragon, and Hermione reminds Hagrid that he lives in a wooden house. The book then cuts to an unknown amount of time later as the trio is at breakfast, and Harry receives a letter from Hagrid with a simple note that says, "It's hatching." It is then that night that they visit Hagrid and we get the second part of the movie scene where they watch the egg hatch. Before we get to those differences though, there's one small change we need to address, which is Malfoy's involvement. You see, in the movie, Malfoy seems to just randomly show up as he spies outside Hagrid's window. But in the book, we learn how exactly Malfoy heard about the dragon in the first place. After Harry receives his letter from Hagrid, Ron wants to skip classes and go straight to Hagrid's hut, but Hermione won't allow it. Ron frustratedly asks Hermione, how many times in our lives are we going to get to see a dragon hatching? Harry quickly tells his two friends to shut up and stop bickering, as he notices that Malfoy was close behind them and listening in. And Harry wondered how much of the conversation Draco had heard. This is a lot more of a logical foreshadowing of events, whereas in the movie, Draco is really just there randomly for no reason. Okay, now let's move on to the actual hatching of the dragon egg, and then the trio's plan to smuggle the dragon out of the castle. I still think it's funny that they're essentially a group of 11-year-olds committing a wizarding felony. But anyway, the scene we get in the movie is essentially the exact same as what's in the book, with the interaction ending as they see Malfoy darting back towards the school after seeing the dragon in Hagrid's hut. What got changed are the ensuing events. In the movie, as the trio is walking back through the castle, they get stopped by a disappointed McGonagall. But in the book, they don't get in trouble for a whole week. We'll be covering the moment they get caught in their detention in the Forbidden Forest next week. But for this week, we have something much more insane to discuss, which is their plot to smuggle Norbert out of the castle. Here's what happens in the book. First, Harry describes the whole week as being very difficult and stressful, as they reasoned with Hagrid each day to just let the dragon go. Plus, every time they saw Draco, he had a horrible look on his face, and they knew that they didn't have much time before he would rat them out. One time when they visited Hagrid, they noticed that the dragon had grown 3 times its original size, and Hagrid told them that he named the dragon Norbert. While Hagrid played with the dragon, Harry suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Ron's brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania, could come take Norbert. Harry shared the idea with Ron, and after they agreed upon it, they convinced Hagrid that it was the only way, as in a couple weeks, Norbert would be bigger than Hagrid's hut. Then the book cuts to a week later as Ron comes bursting into the Gryffindor common room with a bloodied hand. He had just been down helping Hagrid feed rats to Norbert and got bit. He says that Hagrid has gone mad, as after Ron got bit, Hagrid told him off for scaring Norbert, and then sang a lullaby to the dragon. Thankfully, at this moment, Hedwig appeared and delivered a letter from Charlie. Charlie agreed that he would take the dragon and suggested that they meet some of his friends on the tallest tower at nighttime so they could sneak the dragon off without being seen. They then wrote back to Charlie confirming the plans, but things got worse in the coming days as Ron's hand seemed to be infected from the dragon bite, and he was forced to go to Madame Pomfrey. Then things got even worse than that, as Draco came by to borrow one of Ron's books as an excuse to laugh at him and taunt him while he was in the hospital. But as if that wasn't enough, the letter that Charlie wrote them was in the book that Malfoy took, so now Draco knows exactly what their plan is to smuggle the dragon. Before we move to the finale of this thrilling tale, I've got to say that I can't believe this was removed from the film. I mean, I get having to crunch things for time, but this is such an incredible chapter that really doesn't get its full credit in the movie. So much so that they don't even hone in on the illegal nature of a dragon, but we simply cut to them going to detention and Hagrid saying they took Norbert. It's quite anticlimactic, whereas this dragon smuggling is a thrilling adventure, which I'm excited to see in the Harry Potter TV show that is coming out in a few years. These are the kind of moments that they'll be able to spend entire episodes on instead of having to skip over like in the movies. Anyway, let's head into the finale of this chapter as the trio smuggles Norbert and we figure out how they get caught by Malfoy. Harry and Hermione are about to tell Hagrid about the plan, and they debate on what to do with this latest latest development of Draco taking the letter. They know Malfoy is aware of the situation, but Hermione tells Harry that it's too late to write Charlie and change plans, and this might be their only chance to get rid of the dragon, who has been quite a nuisance. As they head down to Hagrid's hut, they even see Fang the dog sitting outside with a bandaged tail. After confirming the plans with a reluctant Hagrid, we fast forward to Saturday night as Harry and Hermione are ready to execute Operation Get Rid of Norbert. Hagrid had packed Norbert away in a crate along with some extra brandy, which is what a dragon would drink, and a teddy bear just in case he got lonely. As they headed up the castle though, Harry could hear Norbert shredding the teddy bear. As you can imagine, they struggled to get the giant box up a tower, and as they got to the corridor beneath the tower, they saw a sudden movement in the hall. Holding very still under the invisibility cloak, they saw Professor McGonagall with Draco by the ear, as he was trying to tell her that Harry Potter was coming by with a dragon. She told him that was utter rubbish, and that he would be going to detention for being out of bed. This sudden surge of joy from seeing Draco getting in trouble helped them get the final boost of energy to haul Norbert's crate to the top of the tower. They waited for about 10 minutes, and then Charlie's friends arrived on broomsticks to take the dragon away. After watching them fly off with Norbert, they happily bounced down the stairs, finally relieved that this chapter of their year was over. But to their dismay, the face of Filch loomed up out of the darkness as they reached the bottom of the stairs, and they realized that they left the invisibility cloak on top of the tower. As you can tell, this is a massive omission in the movie. Almost too large to separate into multiple changes for this video. All in all, we miss out on a crazy adventure that included espionage, smuggling, Ron nearly losing his hand to a dragon, and much more. As for their getting caught, which is in the scene right after this one in the movie, that will be left for next week, as the next chapter dives into that quite a bit, and there are plenty of changes to cover. But for this week, that wraps things up. So now, I want to hear from you. What did you think about this scene in the movie? Do you wish that we would have seen a longer dragon subplot that was adventurous like this one? Let me know in the comments below. As always, be sure to like and subscribe and check out the series playlist to catch up on any episodes that you might have missed so far. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. The Forbidden Forest is one of the most mysterious and dangerous places in the Harry Potter world, where the darkest secrets of the wizarding world are hidden amongst the trees. From life-altering encounters to pivotal plot twists, this forest frames Harry's journey, all the way from his first terrifying meeting with Voldemort to his final stand in Deathly Hallows. But want to know something crazy? The Forbidden Forest in the first Harry Potter movie is nothing like the experience we get in the book. For starters, in the book, Ron wasn't even involved in this detention the students spend with Hagrid hunting a unicorn killer. Plus, major characters who shaped Harry's fate, completely missing. Some of the most intense heart-pounding moments, gone. So as I was reading the book and watching the movie, it raised a question. Which version is better? Is the film adaptation justified, or did it strip away too much of the magic? Let's break it down, and by the end, you can decide which version truly captures the essence of this iconic moment in Harry's life. My name is Gibby, and welcome back to episode 14 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is a show where I analyze the Harry Potter movies, scene by scene, and compare them to J.K. Rowling's original books to find every single difference. As you might have figured out, today we are covering the trio getting caught after Draco sees him in Hagrid's hut, as well as their detention with Draco in the Forbidden Forest. This scene contains so many spooky and exciting moments, but the book really shines as we miss out on so many key elements in the movie version. Before we move on though, I wanted to give a shout out to this commenter from a previous episode. Every week, I'll be selecting one of my favorite comments from a past video to feature, so be sure to share your thoughts down below when you're done watching. Also, I think only like 5% of you are subscribed, so if you've been coming back each week to check out this series, hit that subscribe button. We're almost through the first movie, and I'm so excited to continue with the rest of the series. Per usual, I'll be covering all the differences across the 4 major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, let's refresh our memory on what happens in this scene of the movie. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see our golden trio walking through the halls of Hogwarts and getting caught by McGonagall. We then cut to inside her classroom as she reprimands her Gryffindor first years, and then also tags on Draco, who is also out of bed after curfew. After learning that they're each losing 50 points, they get stuck in detention with Draco, and the movie cuts to Filch taking them to Hagrid's hut at nighttime for their punishment. Hagrid is crying as he says Dumbledore sent Norbert to Romania, and then they head into the woods. Hagrid tells them that they're looking for whatever hurt a unicorn, as he has found some unicorn blood around. They split into two groups, and as Harry and Draco go with Fang the dog, they come upon the dead unicorn. Draco runs off after seeing a cloaked figure over the dead unicorn drinking its blood, leaving Harry by himself. Harry has a sudden pain in his scar as the cloaked figure gets up and comes closer to him, but before it can attack, a large creature jumps into frame and scares this evil being away. Harry then meets this creature who saved his life and learns that his name is Firenze, and he is a centaur. Firenze tells him more about who the cloaked figure might be and why it's drinking the unicorn blood, and Harry finally realizes that Voldemort is still out there and is trying to get the Sorcerer's Stone. After Hagrid and the others regroup with Harry, Firenze leaves them, and we cut to the trio in the Gryffindor common room talking in front of the fire. Harry explains to Ron and Hermione what they missed out on, and tells them what the centaur told him about Voldemort using unicorn blood to keep himself from dying, and how Snape is after the stone not for himself, but for Voldemort. And that is where we'll cut off for this week. There's plenty of changes to cover, so let's dive right into our first three categories of characters, timeline, and location. To start, our character section is quite unique this week, as the book introduces us to two key characters who come back time and time again throughout the entire series. These characters are actually two other centaurs named Ronan and Bane. We'll talk about their involvement more in the plot changes. As for timeline, there's one small difference. Per usual, the events of these scenes really take place over the course of multiple days, even though the movie makes it seem like they happen the same night. I know the movie probably intended these to be separate nights, as we hear from Hagrid that Norbert was taken, which means that some time had to have passed in the movie version. However, in the book version, we get some context for the time in between these events that we don't get in the movie. Lastly, for location, we've got nothing. I mean, besides the usual spots in the castle itself, there are no notable major changes in terms of location. We still have the castle, the Dark Forest, and Hagrid's hut as our main places for these scenes in this chapter. So now that we've gone through our three smaller categories, let's jump into our plot changes. If you're new here, this is where 99% of our differences come into play. And after you've watched this through, I'll be curious to hear from you what you think about the book versus the movie, and which version you prefer. First, I should mention that I can't dive into every line of dialogue, so per usual, if you're looking to experience the Wizarding World in more detail, claim your free trial of Audible using my link in the description. This comes with a free audiobook, and you can follow along with me each week as I do this series. Alright, let's jump into the changes. To start things off, I typically give an account of everything that has happened in the time between the events of the chapters. However, last week we left things off on a cliffhanger as Harry and Hermione had been caught by Filch after they smuggled Norbert out of the castle. If you missed that episode last week, be sure to go check that out to get filled in on everything you missed. But here's a couple of key details. They smuggled Norbert out of the castle successfully, so Filch doesn't know they had a dragon. However, they did leave the invisibility cloak on top of the tower where they took Norbert, and so now Harry has lost his cloak and is in trouble for just being out of bed past curfew. I gotta say, in the movie, we start these scenes with the trio just walking carefree through the castle after curfew, even though they know that Draco just saw them at Hagrid's. Why aren't they sneaking around? I guess it wouldn't be convenient for the plot, but the way this happens in the chapter is a lot more realistic. Anyway, let's pick up from this moment right after Harry and Hermione get caught and see what all the differences are between these scenes and the book. First, it's important to note that Draco gets caught by McGonagall as he is trying to spy on and catch Harry smuggling a dragon. As we discussed last week, Harry and Hermione see him getting dragged off by McGonagall as they're under the cloak. The movie shows the trio all getting caught by McGonagall and Draco is by her side with a smug look, but in the book, Harry and Hermione are caught by Filch and brought to McGonagall after. Next, a massive change for the movie is the inclusion of Ron in these scenes. Want to know something crazy? Our boy Neville got snubbed once again, as he is actually the third character involved in these scenes. Remember, Ron is still laid up in the hospital wing with an infected dragon bite on his hand, so Harry and Hermione are the only ones who get caught by Filch and taken to McGonagall. Now that plays into our next change, as I mentioned that Neville is the third person involved in this escapade, as he went out of bed to warn Harry and Hermione that Draco was going to tattle on them. The movie completely omits this version of events, but here's a brief summary. After Harry and Hermione get taken to McGonagall's office, they see the professor walk in with Neville. McGonagall then says that she figured out what happened tonight. and she tells them that they fed Draco some made-up story about a dragon with the intent to get him in trouble. She then tells them that Draco has already been caught out of bed. She then goes on to state that Neville must have also believed this made-up story, and Harry tried to give Neville a look to tell him that this isn't true. However, Neville's feelings have already been hurt as he now thinks that he was the victim of a mean prank from his own Gryffindor classmates. After this scolding, McGonagall took 50 points each, just like in the movie, of course with the difference being that Neville lost 50 points instead of Ron. Then she sent them to bed as their detention would take place at a later date. Now on that note, as I mentioned in the timeline changes, the movie immediately skips to their detention. However, in the book, we get a couple of pages of in-between context. So here's a brief rundown of the things we miss in this between time, which contains quite a crucial plot point. First, Harry heard Neville sobbing all night and felt horrible for him, but he was also dreading the dawn himself as he wasn't sure how the Gryffindors would react when they found out 150 points had been lost, losing them the lead in the House Cup. The next day, it took a little while for people to notice the difference in the hourglasses, which showcased the house standings. As 150 points had been lost, there was quite a significant drop in the Gryffindor's hourglass, and people thought that it was a mistake. But then the story started to get out, and people realized that Harry had lost all the points. Of course, Neville and Hermione had too, but they weren't famous like Harry, so no one picked on them as much. Harry, however, got the worst of it, as even the Quidditch team stopped calling him by his name during practice, and Harry even tried to resign, but Wood wouldn't let him. Second, we have a much more impactful piece of context, which I wish the movie would have included somehow as it pertains to Quirrell and Voldemort. As we progress through the story, J.K. Rowling is dropping more and more hints about Quirrell's true nature, and this is one of the most impactful. You see, Harry told himself not to interfere with anything that didn't have to do with him, as chasing Snape around the school would lose them more points and it wasn't worth it. Especially because at this point, they still think Snape just wants the stone for himself, so who cares? But as Harry is walking back from the library one afternoon, he heard Quirrell's voice inside a classroom, sobbing as though he were being threatened. He heard Quirrell eventually say, all right, as he let out a sob and then left the classroom, adjusting his turban as he went. Harry then peered into the classroom and saw a door ajar on the other side, but didn't go in after it as he remembered his promise to himself to not meddle in this again. But he notes that he would gamble all his galleons that Snape had just left the classroom after threatening Quirrell. Harry then rushed back to the Gryffindor common room and told Hermione and Ron what he'd heard. Ron quickly guessed that Snape has done it and convinced Quirrell to help him, and Harry could see the spark of adventure in his eyes again. This probably is because he didn't get in trouble last time, but Hermione quickly told Harry to go to Dumbledore like they should have done ages ago. However, Harry says that they've got no proof, and therefore it's no use to go to Dumbledore, as he'll think that they just made it up to get Snape fired. He then says that they need to just let it be, even though Ron is keen on another adventure. And at that, they go back to studying as Harry is determined to not lose Gryffindor any more points. Now, before I move on to the next change, I do want to point this out. As you have already probably noticed, this moment with Quirrell is crucial to building out and foreshadowing the finale of this story. Quirrell was not with Snape in the classroom, but rather speaking to Voldemort, who was torturing him and threatening him to get the job done despite Quirrell not wanting to continue. Small moments like these are removed from the movie, so when you get to the end of the Sorcerer's Stone film, you have this true shock as Quirrell is revealed to be the bad guy. The book, however, builds out his character way more, and hints to the turban a handful of times, so that when you have the final reveal you are surprised, but you also go, oh, that makes so much sense now. Sadly, we don't get that from the movie. Now let's move on to the next key moment in this chapter, which is the primary focus of these scenes in the movie, and that is their detention in the Forbidden Forest. One morning at breakfast, Harry, Hermione, and Neville all receive notes from McGonagall stating that they would have detention that night at 11 o'clock. So that night they met Filch, who led them to Hagrid's hut for their detention, alongside Malfoy, who, just like in the movie, was quite afraid of the forest. The main difference to start us off for this scene is Hagrid's demeanor and explanation of where Norbert is. You see, because Norbert the dragon was safely smuggled out of the castle and taken to Charlie in Romania, Hagrid was not as depressed at this point in the book. Although I am sure that he would have liked to keep the dragon, the movie portrays him as being sad and nearly shedding a tear as the kids come up for their detention, saying that Dumbledore had the dragon sent to Charlie in Romania. Of course, this is aligned with where the book sent Norbert, but the means by which he was sent there are drastically different. Primarily, the fact that two 11-year-olds masterminded the smuggling of a dragon out of the castle without authorities knowing, whereas the movie gives the credit to Dumbledore and there's no smuggling. As for Hagrid's demeanor in the book, he is his usual jolly self as he asks Harry and Hermione how they are when they arrive and tells Filch off for being late. Next, there is a key difference between Draco and Hagrid's interaction in the book and movie. As in the movie, Draco gets away with abusing Hagrid quite a bit. Just like in the movie, Draco talks about how going into the forest is servant's work, and he name drops his father. However, unlike the movie, Hagrid tells Draco that he is either going in the forest or he can pack his bags and leave Hogwarts. He tells him that his father would tell him that's the way Hogwarts does things, and asks Draco if he thinks his father would rather have his son expelled. This shuts Draco up, and I gotta say I quite like Hagrid putting Malfoy in his place. Next, a smaller change is that Neville goes with Draco first, and Harry and Hermione accompany Hagrid. In the movie, of course Ron is there instead of Neville, but more importantly, Harry gets paired with Draco to start. Now, eventually Harry does get paired up with Draco, but it doesn't happen until a bit later. Before we get to why Neville and Harry switched as partners with Draco, we need to cover a key moment that happens while Harry and Hermione are with Hagrid. In the movie, they run into two centaurs. We'll cover Harry's encounter with Firenze, the centaur in the movie, later, but for now, the movie completely omits this first meeting with two centaurs named Ronan and Bane. These are key characters that will come up multiple times throughout the entire book series. What happens during this moment in the book is that Hagrid hears something and loads his crossbow with an arrow, yelling into the forest that he's armed. Suddenly, a half-man, half-horse appears, and Hagrid recognizes it as Ronan. Hagrid tries asking the centaur if he's seen anything strange, but in typical centaur fashion, Ronan doesn't give him a straight answer and simply says that Mars is bright tonight. Soon after, another centaur named Bane shows up and Hagrid asks him the same question, but receives the same answer. Hagrid then tells them to let him know if they see anything, and he walks off with Harry and Hermione. As they're walking off, Hagrid tells them that many centaurs live in the forest and that they have deep minds but speak in riddles, and it's near impossible to get a straight answer out of them. And now we come to our Neville and Draco moment, which of course the movie omits. Soon after leaving the centaurs, red sparks shot into the air and Hagrid rushed out to find Neville and Draco as they might be in danger. As you might have guessed though, they weren't in danger at all, but rather Draco snuck up behind Neville and grabbed him, causing him to freak out and shoot red sparks into the air. Hagrid came back with the two boys and was fuming, telling them that it would be near impossible to catch anything now. Then he swapped Neville and Harry and they split back up again. Next, we have a change that some might consider small, but really has a massive effect later on and builds out the key characters, which are the centaurs. You see, much of the scene with Draco and Harry is the same as the book. They find the unicorn, Harry's scar hurts as he sees a figure drinking the blood, then a centaur named Firenze saves the day. The primary difference, however, is the fact that after Firenze saves Harry, he has Harry ride on his back all the way back to Hagrid. As they're running through the forest, Ronan and Bane join Firenze, and Bane reprimands him for letting a human ride on his back. He says that he's not a common mule and asks if he has no shame. We immediately get context that the centaurs are incredibly proud creatures who are greatly offended by this act, even though Firenze is acting out of goodwill and saving Harry's life. Also, we learn that the centaurs care a lot about the alignment of the planets, the fate and destiny of the world, and they do not want to interfere with events. So the fact that Firenze interfered and saved Harry's life also goes against their code. But Firenze fires back at Bane, saying that he has set himself against whatever is killing those unicorns, and if a human helps, then so be it. They then run off and we get a similar conversation to what the movie shows, with Firenze explaining to Harry what unicorn blood can be used for, and telling Harry that Voldemort is after the Sorcerer's Stone. Finally, Harry sees the bigger picture, and realizes that Snape isn't after the stone for himself, but for Voldemort. Or so he thinks. Finally, we have two more changes for these scenes. First, it's a smaller one, but I wanted to make note of it, and that is that Ron tells Harry multiple times to not say Voldemort's name while Harry explains what he learned that night. Twice, Ron gets almost angry at Harry for saying the name out loud, and this is our first subtle taste of the difference between Hermione and Harry and Ron. You see, Hermione and Harry were raised by Muggle families, but Ron was raised by wizards and experienced growing up with parents who had lived through the dark times of Voldemort's terror. In the Weasley house, Ron probably got scolded and punished for saying the name, and told of stories about witches and wizards dying because they said Voldemort's name, so it makes total sense that he is terrified of Harry using it so liberally. Lastly, the final change is that Harry's cloak was returned to him that night. The movie doesn't have a point at which Harry loses the invisibility cloak, but in the book, he lost the cloak on top of the astronomy tower after dropping Norbert off. He probably thought that he would never get it back, but at the end of this chapter, when he climbed into bed, it was folded up under his sheets with a note that simply said, "Just in case." Now, I don't know about you, but that's a lot of changes. My key takeaways are that they really screwed Neville. Again. Plus, the centaurs really play a decent-sized role later on, and the exclusion of Ronan and Bane just shows the viewer that they really don't plan on utilizing these creatures in the future movies. The relationship between Ronan, Bane, and Firenze is a complicated narrative that has roots much deeper than this scene, but sadly, we won't get to see the fruit of that later on. But enough of me. What do you think about these scenes and the changes made? Do you think each medium did a good job telling the story, or do you wish the movie would have stuck closer to the book's version? Let me know in the comments below. As always, like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and check out all the episodes you've missed so far by checking out the series playlist below. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. If you're a fan of Harry Potter, odds are that this scene lives rent-free in your head. I don't even have to play the audio for you to hear it in your mind. But more than just this brief moment, the entire sequence of the build-up and climax of the Sorcerer's Stone film is an iconic set of scenes, in which our three young heroes beat the odds so that Harry can confront Quirrell and protect the stone. Everything from their realization that the stone is in immediate danger, their pleading to McGonagall to help, and then the subsequent fight to overcome the obstacles in their path are just a melting pot of great storytelling that gets you hooked and your heart pounding. However, in an age where adaptations often fall short of the original story, an important question is raised. How does this sequence stack up against the original story? Well, by the end of this video, we will have uncovered every dark, hidden secret that was brushed under the rug and every difference between the movie and its book counterpart. Then, you'll be able to decide for yourself if the movie did the book justice or if it was just another botched adaptation. My name is Gibby, and yes, I got a facelift as well as a new change of clothes, but that's besides the point. Welcome to episode 15 of Movies vs. Manuscripts Harry Potter Edition. This is the show where I analyze your favorite Wizarding World movie by movie, scene by scene, and compare it to J.K. Rowling's original book series to find every single difference along the way. Today, we're unpacking Harry, Ron, and Hermione's journey through the Hogwarts obstacles that stand between them and the Sorcerer's or Philosopher's stone. We won't be getting into Harry's encounter with Quirrell and Voldemort just yet, but trust me, we've got our hands full with just these scenes today. Before we get too into it though, I wanted to shout out this commenter from a previous episode. Each week, I'll be highlighting one of my favorite comments from a past video, so be sure to share your thoughts down below when you're done watching. Plus, subscribe and stay tuned every Sunday morning for new episodes in this series. We're almost to the end of the first book, but as you know, we've still got a lot to go for the series as a whole. So join the ride and subscribe today. Per usual, I'll be covering all the changes across the four major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But first, let's recap what happened during these scenes of the film, picking up from where we left off last week with our Golden Trio finishing their detention in the Forbidden Forest. After Harry informs Ron and Hermione that Voldemort is after the stone, we cut to them walking through the outside courtyard of the castle as Harry rubs his forehead and tells them that his scar hurts again. He says that he thinks it's some type of warning and then suddenly stops in his tracks as he looks at Hagrid and has a realization. They then run off to Hagrid's hut and we see Hagrid playing the recorder, and Harry asks him what the person who gave him the dragon egg looked like. Hagrid says that he doesn't know because the man kept his hood up, but eventually Hagrid lets it slip that he told the stranger about Fluffy. Trying to convince the stranger that he could handle a dragon, Hagrid bragged about how he had a giant three-headed dog who could easily be put to sleep just by playing music. After realizing that he said this out loud to the three most annoying students at Hogwarts, he knew that he messed up, and the trio ran back off to the castle. Once again, I feel bad for Hagrid. But anyway, the trio goes into McGonagall's classroom and tells her that they know about the stone and that someone is going to steal it. They ask for Dumbledore, but she informs them that Dumbledore is gone on urgent Ministry of Magic business. They then leave the classroom and run into Snape, who says that they better go play outside or people will think that they're up to something. Harry then stares him down in a totally inconspicuous type of way, and then they devise a plan for saving the stone. We then cut to nighttime as the trio heads into the common room with the invisibility cloak, getting ready to set out on their adventure, but they are stopped short as Neville confronts them. As you know, poor Neville gets put down by Hermione's spellwork, and the trio moves onward. We then see them entering Fluffy's room as the dog is already asleep, and they just barely make it through the trapdoor as the bewitched harp, which was keeping the dog asleep, had suddenly stopped playing. Fluffy then chomped at their heels as they dove through the trapdoor and fell into a strange vine-like plant that suddenly started to wrap around them. Realizing that they're dealing with Devil's Snare, Hermione said the only way to get through would be to keep still and the plant would let go. But of course, Ron kept freaking out and wouldn't calm down, which made the plant grab hold of him even more. Thankfully, after some quick thinking, Hermione saves Ron while she uses light to ward off the plant. After escaping, they move on to the third obstacle, which is the Room of Keys. The room is filled with flying keys, and they realize that only one of them will unlock the next door. The only other thing in the room is a single broomstick. which Harry then uses to snatch the key to the door and get them out. Of course, the twist is that as soon as he got on the broom, all the keys started darting after him, trying to kill him. However, thanks to Harry's fancy flying, they make it out alive. The next and final challenge they face is a massive chessboard, and Ron realizes that they must play their way across. We then witness a whole game of wizard's chess as Ron orchestrates a near-perfect victory against the other pieces, but he must sacrifice himself in the process. After saying the famous line and making the penultimate move, Harry checkmates the king and they rush to see if Ron is okay. Hermione tells Harry that she will look after Ron and that he must go on alone to save the stone. As Harry walks down the stairs to the final room, he encounters someone that he didn't expect, but that's a plot twist for next week. As for this week, I think you can tell that we already have a lot to cover. So let's jump right into things by starting with our character, timeline, and location changes. Now, I'll just get this out of the way first, which is that timeline gets a pass this week. Everything was pretty spot on with the book, as this happens right after their exams in both scenarios. But as for character and location, we've got a couple of deviations. First, for characters, the movie omits the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan from this scene. Although they aren't really involved, they're specifically mentioned in the book, which we'll get to in a minute. As for location, there's a few omissions. First is the Hog's Head. In the book, Hagrid directly mentions this location as the pub in which he received the dragon egg. Second, the lake is removed, as we see the trio in the courtyard of Hogwarts and then running to Hagrid's hut. But in the book, they go down to the lake first. And lastly, at number 3, they don't go into McGonagall's classroom as shown in the movie. But that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, as I'll address how these changes affect the plot in just a moment. Before we move forward, I just want to remind you that I can't go into every line of dialogue, because that would just take all day. So if you want to follow along with me each week and relive these awesome moments for yourself, I highly encourage picking up the audiobook. You can check my link in the description to claim your free trial of Audible, which comes with your first audiobook free. Plus, it supports the channel, so it's a win-win. Anyway, let's dive into the plot changes. As always, let's kick things off by going over Harry's narration of events in between the chapters. This is the time that J.K. Rowling takes to catch us up on anything that has taken place in the Wizarding World or at Hogwarts between the chapters. So before we get into the actual scene changes, here's a list of notable things that Harry mentions. First, Harry says that as they took their exams during the final weeks of school, he found it hard to study as he was constantly worried that Voldemort would come bursting into his classroom at any moment. He also mentions that they were given special quills that were bewitched to keep them from cheating on their tests. This obviously is a small part of the chapter and really doesn't pertain to the plot, but I like these little details that J.K. Rowling throws in here to round out the world of Hogwarts. And speaking of tests, our second change is that we do hear a few of the practical exams that they had. Harry says that Professor Flitwick had them come in one by one and make a pinecone tap dance across the desk, McGonagall had them turn a mouse into a snuff box, and Snape had them making a forgetfulness potion. Finally, at number 3, we hear about how Harry had trouble sleeping as his nightmares were getting worse, and building upon his recent trip into the forest, as now he had dreamt of a hooded figure dripping in blood. J.K. Rowling then ends this intro to the chapter and segues into their final exam in History of Magic, and the conversation that our Golden Trio has afterwards as they leave the class. This conversation is nearly identical to this start of the scene in the movie, when the trio is walking through the courtyard as Harry's scar hurts. However, there is one notable difference in terms of location, which I mentioned earlier. The trio heads down to the lake and rests under a tree with the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan tickling a giant squid in the water nearby. This is the location of their conversation about Harry's scar hurting, and then Harry's sudden aha moment about Hagrid. In the book, Ron tells Harry to relax as no one can get past Fluffy, and that Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore in a million years. This is what triggers Harry as he springs up and tells the others that they need to go see Hagrid now. Obviously in the movie, this is a more visual transition as they show Harry seeing Hagrid at his hut, and that's when he has the aha moment. This leads us perfectly into the next change, which has to do with Hagrid's involvement. It's a small change, but Hagrid isn't playing a recorder when they walk up to him. He is actually shelling peas. Obviously, this change makes a lot of sense for the movie, as it perfectly fits into the narrative of him telling them about Fluffy's weakness. I was expecting more changes with this interaction, but honestly, they got it pretty close to the book in terms of dialogue and everything everything else. So our next change takes us inside the castle as the trio runs off after Hagrid's tip about Fluffy. As I mentioned during the location changes, the trio doesn't go straight to McGonagall in her classroom, but they actually want to go to Dumbledore first, except nobody knows where his office is. Here's how it happens in the book. After running inside, they look around and wonder where Dumbledore's office could be. As they're panicking, McGonagall is walking by holding a stack of books. Since at this point the trio has a reputation for being mischievous, she comes up to them and asks them why they're inside. They ask her where Dumbledore is, and she tells them that he is gone and is a very important wizard, so he doesn't have time for whatever shenanigans they're up to. Harry then tells her it's about the stone, and McGonagall drops all of her books she was carrying, as she definitely wasn't expecting that. Then, very similarly to the movie, she tells them that the stone is well protected and that they shouldn't meddle in business that's not theirs. As she walks off, we have a nearly identical moment in the book to what is in the movie, as Snape comes up to the trio as they're theorizing that he's going after the stone that night. The only difference is a small dialogue change. Instead of Snape saying that people might think they're up to something, he tells Harry that they should be careful not to lose Gryffindor any more points, and he adds on that if he catches them out at night again, he will personally ensure that Harry is expelled. Now we have a moment in the book that is completely removed from the film, which is the trio's first attempt at guarding the stone. That's right, before the night of them trying to get past Fluffy, they first think it's a good idea to guard the door. Right after Snape leaves them, they devise a plan for Hermione to wait outside the staff room to make sure Snape doesn't leave it. Harry and Ron tell her that she's the perfect one to do this because she can just tell the professors that she's searching for Flitwick to ask him a question about exams. Hermione reluctantly agrees to be the watchdog, and then Ron and Harry head to the third floor corridor, where none other than McGonagall catches them. Obviously, she must have thought that they would try something and went that direction. After she catches them, she tells them very angrily that if she sees them anywhere near this door again, she'll take another 50 points from Gryffindor. The boys then head back to the Gryffindor common room, hopeful that at least Hermione is keeping an eye on Snape. Sadly, this hope is quickly squashed as Hermione bursts through the portrait hole saying that she just barely escaped after Snape found her lurking outside of the teacher's room. And now our trio is left with no other option. Okay, so before we jump into their nighttime escapade and the remainder of this thrilling chapter as the trio navigates each obstacle guarding the stone, I want to mention one bit of dialogue that I think is pretty key for Harry's development. Sadly, it's cut from the film, but in the book, it's quite impactful. After Hermione returns to the common room, Harry tells them that he has no other choice than to go after the stone himself and take it before Snape does. Hermione and Ron then tell him that he's obviously being ridiculous, but then Harry goes on a mini tirade telling them about how they don't understand the magnitude of the situation. Exams won't matter. House points in the House Cup won't matter. Getting expelled won't matter if Voldemort returns. If Voldemort returns, they'll be lucky just to survive. Harry tells them that he'll never turn to the dark side, and he ends the monologue by saying, "Voldemort killed my parents, remember?" This is almost a final release of all the pent-up emotion that Harry has been holding on to all school year, as he has had recurring nightmares of his parents dying every single night. I really wish that they would have had a short moment like this in the movie. Perhaps the director saw this as too big of a moment for a child actor to communicate on screen, but in the book, you really feel Harry's emotion, as he's showing his true Gryffindor colors even at such a young age. After this rousing speech, Ron and Hermione are convinced and tell him that they're going too. And after Harry tells them that they'll get expelled as well, Hermione says that Flitwick told her in secret she got 112% on her exam. She then remarks that they won't be able to kick her out after that. And on that lighthearted note, we prepare for the stone heist of the century. Now, I know a lot of you probably think that the next change will have to do with Neville, but they actually got that pretty similar to the book. Sad that it's the part that he gets a spell cast on him, but oh well. The next change actually comes as the trio is heading towards the third floor room while under the invisibility cloak. And guess what? Our favorite poltergeist is back. That's right, after a few weeks of him not being included in the chapters, we finally hear from Peeves again. I gotta say, I kinda missed him. Anyway, in the book, Peeves is floating down the hall and senses that someone is invisible near him. He asks if it's a ghosty, ghoulie, or student beastie, and then threatens to call Filch. Thankfully, Harry is quick on his feet and impersonates the Bloody Baron, who is the only person Peeves is afraid of. Harry tells Peeves in a hoarse whisper that the Bloody Baron has his own reasons for being invisible, and then instructs him to stay away from this area tonight as the Baron has business here. Peeves then immediately cowers down and apologizes profusely to the invisible entity, believing it to be the Baron. I think this is a brief funny moment, but obviously Peeves is completely removed from all the films, so this part was omitted. Next, the trio gets to Fluffy Fluffy's room, and we have our first change in regard to their journey through the Hogwarts obstacles. Fluffy is up first, and they handle the situation quite differently to what the movie shows. In the movie, there is a harp playing music and Fluffy is asleep, but in the book, the dog is actually awake when they get into the room. There is a harp there, but it's not playing music, and the trio has their own plan to get past the dog. This brings us to the next change, which is that Harry brings Hagrid's flute with him. No, not the one you see in the movie, the one he got for Christmas from Hagrid. Although it didn't sound great, Harry played some notes and Fluffy's eyelids slowly closed and the dog fell asleep. After opening up the trapdoor, Ron told them that it was completely dark and he didn't know what was down there. Harry then volunteered to go first, and after passing off flute duty to Hermione, he jumped in. After falling for a few seconds, he finally landed softly on something. Then he yelled up and Ron and Hermione followed. Now that we've gone past the first obstacle, we need to address the changes made to their encounter with this new challenge, Devil's Snare. There are quite a lot of changes with this one, so bear with me. First, Hermione doesn't get trapped. After she lands, she quickly realizes what the plant is and hurries out of it and off to the side before it can grab hold of her. Of course, the boys, who were oblivious to the plant, didn't realize it had firmly wrapped around them. Second, they don't fall through the plant by holding still. In fact, this is completely made up. As I mentioned, Hermione is already free and off to the side, but the boys need help getting out. Which brings us to our third change, as the movie shows Ron being the only one who gets stuck. And fourth, in the movie, he continues to panic and act like a fool, which in the book is totally not the case, as holding still doesn't fend off the plant. So Harry and Ron were stuck there regardless in the book. Sadly, this is another instance of the movie painting Ron like the idiot of the group, when that totally wasn't the case in the book. The fifth and final change for this obstacle is that the plant isn't fended off by Hermione using light. Just like in the movie, Hermione has to think of what Professor Sprout said about Devil's Snare. However, unlike the movie, it is actually fire that is the plant's downfall. It's kind of a funny interaction in the book, because right after Hermione says that Devil's Snare likes the dark and damp, Harry quickly says, "So light a fire." Then Hermione says, "Of course, but there's no wood." Then Ron, in typical Ron fashion, shouts at her, "Have you gone mad? Are you a witch or not?" This obviously is very different from the film for all the reasons I've already listed. But this back and forth dialogue is funny, as Hermione, despite her genius, forgets that she can literally light a fire with her wand. Now that the trio has made it past the second obstacle, we come to another challenge which is represented in the movie, and that is the Room of Keys. However, the key difference here, see what I did there, is that all three of them grab a broomstick and together they chase down the key to unlock the door. Oh, and another change is that all the keys don't chase after Harry. Anyway, I'm sure this is the moment you've all been waiting for. The chess match. All in all, this scene is quite similar to the movie with just a few detailed exceptions. One of them being that Ron goes up to a chess piece, touches it, causing it to come alive, and then asks it if they need to play to get across the board. Other than that, the game is very similar. The ending is the primary thing that's changed, and it's quite different. I'm sorry to crush some of you by saying this, but Ron's most iconic line is made up. Ron does sacrifice himself so Harry can win, but he never says, "Not me, not Hermione, you." But this does bring us to the next change in regard to the end of this chess game, because there's a reason that he doesn't say that line. And the reason is that Hermione goes on with Harry. That's right, she doesn't stay behind with an injured Ron like in the movie. In the book, they finish the game and then just leave Ron in the pile of dead pieces. Honestly, there's no indication that Ron is alive at this point, so the two of them move on with Harry trying to convince himself that his best friend isn't dead. I guess that's real commitment to the cause. Now, the reason that Hermione moves on with Harry in the book is because there's still one more protection in place before they get to the stone. In the book, Harry and Hermione count through the obstacles they've faced and realize that they still have Snape's left. In the movie, Harry meets Quirrell right after the chess match, so this next moment isn't so much a change as it is just a complete omission. You see, as they head into the next chamber, purple fire springs up behind them and black fire in front of them, blocking their path. The only other thing in the room is a piece of parchment with writing on it and a table of potions. I can't read the entire riddle as it's quite long, but essentially the riddle on the piece of parchment tells the reader which potion they must drink to make it through the fires. One of the 7 potions will let them through the black fire to move forward, and another one of the 7 will lead them through the purple fire to go backward. Thankfully, Hermione puts her brains to work and quickly figures out the riddle. But the issue is that the potion to go forward is only enough to get one person through. This is when we finally have the conversation they show in the movie after Ron sacrifices himself. Harry tells Hermione to drink the potion which will let her go back, and he instructs her to get Ron, take 2 brooms from the key room, and head to the Owlery to send word to Dumbledore. He tells her that he'll go on alone and and hold off Snape as long as he can. Then the chapter ends with Harry drinking the potion and pressing on through the fire to face his enemy. Little does he know, though, that his enemy isn't who he thinks it is, and the chapter abruptly cuts off on this cliffhanger. So I almost need to catch my breath after all those changes. And I gotta say that the book is quite different from the movie. Almost entirely different, with the changes in each obstacle and even the removal of an entire obstacle itself. This is especially strange, and I'm sure they filmed scenes doing Snape's puzzle, but ultimately cut it for time. However, out of all the obstacles, it's crazy to me that they would have chosen to cut Snape's, as literally earlier in the movie and in the book, they make a point of having Hagrid tell the trio that Snape is one of the professors guarding the stone. So why would he steal it? It's kind of ironic to me that the one obstacle they remove is Snape's when it's so integral to the plot. Anyway, enough of me. What do you think? To go back to our original question, does this movie version stack up properly against the book version? I know they don't have to be identical, as it's typically impossible to do so, but do you think that these changes did the story justice? Let me know in the comments below. As always, thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed, be sure to subscribe and check out the series playlist to catch up on any episodes you might have missed so far. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode. Let me ask you a question. How close do you think the finale of the Sorcerer's Stone movie is to the Philosopher's Stone book? Well, the answer might shock you, because as it turns out, they are practically two completely different stories. One of them is a children's movie, and the other is a children's book, but with a much darker and more realistic twist. When I set out with the goal to find every difference between the first Harry Potter book and movie, I figured I'd run into some minor changes here and there, but over the course of this series, I have found countless deviations. Everything from the removal of key characters to the omission of entire chapters. And guess what? The final sequence of this film is no exception. In order to dumb down the film to a younger audience, they also dumbed down Harry himself, leaving him as an ignorant husk of his book version. Plus, we miss out on our first taste of the Killing Curse. So today, in order to do the book some justice, let's unpack every variation and tactless deviation between the book and its film adaptation. My name is Gibby, and welcome to episode 16 of Movies vs. Manuscripts, Harry Potter edition. This is the show where I take on the responsibility of finding every difference between the film adaptations of the Harry Potter series and the original books. Today is not only the finale of what I guess we could call season 1 of this series, as we are completing the final scenes in the Sorcerer's Stone movie, but it's also the most opinionated I have ever been about a set of scenes. If you're a regular viewer of the channel, you'll know that I typically stay pretty unbiased as I help you understand all the differences between these two mediums, both for this series and my Lord of the Rings one. But today, I just couldn't help myself as I noticed some crucial errors in the film. Before we get to that though, I wanted to shout out this commenter from a previous episode. Each week I'll be highlighting one of my favorite comments, so be sure to share your thoughts down below when you're done watching. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button because this is not the end. Next week, we'll be kicking off the first episode of the Chamber of Secrets, and I'm super excited. Per usual, I'll be covering all the changes across the 4 major categories of characters, timeline, location, and plot. But before we jump into the insane changes for this week, let's refresh our memory on the movie version. Picking up from where we left off last week, we see Harry walking down a set of stairs into the final chamber containing the Mirror of Erised and our primary antagonist, Professor Quirrell. Harry is shocked to see that Quirrell is there instead of Snape, and we get a brief monologue from Quirrell explaining the situation. He then gets frustrated as he tries to figure out how to get the stone, and then we hear a voice coming from nowhere that tells him to use Harry. Quirrell then shouts at Harry to come closer and look into the mirror, and after Harry does, he sees himself putting the stone in his pocket. He suddenly feels an object in his pocket and realizes that he must have gotten the stone from the mirror, but instead of telling Quirrell this, he lies and says that he sees himself shaking hands with Dumbledore after winning the House Cup. The ominous voice once again speaks and says that Harry is lying, and then tells Quirrell to let him speak to him. Reluctantly, Quirrell unwraps his turban and reveals a grotesque face attached to the back of his head. Of course, this is the face of Voldemort, and he tells Harry to give him the stone, which he knows Harry got out of the mirror. Harry refuses even after Voldemort bribes him, saying that he could help bring back Harry's parents. Voldemort then yells at Quirrell, instructing him to kill Harry, and after diving onto Harry, he nearly chokes him to death. Luckily for Harry, Quirrell can't bear to touch him as he pulls his hands away in agony. After Harry realizes this weakness, he lunges at Quirrell and shoves his hands onto the man's face. After this attack, Quirrell suddenly dissolves into ash, and then the spirit of Voldemort passes through Harry, knocking him unconscious. We then cut to Harry waking up inside the hospital wing, and he speaks to Dumbledore about the events that have transpired. After his talk with Dumbledore, we see him walking through the castle and coming upon Ron and Hermione, who are healed up as well. The movie then cuts to the final feast, and Dumbledore awards some last-minute points to Gryffindor, with Neville getting the final 10 points that give them the victory. Finally, we cut to Harry, Ron, and Hermione right before they board the train that leaves Hogwarts, and before leaving, Harry rushes over and says goodbye to Hagrid, who gives him a scrapbook filled with photos of his parents. Then Hagrid tells Harry that if his cousin gives him any trouble, just threaten him with a little bit of magic. After all, the Dursleys don't know that he's not allowed to do magic outside of school. Harry then makes his way back to the train with Ron and Hermione mentions that it feels strange to be going home. Harry then says he's not going home, not really, and on that uplifting note, the movie ends. Now obviously, I skipped over a fair bit of dialogue that happens in the movie because we'll be covering a lot of it in the plot changes, but for now, that's a good idea of what these scenes are like in the movie, and boy oh boy do we have a lot to cover. Let's start with our character, timeline, and location changes. First, for characters, we are missing Fred and George Weasley, Ginny and Mrs. Weasley, and Vernon Dursley. Fred and George, per usual, are omitted because we hear of a funny moment in the book that the movie cuts for time. Then, as for Ginny, Mrs. Weasley, and Uncle Vernon, we see them at King's Cross Station. And that segues us perfectly into the location change for this week, because in the book, we end at King's Cross, not the train station next to Hogwarts like shown in the movie. Of course, we'll talk about that more in the plot changes. Lastly, when it comes to timeline, it's actually pretty similar to the movie. The only change is that in the book, Harry is in the hospital for a lot longer. One could argue that they just skip over this time in the movie, but there are some crucial moments that happen while Harry is recovering that get cut because of this time being condensed. Now typically, before I head into the plot changes, I tell you how I can't go into all the dialogue. For today, that is only partially true. I still can't go word for word through the book and point out all of the line changes, but there is so much that is removed and altered during Harry and Voldemort's conversation and during Harry and Dumbledore's conversation in the hospital wing that I had to cover a decent amount of it in the plot changes. Still though, if you're looking to relive these moments for yourself, I encourage you to check out the audiobooks. You can claim your free trial of Audible, which comes with a free audiobook using my link in the description. Alright, let's jump into the changes. Because this chapter is a continuation of the previous one, with Harry walking into the final chamber containing Quirrell and the Mirror of Erised, there isn't anything to catch up on in regard to events between the chapters. We simply pick right up from where we left off, and honestly, the start of this chapter is pretty similar to what we get in the movie. Harry and Quirrell's interaction and the dialogue is almost copy-pasted from the book. However, there are a few things I will point out, and then we'll hit the big differences which all revolve around the climax of their interaction and fight. The first thing I noticed as a change actually relates to a few episodes ago. Remember Harry's Quidditch match? Well, as I pointed out in that episode, Quirrell's eye contact with Harry broke because Hermione bumped into him on her way to Snape, not because Snape's cloak being on fire caused a disturbance like what the movie shows. The only reason I wanted to bring it up here is because in the movie, Quirrell clearly says that Snape's cloak being on fire caused him to tip over, going along with the film narrative. But the book is plainly different. Next, after some more dialogue pulled straight from the book, we have a larger omission, which is that in the book, Quirrell uses a spell to have ropes spring up and tightly wrap themselves around Harry, keeping him from running off. This moment might have been a little too edgy for a kids movie, but I find it to be way more accurate and realistic to what a near-death encounter would have been like for Harry. Then, as their conversation continues with Harry trapped, we come upon another change. The movie, because it had previously removed scenes from the book, leaves out a bit of dialogue. Things like Harry telling Quirrell that he saw Snape threaten him in the forest, and Harry overhearing Quirrell sobbing in a classroom. These are two moments which the movie either changed or completely removed. The latter of those two is what sparks more conversation, which the movie removes in this scene. You see, in the movie, they simply have Quirrell say that he's, quote, never alone. But in the book, it's a little more extensive, with Quirrell explaining that he is always with his master, and that what Harry had overheard that day in the classroom was simply Quirrell being too weak to want to continue. He tells Harry how he met Lord Voldemort while traveling abroad, and Voldemort taught him the ways of the world and about how there's no good in evil, just power and those too weak to seek it. Just a little side note here, this line is actually used in the movie, but they let Voldemort say it himself. Anyway, Quirrell then shares that after his failure to rob Gringotts, Voldemort decided to keep a closer eye on him, hence the addition of the turban. If you remember, the first time Harry met Quirrell in the Leaky Cauldron, Quirrell was not wearing a turban. Now let's move on to the next change, which is that after Harry lies about what he sees in the mirror, Quirrell shoves him aside and Harry tries to slowly walk away. Before he can escape, however, Voldemort hisses his line about how Harry is lying. It's a small change, but in the movie, they move the dialogue around a bit so Harry never tries to escape, but rather Voldemort calls out his lie immediately after Harry says what he saw in the mirror. Next, Voldemort's appearance on the back of Quirrell's head is slightly different in the movie. However, they changed this for the future movies. Yes, I am talking about the nose. Although his face is strange, he still clearly has a nose, whereas the book describes the face as chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils like a snake. As you know, this is accurate to the film's later portrayal of Voldemort. Now, similarly to the movie, Harry does stumble backward in an attempt to escape. However, unlike the movie, Quirrell doesn't snap his fingers, causing flames to leap up around them. In the book, if you recall from our last episode, Harry had to come through a flaming door, which was a part of Snape's obstacle. So there was a flaming door to their chamber, but it wasn't made by Quirrell. I think they did this finger snap blocking thingy as an interpretation from the previous rope spell they omitted earlier. But obviously, it's a lot more tame than ropes. Anyway, now we come to the climax of this interaction, as Quirrell is instructed to stop Harry from leaving and Voldemort is defeated. But it's not so simple. You see, the movie portrays a few things quite differently from the book. First, Voldemort never offers to bring Harry's parents back as a bribe for Harry handing over the stone. In fact, in the book, it's the opposite, with Voldemort telling Harry that he killed Harry's father first, and then his mother died because she wouldn't stop defending her baby. He then threatens Harry, telling him to hand over the stone or else he'll die like his parents. So not so much a bribe as it is just a straight up threat. Next, after Harry refuses to hand over the stone, Voldemort actually says seize him instead of kill him. This is a seemingly small difference, but it's important to show that Voldemort might have had other plans for Harry after he got the stone. It is only after Quirrell is unable to grab hold of Harry that Voldemort instructs him to kill the boy and be done with him. And speaking of Quirrell trying to kill Harry, we have another pretty big change, which is the way Harry is affected by this attack. In the book, Quirrell grabs Harry's wrist, not his neck, because obviously he is trying to seize him, not strangle him to death. Immediately after Quirrell grabs him, Harry feels an extreme amount of pain in his scar, and then feels Quirrell let go of him. He then saw that Quirrell was hunched over in pain and could see blisters appearing on his fingers. Quirrell then lunged back at Harry and this time went for the neck, and Harry once again experienced excruciating pain, but could also hear Quirrell howling in agony. In the movie, it's hard to tell if Harry is in pain when Quirrell is touching him because he's being choked, so I don't know if his face is contorted from pain or because someone is trying to strangle him. In the book, it is very clear that Harry is equally in pain because of his scar when Quirrell touches him, so much pain that it blinds him. And I just don't get that feeling in the movie. Anyway, there's a larger change that comes after this, which is the omission of Quirrell almost using the killing curse on Harry. You see, after he fails to hold Harry, Voldemort tells him to kill the boy and be done with it. And so Quirrell takes out his wand and raises it to kill Harry. But Harry is too quick for him and lunges at him, pressing his hands onto Quirrell's face, just like in the movie. I am not sure if this was removed because the producers thought it was too early to involve this curse, but this is one of those moments that I just don't understand. Quirrell's an accomplished wizard, under the control of Voldemort. When Voldemort yells for him to kill Harry, his first instinct in the movie is to fly towards him and choke him. What? Use your wand, man. In the book, J.K. Rowling doesn't shy away from this, and as I mentioned, she clearly writes that Quirrell was about to use the killing curse to off Harry. Let's move on though, because there's much more to unpack here. The next change is that in the book, Quirrell pulls away from Harry and yells in pain. In the movie, they show Harry just holding on to him until he is finished, but the book version is once again a bit more realistic. Harry realizes that in order to keep Quirrell from performing the killing curse, he must hold on to him to keep him in pain. So he lunges forward once again and grabs onto Quirrell's arm tightly. Holding on as tight as possible, he resisted Quirrell's efforts to throw him off, even though he was in excruciating pain from his scar. He was in so much pain that he couldn't see, but he could hear Voldemort shouting "kill him" to Quirrell. Then he thought he heard another voice, possibly in his own head, shouting his name. After hearing someone shouting Harry, he felt Quirrell's arm get wrenched out of his grasp and he passed out. Now hold on. I know right there I just finished the encounter and fight, but we skipped over a couple key elements that you're probably pointing at your screen and saying, you missed this. So first, right off the bat, we've got one crazy change, which is Quirrell disintegrating. This never happens in the book, as Harry blacks out before he sees the end of the fight. The book only describes Quirrell as getting blistered up, but as you know in the movie, we see him fall to pieces. As for Harry passing out, the movie shows this because the spirit of Voldemort flies through him. This, once again, never happens in the book, but rather he passes out due to the extraordinary amount of pain that he's in. And speaking of passing out, let's cut to the next scene in the movie and our next few changes, because they don't stop here. And we're about to come upon some of the moments that really irk me in these scenes. In the book, after Harry wakes up in the hospital, he is unable to move as he's still exhausted from his fight with Quirrell. He sees Dumbledore staring at him from above, and immediately Harry exclaims that Quirrell must have the stone. After all, the last thing Harry knew, Quirrell had wrenched free from his grasp and Harry had passed out. This is much different from the movie. First, Dumbledore isn't with him, but walks into the wing after Harry wakes up. Second, Harry can move just fine in the movie. In fact, it's like he was never in a fight other than a few scrapes on his face. This is just lazy on the film's part in my opinion. As we'll see here in a minute, Harry spends multiple days recovering in the hospital wing in the book. Third, Harry looks around and sees the presents from his admirers and smiles like he's a kid waking up on Christmas. Now, I know I have been critical up to this point, but hang on, because now it's time to really put on my movie critic hat. For the most part, I am a lover of both movie and manuscript, but the way that they have Harry acted out here is really just disgraceful. I mean, you're telling me that after his near-death experience, this 11-year-old is waking up and focused on the candy that's in front of him? He doesn't even know if Ron is alive yet, let alone his traumatic experience with Quirrell. Even more than that, in the book version, he doesn't know Quirrell died, so he rightly is exclaiming to Dumbledore that they need to catch Quirrell. So to go from that Harry in the book to movie Harry looking googly-eyed at his shiny presents gave me a little bit of whiplash as I was doing my research this week. Anyway, taking my super critic hat off again, let's move on from the opening of this scene and dive deeper into the changes regarding Harry and Dumbledore's interaction in the hospital wing. On a lighter, non-child trauma related note, the movie sadly omits Dumbledore's comment about Fred and George Weasley's gift to Harry. He tells Harry that the twins tried to send him a toilet seat, thinking that it would amuse Harry, but Madame Pomfrey confiscated it for being unhygienic in a hospital. Next, Harry asks how long he's been in the hospital wing, and Dumbledore informs him 3 days. He mentions that Ron and Hermione will be pleased to know he's alright, but Harry is focused on the stone still, asking what happened to it. Dumbledore then tells him that Quirrell didn't manage to take it as he arrived just in time to prevent that. Harry then says that Dumbledore must have gotten Hermione's owl, but Dumbledore informs him that he realized himself that he needed to be back at the school and arrived just in time to pull Quirrell off of Harry. And now we know the source of the other voice Harry heard from earlier. Obviously, this is a major difference from the movie, as we don't see Dumbledore come in and save the day like he must have done in the book. Now, the next part of this, I am kind of forced to go deeper into the dialogue here, as Harry asked Dumbledore a string of questions which were completely removed or changed for the film. So let me just list out the rest of the conversation now in the best order possible. First, Harry in the movie states that Voldemort can't return now that the stone is gone. But in the book, Harry is a lot wiser and actually asks if Voldemort is really gone. In the book, he pretty much tells Dumbledore that he doesn't think Voldemort has officially been defeated, and that he'll try to find other ways of returning. In the movie, Harry literally sees the spirit of Voldemort fly through him after Quirrell dies, but he still thinks Voldemort is defeated? I mean, use your eyes, kid. Second, Harry asks Dumbledore one of the toughest questions possible, and Dumbledore refuses to answer. That question is, why would Voldemort want to kill Harry? You see, Voldemort had mentioned to Harry that the only reason his mother died was because she wouldn't give Harry up as a baby. So obviously Harry put 2 and 2 together and realized that his parents only died because Voldemort was after him specifically. Third, Harry asks Dumbledore who sent him the invisibility cloak. Dumbledore then tells him that he gave it to Harry as it was Harry's father's cloak. And fourth, Harry asks Dumbledore about Snape, saying that Quirrell mentioned Snape hated Harry's father. Dumbledore then confirms that they did have a rivalry, but then says something that is left out of the movies for a long time. He tells Harry that Snape was angry with his father because James Potter saved Snape's life. Therefore, when he died, Snape felt like he could never get even, and perhaps took it upon himself to protect Harry as a way of getting even with James for saving his life. Now we come to a moment which is only about 30 seconds in the movie, and that is Harry's reunion with Ron and Hermione. I gotta say, it's quite anticlimactic in the movie, but the book does a much better job with this moment. Here's what really happens. After Dumbledore's conversation with Harry, the book cuts to a later time as we hear Harry trying to convince Madame Pomfrey to allow Ron and Hermione in to visit. She's reluctant, but eventually tells him that they can have 5 minutes. Harry's 2 friends then rush in to greet him, and Harry breaks down the entire story start to finish of what happened after he split off from Hermione. Then it's his turn to ask the questions, and Ron and Hermione tell him what they did after he left. We learn that they rushed to the Owlery, but as they were heading there, they bumped into Dumbledore, who simply said, "Harry's gone after him, hasn't he?" We then hear an interesting bit of conversation in which the trio suspects Dumbledore meant to give Harry the opportunity to face Voldemort, giving him the cloak, letting him see the Mirror of Erised, and not stopping them from doing a lot of things around the school when he probably knew exactly what they were planning. Ron says that he's off his rocker, but Harry defends Dumbledore, saying that he thinks he thought Harry had the right to face the man who killed his parents. And at that moment, Madame Pomfrey bustled over, kicking Ron and Hermione out as they had gone way past their 5-minute allowance. Next, before the final moments of the movie, we have one moment which the movie slightly changed/omitted. You see, at the very end of the movie, they show Hagrid saying goodbye to Harry and giving him a scrapbook of pictures of his parents. But in the book, this actually happens before the feast. While Harry is still in the hospital, Hagrid comes in and visits and is sobbing to himself, barely able to get words out. Obviously, he feels responsible for Harry's near-death experience, but Harry comforts him and assures him that it wasn't his fault. After mentioning Voldemort's name, Hagrid tells him not to say the name out loud, and Harry shouts the name even louder at Hagrid and then says that he met him face to face, so he isn't scared to say his name. Then, after Hagrid dries his tears, he hands Harry the scrapbook with Harry's parents on it. Obviously, since this moment happens now in the book, it doesn't happen right before Harry boards the train as they show in the movie. Now, we can actually skip over the feast because that is pretty much identical to the book. Instead, we need to look over Harry's departure from Hogwarts, as that is much different. First, the movie omits their exam results. In the book, they make a point of saying that Ron and Harry got good grades despite their worrying, and of course Hermione finished with the best grades out of all of the first years. Second, the book says that after their things were packed and they were about to head home, every student was handed a note warning them not to use magic over the holiday. In the movie, we aren't given context for how Harry knows this rule, he simply tells Hagrid about it. And speaking of Hagrid telling him to threaten Dudley with magic in the movie, that is another change. Since Hagrid's interaction has already happened, it isn't Hagrid who suggests this idea, but rather Harry himself. You see, in the book, we hear about them traveling on the train back to King's Cross Station. After they arrive, Ron tells Hermione and Harry to write during the summer and possibly come to stay with the Weasleys for a bit. Ginny then runs up, shouting and pointing at Harry, and Mrs. Weasley tells her to stop pointing. Harry then thanks Mrs. Weasley for the Christmas gifts, and then they see Harry's uncle standing there waiting. Mrs. Weasley introduces herself, but Mr. Dursley is obviously not happy about the situation, as he probably thought that he had gotten rid of Harry for good. Harry then says his final words to Ron and Hermione, who wish him a good holiday, and Harry says, "Oh, I will," and then tells them how the Dursleys don't know he's not allowed to do magic. And that is the last line in the entire book. So I guess Harry isn't the perfect person they show in the movie, as he needed no help coming up with the idea of threatening Dudley. We can just add it to the list of character changes so far today. After going over all these changes, I am out of breath and my head kinda hurts. So enough talking from me, I want to hear what you think. Do you agree with my analysis of how these changes affected the movie? Which Harry do you prefer, book or film? Let me know in the comments below. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and be sure to check out the series playlist to catch up on any episodes you might have missed so far. Don't forget, next week we start the Chamber of Secrets, so have a great week, and I'll see you in the next episode.